one judge. You can't just be like, well, in the same district, another judge ruled in my stead against the snark mods. Like, what the do you mean the snark mods? Is that even a copyright case? I don't know. Maybe it is. I haven't really been paying close attention. Very strange behavior from a 40-year-old man with children. But I guess it's going to continue happening until like the rest of the internet, like the commentary sphere, turns around and goes, dude, give it up. Enough. Gucci bag time. Let it go. You know, let it go, man. Let it go. What are you doing? I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts and we will be proceeding with the appeal immediately. I think he's just literally trying to. I mean, he has so much money.
You could live. You have multiple houses that are over $15 million. Am I exposing something?
No, people wrote articles about it.
Okay. Well, you have multiple properties.
His friend Asmold calls E a patriot for appealing. Asmongold reacts to Ethan Klein deciding to appeal in his lawsuit against Denham's patriot.
Filing and appeal. So we lost the Denham's case, but
dude, can you imagine it, like me doing this to more Pegaslop, for example? We know what they would say, right? We know what they would say. They were like, oh, Hassan can't take criticism at all. But of course, when Ethan is doing it, they're like against, an a woman on the internet. It's like, yeah, it's so based.
We are appealing. According to the judge, you can react to any piece of copyrighted work in its entirety immediately upon release, so long as you pause occasionally. You can even explicitly state your intention is to steal money and traffic from the original source. This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods.
You were joking about Pegasus and they lost their shit over it, Lamau. I know.
I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts and we will be proceeding with the appeal. Patriot. Oh, man. I love to see it. That's right. That's right. Thank God. Yep, there it is. Sounds like a fat.
Could you please say the word epaulette for us real quick? Okay. Why?
100% accept whatever the court finds because I just trust their judgment, their experience, their expertise, all the way. So shout out to this wonderful judge.
Asman literally made his career off of this area of law. Yeah, he's so stupid. All he does is react to content. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is win-win for him, right? I assume he doesn't even think at all. But I suspect that if he were to think about this critically, he would realize that this is not going to go anywhere. But if it would go somewhere, it would destroy his career. It would set a new precedent that would make it so that it's impossible. He restreamed your entire Rokana interview with limited commentary just to use it as an example. He has no self-preservation skills. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Ethan. I'm totally on board with him because, yeah, it's just ridiculous. How the fuck can you go and do that? How can you go and do that and somehow...
How can you go and do that? How can you go and do that?
There isn't something clearly wrong. I mean, yes, obviously there's something that's a female judge confirmed. Well, I don't know really what...
Bro, your audience is so dumb. Oh my God. Female judge confirmed? That's awesome. DI judge, brother. It's got to be so cool to live in this universe where you're like, well, even if it was a male judge, he was behaving like a female, which we hate.
That is, I have no idea at all. So yeah, and yeah, shit judges happen. Yeah, Denham's got to the judge. Well, I don't know why they made the ruling. I have no idea. Maybe the judge.
Why are you, wait, what? So why are you commentating on it like this? I mean, I do this too from time to time, but like, you've spoken about these cases far more than I have. How do you have no understanding of what took place? Like, what? It's very confusing. What's also confusing is like he just refuses to read the court decision, like what the judge's decision is, because, you know, obviously it's not going to favor whatever position he's trying to generate here. But it is very funny that there are just a lot of people out there who are like, no, I want the head empty, no thoughts ass commentary on this issue as well. FOMOA, Ethan issued podcast losses, copyright lawsuit against pro Palestine content creator Denims, with the judge citing Klein's own precedent to rule in favor of the defendant. Ethan Klein then doxed her on his IG account and said he's going to appeal. Isn't Issue's whole thing watching and reacting to stuff? How hypocritical must it be to think you have any right to sue someone over something you've also earned money doing? Yeah. What is this? Hello, Hassan the Hun. Would you like me as a wife? That's crazy that you just posted your own tweet with 1 like. I mean, shoot your shot, queen, I guess. Anyway, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Wayne Gretzky. That stumped me a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the internet is on his side, but who knows?
Judge didn't like Ethan. Maybe they just made a bad decision. Maybe they misunderstood the case, or maybe
You don't wait. I'm sorry. Your cope is that the judge made a bad decision, didn't like Ethan Klein, and misunderstood the case, as opposed to you, guy who just said, I don't really know enough of the details of why the judge decided the way that he did.
it just happened. Yeah, Denims got to the judge. Well, I don't know why they made the ruling. I have no idea. Maybe the judge didn't like Ethan. Maybe they just made a bad decision. Maybe they misunderstood the case, or maybe their viewpoint just simply is not the same viewpoint that other people have. I'm not sure, but I agree with and I support Ethan, and I hope that Ethan is able to get justice. I think that's what happens. That's what should happen, at least, right?
Huh. I wonder if there's a secret third thing out there, which is that the judge actually did know what he was doing and didn't really care for Ethan Klein one way or another, and was able to issue an impartial decision on pre-existing precedent that Ethan Klein had set with his successful lawsuit that created the boundaries of what we know as fair use. That same liberty that you, Asmongold, and myself, Hassan Ivy Piker, enjoy on a daily basis. Perhaps that's the reason why, this happened the way it did. But what the f do I know? What is this? Nick Fuentes cannot understand why you have so many
This is on
followers.
its way back, I think. Yeah, you got people like Hassan Piker. I don't know how he has such a big following. Like he's got like crazy numbers. Like why do you think that is? Why do you think people even follow that guy? He's like a performative male.
Well, I think the only
Why did he just Why did he just turn around and look at the camera so hard? That's so weird.
Crazy numbers. Like why do you think that is? Why do you think people even follow that guy? He's like a performative male.
well, I think the only
Why did he do that? He's like why did he, well, he's like a performative male. The f happened there, man?
reason he's got a platform is because he's the only one left on Twitch.
This is the ultimate cope. Asmongold is a bigger content creator than me on this platform, man. What is it? That's the sex pestiny cope. Oh, if I was still on Twitch, like I would be the #1 guy.
Dude, stop acting like you're the #1 guy in this group, man. I'm the #1 guy in this group.
And that's why I'll never end my conquest against him. Hopefully one day.
It's the same reason why Ben Shapiro used to be the #1 conservative. And you look at that guy and say, he's not funny. He's not charming.
Yeah. Famously, everyone else got banned off of YouTube. That's why Ben Shapiro was the #1 guy.
He's not charismatic. Why is he so big? Oh, yeah. Every one of his competitors got censored. He was the only one left standing on Facebook and YouTube.
By the way, I don't know who this dildo is, but between him and Nick Fuentes, I know Nick Fuentes has been deplatformed pretty aggressively, and he's been prosecuted at times for doing January 6th, obviously. So that's fairly valid prosecution in my opinion. But nowadays, I'm more prosecuted than he is. You mean? Bitch, you never got banned from an entire country? Like, what are we talking about? It's so funny. This is always the cope. Even back in the day when I first got on Twitch and I was growing, I would get banned all the time because I have a lot of these like weirdo neo-Nazi hate watchers. Yes, persecuted, prosecuted. I mean, he was literally prosecuted. I'm being persecuted. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Or maybe even allegedly being prosecuted. Who knows? This is what the federal government, according to Fox News, is saying. But here's the thing. Even back in the day, Trey Rex and all these other guys would always be like, Hassan, you do PG-13 content, you do woke content, you do Disney-style content, you do Disney politics. It's like, bitch, I was getting banned more than everybody else. Like, what are you talking about? Even back then, I would get banned far more than my right-wing counterparts were getting banned. It's so stupid.
Because they banned Alex Jones and Gavin McInnes and that whole like first wave, let's say, of internet creators. And it's the same thing with Hassan Piker. Twitch, you can't say, they consider that like a slur. You can't say, so many things on Twitch.
Dog, you can't even say, well, at the time, you couldn't even say cracker. So again,
they banned literally everybody. Forget even about right-wing people, just everybody. So I think he's kind of just the last man standing.
Right.
Wokeness is on its way.
Yeah. Got your ops huffing copium. I mean, I'll be honest. I would rather have my ops huff copium than like unironically advocate to assassinate me or to like mass harass any journalist that dares to cover me in any way, shape, or form, which is apparently what Epstein is now going to do. That's what he said he's going to do. Kick streamer Destiny is now instructing his audience to harass any journalist or content creator who collaborates with Hassan and claims someone is going to die very soon. Somebody's going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure, he said. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. Somebody's going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. Just as a heads up, I am going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. In a deranged rant, Destiny praises Asmongold and XQC for having integrity while crying over Pokimane and Philip DeFranco for staying friends with Hassan. Now, what's really interesting about this is, of course, one, the classic case of projection where he will turn around and say Hassan is doing the things that, he's actually doing.
Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your cell phone at home and stop taking stupid videos, okay? Because everybody's you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a drawer, and listen, if you want to wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't take a video picture of it, okay? Jesus. Okay, yeah.
Point me to the next journalist that gives him a softball interview, and I will dedicate my entire fan base and weeks of my time to emailing, tweeting, spamming this person off the internet. Actually, I'm sick and tired of people like Hassan the Hun getting a free pass by Twitch and DJ Clancy to openly dox and infinitely harass every single person online that they deem to be unworthy or inferior to them. Every single person who continues to platform this creepy fuck with zero pushback is responsible for him and the disgusting cultish fan base of freaks and abusers that he openly supports and gives credit to. I feel like he's just yelling at a mirror. It's kind of surreal how much he's like, in the first half of the paragraph, openly admitting that he is going to continue doing something that he's been doing already. And then in the second half of the paragraph says, I'm doing that. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not actually doing that at all. Also, fuck every single streamer who collaborates with this abusive piece of shit who's too fucking scared or too obsessed with their own clout to ever call him out for it. Besides at XUC and at Asmongold, I'm not sure I've seen a single other creator in the space who has the actual integrity to say literally anything about him. It's just infinite capitulation for people like Pokimane Lol. Oops, that was our employee who wrote that whole statement and canceled that episode. Lol. At Ludwig Ogren, we're just coworkers, guys. Lol. Philly D, got to make sure to email Hassan and get his side of the story before I publish. Ah ha 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 ha, etc., etc., etc. It's gross how complacent the whole space is with this disgusting freak. You definitely sound normal with this rant. I definitely, I definitely come across as like the deranged person here, I think. Also, he's just mad at Philip DeFranco for asking for my side, which is like normal, asking for a comment. I'm dying. They literally did the meme. They did. This isn't the first time he's called on his audience to target Hassan in public. He previously advocated to live track Hassan's location so someone could kill him. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hassan hater, he should create a Track Hassan X account that posts his current location when he's out at protests. Yeah, strange stuff. He's just crashing out big time because he fucked up his own case and evidence spoilage. Yeah, the thing is, I just don't think he's gonna stop at any point. Like I don't know. I don't know how to make him stop. I guess like I don't even think he'd stop with a restraining order, honestly. It's been like 7 years at this point, and he's just only gotten sadder and sadder. Yeah, it all comes back to these 2019 logs when he was jealous of you. That's pretty fucking irritating to hear. Like when all these articles are just getting written, people like Hassan are creating a safer space on Twitch. Lol, I've done this for the past 3-4 years on my own. I don't get a salary from some company or some support from investigators or some type shit. I've done all this work on my own for so fucking long. The idea that someone coming into the safe space that I've created almost on my own because of my relentless presence on all these shows and then try to accuse me of not belonging here, lol, seems pretty shitty. Do you see why though? I knew this was always going to happen this way. Do you know how frustrating it is? It's been over the past year watching people in my fan base bleed over to Hassan because we share the same conclusions, even though I knew the entire time we're fundamentally different. If you want to know where his villain arc started, where he literally went from like being a Bernie bro social democrat kind of guy who used to say things like Israel is an apartheid state to basically warping his entire worldview and flipping the script on it and like repositioning himself as this like rabid neoliberal who hates the left almost more than he hates the right, seemingly. This is the reason. It's all spite. Yeah, honestly, I think you could perfectly justify attacking killing Hassan IRL for statements like this. Even Nazi weren't this blatant. This is just so far beyond the pale. 3 of my biggest stalkers, if anyone else wants to investigate. And then it's literally doc spins. Like he's just straight up posting doc spins. Spoiler alert, this person's full doc since he removed the last one. What the fuck? Have I ever posted stuff in here? Full docs public yet? If someone is bored, please relink this person's docs. I am just hardcore doxing anyone I can find information on now. So now their docs are getting posted. Also, if anyone has the full doc, like he's just like so openly doxing people, both in his own like community as well for opposing him and just anyone else. Just a heads up, I do not support anyone going after Connor's family, but since Connor's defending people who are making arguments about going against my family and someone might act on that, if someone did go after Connor's family, I think they would see that as fully justified, by the way. And then he turns around and he's like, why am I banned? Do you feel bad for making him go crazy? No, man, I don't. He's a 40-year-old guy. He could just not do any of this shit. It's kind of crazy because like he could have just straight up been a cookie cutter neoliberal Democrat instead of spending the last 7 years of his life actively trying to make my life worse. If he just focused all that time, energy, and initiative on, I don't know, focusing on politics, like actually trying to make an impact in the realm of politics and wasn't such a creepy, narcissistic sex cult leader and instead genuinely had a vision that he wanted to, you know, enact some sort of change on, he could have been fine. Like it just stick to debating some of the dumbest mouth breathing right wingers and you would have been fine. D agrees with Asmold that Western culture is superior to Muslims. They've been glazing each other back and forth. Yeah, I know. They all operate off of like one singular thing. I'm the number one op. So even if they supposedly hate one another because like Asmongold is the biggest Trumpy and Destiny is supposed to hate Donald Trump more than anything else, they literally don't mind dropping all of that stuff aside because that's just totally secondary. It's just pure theater for these guys. Politics for them is a game. It's just a game of theater, and it's all just advancing their own personal narcissistic desires. It's a way to like galvanize their audiences to make it seem like that their audiences are on board, that their audiences are doing something. Do you think Pokey, Ludwig, or Philip will respond? No, are you crazy? You think these guys don't know what both Asmongold and Destiny's audiences do? Why the do you think they're so quiet whenever these guys do insane shit? Their whole dude, it's ironic because Destiny will constantly talk about like how I'm bullying people. Every single content creator in this space knows exactly how Asmongold operates, knows exactly how Aiden Ross operates, knows exactly how Destiny operates. They literally never talk about these people for that reason. Not because they like agree with them politically or whatever. It's because they're just like terrified of being on the receiving end of, a 7-year smear campaign that I have experienced. Yeah. Everybody else sees the harassment that I receive and they don't want any part of it. And why should they? I do understand why people would shy away from it.
Anti-Western, I guess, if that makes sense. Because like
Destiny explains why he thinks Hassan always loses to Asmongold in their verbal spats on Twitch, especially in this format. Asmongold will always win because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly. Hassan is having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here. I like that Destiny is saying Asmongold will always defeat Hassan because I agree with him that Muslims are an inferior people to the superior Westerners. And it's like, and he's supposed to be this liberal guy.
I want to be very, very, very clear here because people seem to misunderstand this. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. I am Islamophobic, and I hate Islam. I'm an atheist, yes. I will make Islamophobic jokes because I do hate Islam, and I am Islamophobic.
Anyway, very strange behavior overall. Don't understand it. I feel like there are way more productive things to do. But even like he designed like a whole ground game group, right? DGG. What is it? Digital ground game. And the entire thing, the entire like supposed door knocking operation, canvassing operation is dedicated to posting online against Destiny's enemies and like begging them to kill themselves or begging them to debate Destiny and like try to carve out relevance for Destiny. It's like so strange. Can you imagine if I was like redirecting the Democratic Socialists of America to fight against Destiny all the time? If I was like, hey, can we get some DSA accounts to like constantly tweet about Destiny? That would be insane, right? And no one would do that anyway. That would be an insane thing. It's like, be a adult. The f wrong with you? But for so many people, this is their only introduction to politics. Like, there are a lot of people who legitimately think this is the purest expression of politics, especially on the internet.
And I sadly hurt the other Ayatollah.
So welcome to the Axios show.
Thank you.
We wanted to make this more of a conversation than a typical interview where we're just going to hop around from topics to topic. And we wanted to do, Axios likes to do one big thing.
Okay.
And so the one big thing we want to talk about is power and how you think about it and how you wield it.
He's like, I'm so bored. What are we doing here? Where is Swan? Swan is not at Axios anymore. I think he went over to New York Times. He got hit with the woke beam. I love Dementia Donnie. I don't. I will love Dementia Donnie if Dementia Donnie accidentally arrives at the correct point and has like that moment of honesty and truth that he sometimes has, right? Where he'll turn around and be like, Israel's wrecking this deal. They've gone far beyond what they should have been allowed to do. And I'm going to put an end to it. I'm doing an arms embargo. If Donald Trump does an arms embargo or a fuel embargo, jet fuel embargo on Israel, oh my Lord, dude. I mean, it probably will never happen. And it doesn't even need to get there. All it needs to be is a threat of an arms embargo on Israel. I'm sure Israel will turn around and unload the maximum amount of blackmail, bots released that just like show Donald Trump with the AI footage or maybe real footage, who knows, with children. Who knows? Who knows what they'll do? I'm telling you, these next like 65 days are the most consequential days for the Zionist lobby and all of its Hasbara operations, its influence peddling operations. This is where it will be tested. Donald Trump basically needs to come out and say this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
What is it about Xi that you find most admirable?
So we have a very good relationship. And you probably heard me say yesterday, I said, I want to thank him because he didn't get involved with the whole thing with Iran. He could have gotten involved. He could have sent a nice oil ship surrounded by 12 destroyers and see if he could blast his way through the blockade, which was an unbelievable military. I think it's going to go down as one of the great military maneuvers. It was every bit as important as all the bombing we did. It really, they were dying. They had no money, no nothing for months. But President Xi, I asked him, I said, I'd really appreciate you not getting involved. And he was great. He didn't get involved. And I think if somebody else.
I think Trump love for Xi is very one way. Yeah, it is. All these guys know exactly how to manipulate Trump. And not only that, but they also don't really need to do much because they already have the motion. Let's be real. Donald Trump wants to run the United States of America in the exact same way that Putin is running Russia. That's what he wants. And that's probably the most advanced version of this kind of like autocracy. Erdogan, to a lesser degree, runs Turkey in a similar manner. And Donald Trump wants that. So he already has a lot of reverence for these people. He already has a lot of respect and reverence for these people because they're kind of, they're doing what he wants to do. There's a level of jealousy almost. As far as China goes, I mean, obviously this is very different. Like the Chinese form of governance is very different than the Russian form of governance and the Turkish form of governance. There's like an obvious party apparatus, a meritocratic approach to the bureaucracy within the party system, and the party's ultimate goals are obviously to undermine the forces of capital, and they've done so very successfully. I'm not going to get into it. It's much more complicated than that. But like from his perspective, he looks at China and he thinks, oh, it's the same thing. Xi Jinping commands the respect and is a legitimate leader of a unbelievably powerful sovereign nation, and Donald Trump respects that. He wants that for himself. And same thing with Modi in India to a lesser degree, but like basically those are the reasons why he already has a lot of reverence for these people, and that reverence even extends to Kim Jong-un, right? Kim Jong-un runs the DPRK. Trump respects that, and he likes that. He likes that, and he wants that for himself here in the United States of America, right? All of these different forms of leadership that I just explained to you, they're not the same, but from his perspective, it is the same. They're very different systems, but from Trump's perspective, he just sees like banners, fealty, loyalty, almost complete control over the functions of government, and he thinks to himself, I want this in America for myself. So he already respects that quite a bit. And then also on top of that, these guys will throw parades for Trump, and then he loves that shit. So he's easily manipulated when he sees a leader that he actually respect him back, albeit that praise is probably fake. He that has a lot of staying power with him. It was a big part of the reason why he hated the European leadership, because the European leadership openly showed their disdain for him in the first term, and then in the second term, the European leadership have actually vassalized themselves. They're so unbelievably openly servile that Trump correctly perceives that as weakness. And he doesn't respect that. He doesn't respect the Democratic Party for the same exact reason. I'm willing to bet Trump has far more respect for the IRGC and the supreme leadership and the Iranian, like the Islamic Republic of Iran, than he does for the Democratic Party. Why? Because he had to fight it. He had to fight them, and he lost, and all of a sudden the dynamic shifted, so he has a lot more reverence for those guys. I promise you, it seems so stupid, it seems so crazy if you think about it with like American exceptionalism in mind, but Donald Trump is truly a different kind of American leader, and oftentimes that's not better than previous leaders, but in certain instances, it can be better than previous leaders who are ideologically minded and invested in the continuation of American hegemony. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about American hegemony. He only gives a shit about Donald Trump. Yeah, and by the way, this isn't like a crazy far-fetched conspiracy. He has openly revealed this. He said, Kim's people sit up when he speaks. I want my people to do the same. This was back in 2018. Trump to Axios, by the way, in this interview that we were watching, says, unfortunately, I've hurt the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was seriously injured while showing courage. So let's get back to this, and we'll continue.
Else would have said that. I don't think somebody else would have even asked him that, but I did. I get along with him well. He's a strong man. He's no games. He won't sit down and say, "Oh, what a beautiful day! This is a wonderful day, Mark. Look how beautiful! Look at the sunshine." There's none of that stuff. It's like all business, which I like. I think it's great.
Is there something about the Chinese system that you think advantages him and his country that you wish you had here?
Well, it's actually supposed to be a disadvantage. You know, we have the entrepreneurship and all the things you read about, but they're there just about as quick as we are. You know, you go to something's hot, and we get there, and the Chinese are standing there before us. Or we beat them by a little bit. But I'll tell you, we're beating them on AI. We have the strongest military in the world. We have the most powerful military in the world. He admitted to me, you have the most powerful. I did a great job. I rebuilt our military in the first term.
Obviously, if I ask you who are the two greatest or leaders you like the most on the world stage? I'd assume one of them is Xi.
Yeah, I think in terms of
Hey, JD Pondon, baby. Look, I'm not one of these people that'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe he's saying that our he likes the leader of our greatest foreign adversary. What the it's not bad. Trump literally doing the U.S. military when they see oil meme and he championed himself as different from the Cheney neocon class. He is different from the Cheney neocon class. No Dick Cheney acolyte is ever going to turn around and be like, yes, Xi Jinping is my favorite global leader. These are the types of things that no other American president will ever say. As a matter of fact, when Joe Biden said something that was not that offensive at all, I think he said, like, we have to just like compete with China, but we don't have to wage war with China, something along those lines. The entire political apparatus pounced on him. There is so much freedom in just not giving a about what the media class and what the political class has to say. I think it's important to be bold and to be brave. If you are a democratic socialist, you should keep this attitude in mind. It doesn't matter if the forces of capital will pounce on you. You can be bold and brave as long as you have confidence in your message, as long as you have that moral clarity, you have that moral conviction. Donald Trump obviously doesn't have the moral clarity or moral conviction, but he certainly has a good deal of confidence in delivering this message. And he is rewarded endlessly for it. He's rewarded regardless of his awful platform. You have to remember that, because like it's not like his platform is offering anything new or good to the working class, and yet he's still rewarded with fealty, unbelievable fealty that he earns from these moments where he is bold and brave. And he cuts through the noise where he's like, I don't care. Yes, Xi Jinping, he runs the country like a Swiss watch, and I like it.
leadership, I think that's true.
Well, who's the other? When you think of power and leverage and the ability to execute on that.
Well, I think Modi is very good, yeah. And they've had some very good numbers announced. He stays out of wars, which is smart. He's 1.5 billion people. He's actually the biggest. India's actually the biggest. And Modi's a great leader, and we do a lot of business with them, but now we do fair business. They used to really rip us off. I don't blame them for that. You know, we had stupid politicians, but that allowed that to happen. But now we do a lot of business. They're not that happy about it because they used to do a lot better. So, but Modi's great. President Xi is great. But there are a lot of great leaders out there, and there are a lot of really bad ones.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
I know. Who's the bad?
Europe. Democrats, all the liberals in Europe, Keir Starmer. And Loki, he's not even wrong. Like, they do suck. I mean, obviously, he is probably one of the worst leaders, but like, he's right when he says the Democrats and all these other guys are dog shit, right?
Who are the two weakest?
Well, I can't say that because
you're the president.
I can't say. JCPOA, the Obama nuclear catastrophe, which was so bad. When Obama left, he didn't hit their military.
Sure.
He didn't damage their Navy or destroy their Air Force. I destroyed the Air Force. I destroyed their anti-aircraft weapons. That's why we were flying over there totally unimpeded. We turned off all the stealth. They couldn't do a damn thing. He didn't do any of that stuff. He didn't kill their leadership. I did twice, 2.5 times to be exact.
Wouldn't them having no military make the MOU even more embarrassing? Yeah, obviously it's bullshit, dude. And it's so funny because like they have to do some sort of face saving exercise here because like obviously there's a higher priority of like maintaining American military dominance, regardless of how stupid that is to try and advance in this very moment when it's very clear that American force projection capabilities are nowhere near what people perceive them to be in the past. And that's why they have to be like, oh, well, we destroyed their Navy. We destroyed their Air Force. Okay, so you're doing this MOU out of the kindness of your heart? No. Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? You just really wanted to give a big shout out to Iran? Is that what it is?
He didn't do anything to Soleimani. I killed Soleimani.
And you killed the Ayatollah.
And I killed the
And
Ayatollah.
a number of IRGC officials.
And I
most-
sadly hurt the other Ayatollah.
Holy shit.
Who I will tell you, I did not meet him. I did not speak to him, but people were speaking to him. But he's got a certain braveness because he's badly.
Glaze, well, you know this already. when Trump starts glazing the foreign adversary leadership, this is again, it's giving me more confidence. He only does this. Trump only does this if he is losing and he's recognized defeat. He did this with Ansar Allah as well. He was like, they're brave guys. We shot them dead, but they kept fighting. This is the way Trump capitulates, because in his mind, he's so narcissistic that he thinks like, oh, if I'm actually conceding on anything, then it must be a worthy adversary. Because in his mind, he'll never concede to a weak leader, right? He does not lose to weak opponents. He doesn't even recognize that he has lost, obviously. He will never say that out loud. But whenever he actually finds himself offering concessions to an enemy, an adversary, an opponent, that means that that opponent is actually brilliant, brave, and strong.
For those people that say, oh, maybe I wasn't tough enough, I've wiped out. I took out their biggest bridge because they showed up late at the meeting. They said, that wasn't very nice. You know that bridge? That's their George Washington Bridge. I wiped it out in 3 minutes. I took out Carg Island, everything except one thing. I said, leave the pipes alone because, you know, I'm not looking to damage the world economy. So I think we were very tough. The people, listen, the people that say, oh, he could have been tougher. The entire military is gone. Ready? Air Force is gone. Do you agree? It's gone.
Wiped out.
There's no airplane.
Yes.
There's no airplanes. They had a lot of them. They had 200 of them. They're all gone.
Well, they didn't really have a robust Air Force. And what they were able to accomplish with their limited Air Force, many of the fleets are like 50 years old at this point. These are like old American gear that they had purchased with no new parts. These are all jerry-rigged airplanes. They were still capable of maneuvering through the American defenses and strike the bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. It's unbelievable what they were able to pull off. Holy shit, his hand is actually deformed. What the fuck? I just realized it is. What is that color, man?
Navy, 159 ships, right? All at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah. Look. Yeah, he says Iran's F-5 pilots who flew below 50 feet and bombed the U.S. military base in Kuwait. The pilots say the crew dropped under 50 feet, 10 times lower than the 500-foot training standard, holding total radio silence past Patriot batteries, AWACS, active radar sites, and Kuwaiti F-18 patrols. They flew so low across the Gulf that 2 ship decks sat above the jet, sailors looking down as it passed between the hulls. Power plants and refineries sat exposed the whole route. They ignored everyone and put the bombs on Camp Buehring in Kuwait's North Desert. Now, that is the reason why the friendly fire incident took place, because what they were capable of doing with F-5s, by the way, there's evidence that this is real. I don't know if I don't know if they're exaggerating how low they were flying, but I do know that they were capable of evading all of the surveillance that America had in the region and did actually unironically blow up with direct munitions from the F-5s, both in Kuwait and also in Bahrain as well. Which, by the way, Kuwait is even more impressive because it's further down, further away. And here's the thing. That created such a security incident in Kuwait that the Kuwaiti Air Force accidentally shot down 2 of the American fighter jets because they did not know, in that panic moment, they did not know if it was an Iranian fighter jet or if it was an American one. We were wondering how the Ghost of Kuwait incident took place. Now we know, 3, sorry, not 2, 3. 3 F-15s were downed by 1 Kuwaiti fighter pilot. And by the way, there are videos of the F-5 pilots practicing this maneuver. This footage being circulated on Iranian channels from 15 years ago. What you see moving, hovering over the water is not a motorboat. It's an Iranian Army Phantom fighter jet. Look, I'm not a plane autist. I'm not a plane autist by any means, but this is unbelievable maneuvering, okay? That is so insanely low that any mistake and it's over. At that altitude, at that speed, you hit the water, it's the same as concrete. It's done. No survivors. These are insanely old planes too. Again, these are F-5s, dude. These are 50-year-old fighter jets with no new components because of the blockade, because of the embargo. They don't even have new components in them. They've been jerry-rigging these things. This is the difference. Necessity breeds ingenuity because Iran correctly recognizes that their war is existential, that they have been forced into this position. Pilot has a better grasp on the boundaries of the plane than I do with my car when I'm parking. Yes. And think about all the assistance that you get. They don't have that. It's a 60-year-old fighter jet, man. They don't have any of the new tech that would aid in maintaining low altitude. They got nothing. It's just a hope and a dream.
And I actually think it's regime change, if you want to know the truth. It's these are different people.
How is it regime change if you have...
Because they're different people.
But you have Khamenei Jr., you still have a lot of IRGC officials there.
They're different people.
All right.
Khamenei Jr. is different from the father.
You have a number
And we have people that are much less radicalized than the previous two groups, of which I knew them both. But think of it. Oh, why aren't you tougher? The only way I can get tougher is if I go in there for another 2 or 3 weeks and continue to bomb the hell out of them, right? But what does that get us? The Strait of Hormuz will not be open. Let's say I did that. Let's say I decided to do that. It was a decision I had to make. So right now, our stock market is through the roof. The oil prices are tumbling. The oil prices are practically the same as they were before I started. The big difference.
See, this is, at the end of the day, this is what it's about. This is why Iran won. It's not, Iran does not have the capability of defeating America militarily. There's no world where like all of that equipment, all that technology in a head-to-head matchup, Iran is going to be able to defeat America. But that's not how wars are fought, and that's not how wars are won. It's never supposed to be a fair fight. Of course, they're going to engage in asymmetric battle and behave like an insurgency, take advantage of their topography as they have. And that's one of the most brilliant aspects of their production, their productive forces, is that they literally exist underground. They've taken advantage of their topography. It's a very mountainous region, and these missile silos are literally deep underground, so underground that it's like virtually impossible for bunker buster missiles that have been designed specifically to penetrate these deep underground facilities. They're designed in a way where they can't even reach the facilities. And remember, they also did this without the Houthis. They did this without even closing off Bab el-Mandeb, the second strait that they have the capacity by way of the Houthis to close up. Prior to President Trump signing the memorandum of understanding with Iran, his advisors were flagging to him for weeks that global oil stockpiles were dwindling and the window to prevent the reserves from falling to critically depleted levels was closing. Trump yesterday at his press conference in France conceded to that likelihood before he signed the peace deal with Iran. This is also part of the reason why I said, like, America doesn't just wage wars against foreign adversaries. Like, they have a lot of additional responsibilities. With great power comes great responsibility. America is the hegemonic superpower. So it has made a promise to the rest of the world that they have to keep things stable. They are responsible for the fragility of the global capitalist system. And at the end of the day, that fragility yields promise for the foreign adversaries, especially when there is such close proximity to centers of profit. Iran used the geographic limitations of the Strait of Hormuz to its advantage. America can't just go, all right, we're blowing everything up. America is the shepherd and the torch carrier of this global system of capitalism. And therefore, the American president has a lot of responsibility to the forces of capital. And if the forces of capital are like, this is too much volatility, we're no longer making money, you're actually the board up, they have to retreat. They have to manage a negotiated response. They have to literally say, all right, we're done with the fighting. We're done with the war. We will concede to your demands. There's nothing that they can do in this situation. America's perceived power becomes America's weakness overnight. And that's precisely what happened here. The Middle East correspondent for The Economist, Greg Carlstrom, says, and we should remember that for now, the key question is not does Iran say Hormuz is open, but rather do shippers fear Hormuz might be closed? Whatever the official statements, a sense of uncertainty will have a detrimental effect on traffic. See also Bob El-Mandeb. It is neither the U.S. nor Iran that determine whether the Hormuz is open or not. It's shipping and insurance companies. So he has to also manage this negotiation well, because as long as there's instability, shippers are obviously going to say, maybe there's too much volatility for us. We don't know if the Strait of Hormuz has actually been demined successfully. We don't know. There's no guarantee from the Iranian side that they will refuse to open fire on ships.
Here's the thing. In Venezuela, it was so incredible, right?
Yep.
And we waited and waited. And at the right time, I said, let's go do it now. We waited for the weather. We had to wait 6 days. We had some really bad weather. You know, the pilot said, sir, we want to do it. We went in less than ideal. They didn't care. And it actually lasted 48 minutes. And this is an arm, you know, they have a lot of soldiers there, a lot of good soldiers. If you look at Iran, they've been doing this stuff for 47 years. They've been taunting you and everybody else, all of the media, everything. They're very good with the press. They have a great fake media. And I put out a truth a little while ago. I said, if I had the white flag of surrender raised, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Trump is the greatest president, we hereby surrender, the New York Times would write that they won the war. They've lost so much credibility. So it's a very different kind of a place than Venezuela. But Venezuela, you know.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. At least he recognizes that now. Oh, it turns out the Iranian government was designed very differently than the Venezuelan government. Because remember, the reason why this is significant is because he literally believed when Benjamin Netanyahu was like, yeah, you'll just go in there. You'll just go in there. It'll be just like Venezuela. It'll be so easy. It'll be so awesome. He was like, yeah, that seems good. That seems to be real. Nope. Turns out, not like Venezuela at all. The problem is, Cuba, in some respects, is similar. And that's what he's talking about here. He's like literally saying, like, and this is him calling his next shot. And I do worry about this as well. We have to fight back against this as well. Because again, senseless militarism, senseless warfare, senseless amounts of death and destruction. He's going to try it again, especially because he has more perceived weakness. He's going to try to get a W here. He's going to try to secure a W here. And most likely try to conquer Cuba. I know Cuba has done a lot of privatization initiatives now. They're actively trying to save their country. We'll get to that in a little bit, but libs won't stop the invasion of Cuba. I know. Well, we'll do our very best to make sure that that doesn't happen.
We're running Venezuela with the people that we.
Do you see the Cuba operation running similarly to the way?
Possibly,
Venezuela?
it's possible.
This is what I despise. I hate hearing this. It's so callous the way that we talk about other countries. There are people that live there. There are people who have dreams. There are children. There are babies. There are good people, bad people. And the way that we just talk about foreign nations, the way we get to talk about foreign nations is genuinely disgusting. It is literally sociopathic. It is every bit the same, energy-wise, as what you hear from Itamar Ben-Gvir. Sure, he won't say like, oh, we're going to kill, Cuban mothers for the crime of our mothers crying or whatever. But like, it's the same energy. It's the same principle. It's so dehumanizing. And then we justify this kind of reaction. We justify this kind of attitude because, all of our foreign adversaries are barbaric animals, right? Like they're lesser beings than we are. That's our attitude. This kind of psychopathic behavior, in my opinion, makes us the barbarians, okay? It doesn't make them the barbarians that must be tamed. We are the barbarians that must be tamed. It's disgusting. The history of colonial conquest has always been justified by taming the beast, the barbarians, the lesser beings. Okay, that's not new. It's totally the oldest propaganda in the book. Manifest Destiny was the exact same. It was the ideology that justified chattel slavery. Yeah, white man's burden, that sort of thing. It's always been the same. It's always been the same.
Look at what's happening with prices. Now they're coming down, and with the oil, they're really coming down. I had to make an excursion to stop a very volatile group of people that are smart, very smart. You know, the Iranians, very smart people. They're sort of primitive genius, but they're smart.
I mean,
okay? I had to stop them because if they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And you want to see Bedlam? Let them blow up a couple of cities someplace like they would have blown up Israel. If it weren't for me, Israel would not exist today because I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama deal, the JCP.
This is the best. I personally love whenever he brings up the JCPOA because only Trump gets to do this, where he can point to a pivotal accomplishment of a former leader that he hates that was far better than the current one by American standards, by the American government standards. I don't personally care, obviously, because I care about justice. I care about what's, moral, what's just. And by that standard, yes, the Donald Trump MOU is far better than the JCPOA. But from the perspective of like America, the entity, it's a far worse deal, right? That's why so many people are losing their minds, because their expectation is, of course, we get to dominate all of our enemies. Of course, we get to do whatever the we want. These sanctions are supposed to be permanent. Why does Iran get to sell their oil? Like that's the working mentality of the American foreign policy apparatus. So from that perspective, this is a huge, ginormous instance of defeat. Now, given the fact that the blob and the foreign policy apparatus's goals are outright antagonistic to the goals and the needs of the American working class, you shouldn't actually worry about this at all. However, it is very funny that he will then go to the media and say, remember when Barack Obama did the JCPOA, which was objectively better than the MOU deal that we're currently signing off on? Yeah, that was actually far worse. That was far worse, actually. No one believes that, man. The very same people that are Zionists themselves, ideologically or paid to be, bribed to be Zionists, will look to this current MOU and then will compare it to the JCPOA, which they despised at the time openly, and say, oh my God, we didn't know how good we had it. Because their ultimate goal is Israel's goals. And Israel's goals are to destroy Iran, right? To dominate Iran, to destroy Iran, to destabilize Iran economically. That's why that's the interests that these sanctions served for decades. In any case, hello. How are you? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Hi.
Because when that war started, I guess my biggest surprise, almost immediately, missiles were flying at these 5 other countries. I said, why is he doing it? And you know what that did? That brought those 5 countries right into my lap. They were great.
And last one, artificial intelligence.
Excuse me, just 1 second. If it weren't for Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu worked well with me, but he will tell you, we're the ones with the guns, we're the ones with the whole deal, we're the ones with the B-2 bombers, etc. If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
Your relationship with Netanyahu's...
It's good, but we have to keep him a little bit sane.
Are you...
Bro, just unload. You are so bitch made. You're such a bitch, Donald. God damn, dude. We got to keep him a little bit sane. Just cook his ass. Unload. JD Vance understands the assignment. JD Vance knows what time it is. They are literally offloading all of the responsibility to Israel right now. At least those with ambitions of higher office, like J.D. Vance, recognize what the room looks like, are reading the room, and are straight up offloading all the responsibility to Israel, which is the spoiling party at this moment. It's also the inciting party for why this war started to begin with. Here's what JD is saying, by the way.
I do think that's...
But like, he is literally going on the Tucker Carlson Apologia tour right now, if you haven't noticed.
Sometimes, advocates of Israel or pro-Israel people in the United States.
Yeah, JD knows where the public is going and is trying to jump ahead of it and secure his distance from the administration on an unpopular issue. And all the expected rubes are falling for it. Sad. Yeah. Part of the reason why everyone is falling for it, by the way, is because they're desperate. They're hungry. And that hunger comes from the fact that no one on the opposing side is demonstrating any moral clarity on this issue at all. That's the problem. If the Democrats, because look, the way you present your coalition and the way you present the national opposition party to the Republican MAGA Trumpism matters. And for all of this timeline leading up to this very moment, if the Democrats have spent most of their time, energy, and their initiatives attacking their left flank as insurgents, as oppositional figures that they feel is an existential threat, rather than spending all that moment, all this time, on Trumpism, on Israel for how much they have manipulated American foreign policy, how much of the responsibility is actually in the hands of Israel. Instead of doing that, they yelled at the people who were doing that on their left flank. Then yeah, at this moment, there is a level of desperation for the public that will welcome this kind of response from J.D. Vance. If the Democrats, on the other hand, spent all this time on Israel and basically being the leader, showing the rest of the country that they were actually the leader of this Israel coalition, then J.D. Vance's statements in this moment would just come across as hollow. It would not come across as novel. It wouldn't come across as sincere. But because of that desperation from the public that have not heard this from anybody with the exception of maybe Zohran Mamdani at times, or maybe a couple fucking politicians that are running, that are getting yelled at by the rest of the Democratic Party, they hear this for the first time and they go, oh my God, he's brilliant.
Make two critical mistakes. One, on the one hand, is not delineating between America's interests and Israeli interests, because they're not always the same. But the second is always conflating criticism of a particular government with Jew hatred. Because if everything is Jew hatred, then nothing is Jew hatred. I actually think Jew hatred is very bad, which is why I think we have to be very careful about not calling it's kind of like how progressives for 20 years called everything racist. And if everything's racism, nothing is racism. And we have to be very careful not to, in order to serve a certain foreign policy objective, try to criticize.
Yeah, you know what's really annoying? I need to charge this motherfucker for biting my shit, dude. This is literally what I've been saying. Stealing my flow, bar for bar. He just gave the Hasanabi bullet points. What the Tucker's been doing this too. Obviously, I can't even take credit for this because he's probably cribbing Tucker's. J.D. Vance cannot be the highest government official that says this. Where is the Democratic Party?
Are you going to miss being in this White House?
Well, it's so early. I don't like to talk about it because, 2.5 years is a pretty long time, in all fairness. I love the building. I'm fixing the building. I do that in my little side hobby. You see the granite, they had stones that's broken, the marble's broken, the tile they have is garbage from a low-class place that sells garbage. This is the White House. You saw the white floor, I assume. You saw the beautiful granite. I fix it. I pay for it myself. I don't want money. And
I'm conflicted. Look at how excited he gets about this stuff. Like, you ask him about Xi Jinping, you ask him about Israel, you ask him about the Democrats. He's like, whatever. The moment you ask him about like renovations in the Oval Office, he's like, well, you know, I'm fixing it. I'm doing so much. He lights the up, dude. It is crazy. It's crazy how you can just tell what he sincerely likes to do. And it sucks because the things that he sincerely likes to do are also bad. And they're also objective failures, like the reflecting pool. He loves doing interior design. He loves doing architecture, and it's still all dog shit. Every part of this presidency has been ass. Things that he hates, ass. Things that he loves to do, ass. Book describes how after Trump redecorated the Oval Office to fill it with gold flourishes, someone asked the president about the likelihood that the next president would undo all that he's done. Trump said, Cubans love gold. Oh, he's talking about Marco Rubio. Okay, that's a not so subtle remark. Dunking on J.D. Vance as well.
All bulletproof glass. It's all drone-proof roofs. It's actually a drone port on the top of the roof with views of everything. It's very high up.
And you're going to be able to get there through the Senate. I know the Senate has
Well,
been
I don't
giving
need
a
it
lot of
through the
grief.
Senate. I'm paying for myself. I don't know what they're talking about giving $1 billion. I don't need money from the Senate. I'm putting up my own money and the money of very great patriots. Apple, Microsoft, you know, all. We don't need money. We have a judge that said he'd rather have it be put up by the government. Why? We're giving a gift of a tremendous military and also a very important ballroom for safety. You see how many, with all the whack jobs, all these crazy people, the bulletproof glass is this thick. Nothing gets through it. The drones won't hit it. They'll bounce off the roof. We're actually putting a drone port up that's very important, but we have a judge that probably doesn't like Donald Trump. Fortunately, we have appellate judges that, you know, have done okay with the appellate judges, but I have not done so well with some of these judges that probably have Trump derangement syndrome. But I will say, just in finishing,
by the way, because he was president already and because of the dominance of the Republican movement since his first tenure, most of the judges he's referencing are Republicans or his own personal appointments. And that's why it's so funny whenever he complains about like, Trump derangement syndrome judges. Cause like the Federalist Society has been such a domineering force in court appointments in this country since the 90s that most of the judges you arrive at are still going to be Republican appointments. And usually they're even his own personal appointments. It's just that he appointed these guys and then he took it too far. And even his own judges that he's appointed are like, yeah, well, we have to keep some semblance of power and some semblance of independence in the judiciary. So we're going to have to say no on this one, big dog. That's it. And he still turns around and goes, TDS. And it's like the guy that he's talking about is like a Trump appointed judge who's like, yeah, I don't think you should be able to shoot immigrants in the face without due process or something. And he'd be like, TDS. Or I don't think you can actually, I don't know, put your ass print on the side of this government facility. That seems a bridge too far. And he's like, TDS. I can't believe it. You're telling me I can't write my name on the side of every government facility? What the hell do you mean?
We've taken Washington, D.C. from a death trap to one of the safest cities in America.
Mr. President, I appreciate your time. I know you've been rushed today. I don't think you had any sleep, did you?
Not much.
So you flew across.
I had 2 hours for you. 2 hours.
Well,
you need more than 2 hours for him, right? Anyway, thanks.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, sir.
I appreciate it.
Thank
you very much.
Wow.
Democratic Socialist, that's how she identifies herself. Janice Lewis George holds a commanding lead in the Democratic primary for D.C. mayor. She's up nearly 20 points with 68% of the vote in. D.C., this is the first time it's done so, uses ranked choice voting, which would only come into play if no candidate receives a majority of first-place votes.
She has a fairly commanding lead thus far in the count. Although
Race has
her
not been called.
opponent,
That's an important.
Kenyon McDuffie, has said we've got to wait for every vote to be counted. But, you know, it really goes to show the momentum that she has garnered in this race.
As a capital city.
Are there any white DSA leaders? No. And that's a good thing. Who cares? It is really funny that everyone's always like, DSA so white, DSA so white. But it's like, dude, literally numbers on the board. DSA is far more diverse, far younger, far more vibrant than anything any other political organization or political movement has ever offered.
Okay, now those are your top contenders in the race to be the next mayor in Washington, D.C. Votes are still being counted, but the woman on the left, Democratic Socialist Janice Louis George, has a lead. Some suggest it's a commanding lead, but we can't call it yet. Is the nation's capital about to get its own Zohran Mamdani? John Ashbrook, co-host of the Ruthless Podcast. John, good day to you. Hello. Let me share with you some of her ideas that could be coming to Washington's way. End cooperation with ICE. Oppose the extension of a youth curfew. Free buses, expand the rent stabilization, create car-free areas. City-owned grocery stores, universal child care. I could go on and on, but you already know all this. Does she win? And if so, what can we portend between her relationship and Donald Trump?
Well, Bill, it certainly looks like she's headed for victory. I mean, as you said, they're still counting the votes, but it seems like she has a commanding lead here. And the president said last week that if she wins, he might federalize the city again. So I think there's an awful lot of conversation about D.C. and how it's run that will be had here over the next couple of months if she gets through this primary and then ultimately wins in November. But, you know, Democrats always win in D.C. What's very interesting about this, and you mentioned her as possibly the Mamdani of D.C., is this trend on the Dem side to move towards social.
Interesting. Oh, this guy looked like he's about to cry because a black woman might be getting power. I mean, we're talking about DC. The previous mayor was also a black woman. It's DC. What's interesting here is that this is not just any black woman. This is a Democratic socialist.
As you mentioned, a lot of them are the blue cities, but then that takes the Democratic Party more in the leftward direction. And so then what I've noticed, John, is that the DSA is extremely organized. They have created community for these candidates. And you listen to her there compared to McDuffie. She is engaged, energetic. They even at their weekly meetings, they have opportunities for elocution lessons. So I feel like they are taking this very, very seriously and that they are just beginning their march across the country.
Yeah, they are very organized, Dana. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And you got to remember who maybe the most famous DSA affiliated person is in this country. It's AOC.
Yep.
Ha! That's right. A long march, perhaps the longest of marches. It's a long march.
A lot of socialist-leaning Democrats see her as a potential standard bearer for 2028. So when you talk about the organization and everything they're doing with elocution lessons and building up their party from the ground level, they see those as building blocks towards a potential presidential run in 28 with AOC.
DSA moment. Crowd at the Aparna Raj Metro's DC DSA election night watch party chanting DSA as the first results began to pile in. As of now, all DSA endorsed and affiliated candidates are set to win the race, including Janice Louis George for mayor. Huge night for DSA. So proud of you, motherfucker. I swear to God, dude. Holy shit. Look at this, man. Look at this. There's something real happening here, man. There's something real happening here. I really hope that these electeds don't betray us. I don't think they will. Never in my last 10 years would I have ever thought that there would be this much motion, dude. Holy dude. Dems have a major image problem among men and are seen as unmasculine, and then every DSA person looks exactly like this guy. Despite DSA actually hating Dems, they get held up as the representative of Dem males. A soy boy demo, but in real life is a real problem, given that most of politics is just bullshit vibes. Nikki Kaja Nikolai says, there's a DSA guy who doesn't look like that, but I don't think you like him any better. And immediately all the centrist accounts He also looks like this. And don't forget bro tip. And then a post from 2013. I mean, he is perfidious. Uh-oh, hate Hassan. He's an awful person. A grifter doesn't care. Dems winning just his money. What is this F word posting? Dude, Twitter is just this now. The Epstein Discord got big mad because they're so psychosexually obsessed with you. Yeah, it's very, very weird, man. It's very weird. This is just what Twitter is nowadays. Anyone out there ever makes the mistake of being like, I like Hassan, they get pounced on by like, they get the Nazis, they get the centrist liberal Nazis, they get the Israel First Nazis, Nazis of every different variety. They get the lolicon Nazis. After the DSA wins New York, Seattle, DC, and potentially the LA mayoral race, I think the center left needs to acknowledge that this infrastructure in major American cities is broken, that we are being flatly out-organized and settling for uninspiring candidates. You could have downplayed it as a one-off with Mamdani because Cuomo was such a terrible candidate. Hell, I supported Mamdani on here by the primary, but the pattern keeps repeating. It's obviously a problem the National Democrats need to wake up to. Urban districts are core to the national party. If DSA eats your lunch there, you're in trouble. I mean, why is that so bad? There's a level of honesty to what the ultras say when they're like, oh, the DSA is like rebranding the Democratic Party, right? When they complain about shit like that. When they're like, oh, the DSA is like saving the Democratic Party. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? It should not be the goal. But having said that, there is a level of truth. And this is not an ultra. This is just a regular liberal Democrat who's complaining that the DSA is running and winning, right? But there is some truth to that. And it's kind of funny that the liberals are not smart enough about this. Like if liberals were smart about this, they would welcome this to a certain degree and be like, oh my God, all of the excitement is on the side of the Democratic Socialists. Yeah, we're all on board. But they're so stupid and so to their very core, backed by corporate interests, that they won't even do it. They think this is like, they think that this insurgency is actually bad overall. They're not even smart enough to capture the fucking energy and the attention that these candidates are unironically creating for the Democratic brand. And I don't personally care about revamping the Democratic Party or revamping its brand at all or saving the Democratic Party. I just care about having real fighters in every position possible, down to the local level, all the way up to the presidency, if that can even happen, right? And I want them all to openly say that they're socialists, to openly say, look, there are reforms that we're engaging in right now, but our goal is, at the end of the day, to completely revamp this system so that we put workers first rather than the interests of capital, to dominate the interests of capital. I think electoralism is a major avenue. It's the largest megaphone and the largest legitimizer you can actually lean into. But I don't just care about like running Democratic Socialists and helping them win. Started phone banking for Quiroz. Almost everyone I talked to was immediately on board once they heard her policy goals. They had just never heard of her. Phone banking is Tuesday and Thursday evenings until the 30th. We need all the help we can get the word out. Yes, go phone bank for Maylot Quiroz. Oh, they asked him about his endorsements for Daria Lisa.
But Chevalier has come under fire for past comments that she's made, calling to abolish the police, criticizing the military, calling President Obama evil, calling President Biden a rapist and a war criminal. She used profane language when describing other top Democrats. She criticized interracial relationships, and she even took aim at Senator Bernie Sanders for, quote, liberal Zionism. Sanders is throwing
beast mode.
a rally for Chevalier tomorrow that you'll be attending.
She's right, by the way. I mean, look, I love Burn Dog. It's Uncle Burn, but Daria Lisa is right.
How do you, I guess, reconcile the criticism and also, I guess, helping campaign for her?
Well, I think first and foremost, I'm incredibly excited about her campaign as well as Claire's campaign and Brad's campaigns as campaigns that showcase the fact that the affordability agenda, the work of transforming the most expensive city in America into one that's affordable, can't be done alone. So many of the people who not just voted for me, but canvassed for me.
Interracial relationships? Yeah, she was just saying, I forget what she said, but no, that's just like the media seasoning on it. I think she said something along the lines of like people that date colonizers or whatever. It's just whatever. It's woke 1.0 shit. She didn't criticize interracial relationships, you silly gooses. Oh my God. I can't believe how easy it is for you to fall for the reactionary framing of Fox 5 exclusive New York. that was weird of her to say, but it doesn't really impact politics. Oh, guys, please grow up. Oh, my Lord. Yes, she was hyper woke. Okay. I disagree with it. And on principle, if you ever catch me complaining about it, shoot me in the head. Please, can we just grow up, please? Can we grow up? Is that all right? Why do we take every tweet? First of all, think about the shit that you have tweeted. It's woke shit posting, okay? She was shit posting. Think about every goddamn thing that you've ever tweeted. Imagine now that they're like, you have a multi-billion-dollar Hasbro operation that's like combing through it to find the most cynical way to frame every single thing that you've ever said, that you've blasted off in the ether. No, she's not Dr. Umar, okay? She's making a joke. Everyone needs to dial back their fragility a million, okay? Chatter, who said that shit, would be leading a figure in the PSL split. Oh my God, please don't even talk about the PSL shit, please. Oh my God.
Did so with the hope of fulfilling this agenda and the knowledge that it would require partners at every level of government. These are the partners that would help to do that work. And when it comes to Daria Lisa, you know, she recently was asked this question herself.
I don't even think she should have apologized, but you know, I'm not gonna hold it past her. I love her. I think she's awesome. You know, she can do no wrong in my books. Okay, she is going to be a great agent of change, a great vehicle for a positive change that we need in this country. So I don't really give a shit that she apologized for certain things that she had said. I hope it doesn't impact her candidacy at all. She's a black woman. She's in a tough spot when that's put on her. I know. That's why the Chi Ose take is the best. Woke one was crazy. That's it. That's all you got to say. It's so funny because Chi has this quality where he obviously has a lot of radical politics, but then also people like this love him as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's very, very interesting. Yeshiva University rabbi urged all students to register and vote against Daria Lisa.
60 years across the street on 181st by Bennett.
The most important rabbi at Yeshiva University never gets political. Today, he broke that rule, urging thousands of his students to register and vote. Representative Espaillat. That's how important this election is. Register now. Vote June 23rd. Shabbat Shalom.
Is the office of our Congressman, Adriano Espaillat, who has been representing our group for about 20 years now. Every week there are demonstrations in front of his office by Palestinians and pro-Palestinians, and he doesn't give in to them. He always supports our causes. He supports the cause of Israel. There's an important election, a primary election that's coming up this June 23rd. It's already June 5th today. And people who want to vote on this election have to register by June 13th. There isn't so much time. You can register online, and then you will get in the mail. They'll notify you how you can vote. This is a very important election.
Anyway, let's see what he had to say about this Daria Lisa comment.
In America into one that's affordable can't be done alone. So many of the people who not just voted for me but canvassed for me did so with the hope of fulfilling this agenda and the knowledge that it would require partners at every level of government. These are the partners that would help to do that work. And when it comes to Daria Lisa, you know, she recently was asked this question herself, and she apologized for some of the remarks. She spoke about a regret for how the language that she used. And I think she also showed the fact that her campaign is being run on what she is fighting for today. And that is a message that I think is resonating with many across her district.
Now, you did make...
Why does nobody ever say the only reason why they pull up old tweets is because they can't stand on their policies? There's a reason why people are demanding change. Daria Lisa might have said mean things about former Democrats, but she ended up voting for them. And that's an experience shared by so many other Democrats. But the only unique thing here is that Daria Lisa didn't just stick to criticizing the Democratic Party and demanding that change. She chose to be the change that she wants to see. And that's the reason why she's running for office, to better represent constituents just like her. That is what you say, okay? For far too long, we've plugged our nose and we voted for Democrats that we don't like. We voted for Democrats that sell us an idea of change and never follow through on it. Daria Lisa is the person who did that for years. And this is a very common experience. I think she's trying the Zoran method, but didn't land in terms of apologizing. Yeah, I don't even like when Zoran apologizes. I hate apologies. Only apologize if you've done something that's truly heinous. Only apologize if you actually believe that you must apologize. I apologize all the time. but it's for shit that I actually feel is worthy of an apology. That's why Zoran is a politician, you're a streamer. Don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started on that. I think there's a good balance between me and Zoran. There's a good balance. I'm not expecting someone to behave like me, especially if you're trying to win people over. I'm here to do agitative propaganda. I'm here to foment class consciousness. I'm here to tell you exactly what the fuck is wrong with this system. If you're trying to win a popularity contest, which is what elections are, yeah, you have to greatly limit your commentary. However, there's also a level to it. You see this? I can't look away. Hanania's suit is simultaneously too long, too short, too loose, too slim, too wide, too narrow, too formal, and too informal. I could not make it worse. The dumpy shoes, white socks, and cheap-looking narrow tire, just cherry on top. I cannot comprehend. How is this what? What am I looking at? How did this happen? What am I looking at? Dude, if you showed this to Derek guy, the suit guy on Twitter, he would kill himself. I don't even understand how you can make this, like the human body is not capable of these proportions. How did he do this? And the pant leg caught in the white sock makes it so much funnier. Bro, he looks like a One Piece villain. His body proportions are the same of a One Piece villain. Look how much better it'd be. No, honestly, still not better. It's still f***ed up, kind of. Just not as f***ed up as what this is. Things are so bad for Mallory that University of Michigan voter has basically switched entirely to posting Abdul content. Not University of Michigan voter. Am I still blocked by him? Oh, shit. University of Michigan voter has finally dropped the Mallory McMorrow beef. University of Michigan voter who is literally not from Michigan and is not a University of Michigan voter, but instead is, I believe, from New Jersey, and also now canvassing for Claire Valdez, which, by the way, respect the University of Michigan voter, has now officially unblocked me. We're back on election Twitter. Election Twitter is coming together now for democratic socialism. Bruh, give up. Bruh. Give up, bro. It's over. Bruh. It's over, man. Stop coping.
Well, Israel is making it clear it is not happy with this UN-Iran agreement. We are hearing criticism from politicians of different political camps, and as we've been reporting, Israel's defense chief says the IDF won't be pulling out of Lebanon.
The agreement with Iran is a bad agreement for Israel and for the entire free world. Iran must not have nuclear weapons.
With the stroke of a pen, the tremendous military...
Dude, Yair Golan is so funny. This is supposed to be like the woke centrist. This is the woke Israeli left. And his entire screed on this straight up was like, Benjamin Netanyahu has basically been serving Hezbollah and serving Iran. The fact that Benjamin Netanyahu could not actually militarily punish Iran. Like, it's crazy. It is crazy. The Israeli left, with the exception of obviously our anti-Zionist friends in the Knesset, it's like 3 of them, is completely insane. Obviously, the expectation from Yair Lapid is that he's going to be militant. He's been militant, right? But it's funny because this guy, what's his name, Yair Golan, is supposed to be like, he's supposed to be a little bit more moderate, I guess, than even Yair Lapid has come out time and time again, and Naftali Bennett certainly has come out time and time again and said insane things about Lebanon, like, oh yeah, we have to do the same thing that we did to Gaza to Lebanon, right? Like, they're like, this is the Israeli opposition. Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who once famously ran on how many war crimes he conducted on numerous campaigns into Gaza, says, against the Iranian axis of evil, we will fully renew the octopus doctrine that we began implementing in my government. One hand prevents Iran from breaking through to nuclear capability. The other accelerates the collapse of the regime through political, economic, and technological and military means. The countdown to regime change in Iran will begin the moment the government in Israel is replaced. Soon the people of Israel will choose new leadership, energetic, determined, and professional, that will restore security to Israel and care for you, Israeli citizens, wholeheartedly. Here is the centrist critique coming from Yair Lapid. We still need to hope that reports about the agreement in Iran are not true. But if they are, this is one of the most shocking failures of Israel's foreign and security policy, and it is entirely on Netanyahu's account. He sold the Americans an overly optimistic script without detailing the risk map to them and lost their trust in the middle of the war. He did not assemble a professional team to work with the separating elements in the American regime. He failed to convince the Americans to bomb Iran's oil and energy facilities and did not close the matter in advance. He failed to convince the Americans to include the issue of ballistic missiles in the agreement or even in the negotiations. Dude, what planet are you on? This is the opposition. These are the wokes. These are supposed to be the wokes. This is Israel's Chuck Schumer, which is ironic because Chuck Schumer also aligns with these guys.
They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous.
It is an insane country. When I say Israel is an insane country, when I say it's a Nazi nation, this is part of what I'm talking about. It's literally Captain Crunch, oops, all Nazis. Any opposition with viability is currently hitting Benjamin Netanyahu's Likudniks from the right, even though they're supposed to be to the left. This is literally Hitler Endsieg level of delusion. Israeli society has lost its dang mind. When I say their political expression only goes rightward, this is what I'm talking about. It's insane. It's totally fucking out of control. It has no basis in reality. They have completely lost touch with material reality. They've completely lost touch with their inability to militarily achieve these objectives. They're just like, it's like Hitler in the bunker, okay, going, yeah, let's just invade Moscow. What are we doing? Come on, let's get our forces ready to go. You know, let's take out the Kremlin. Let's strike the heart of the USSR. What are we doing? It's like, you don't have the troops. You don't have the motion. With what? With what capabilities do you want to advance this agenda? Channel 12 did a montage on Bibi for dropping the ball on Iran. Boy, the most shocking moment in this excellent deep dive into Netanyahu's crash and burn conflagration with Trump's is veteran reporter Shimon Schiffer's testimony that as president, Barack Obama knew that Netanyahu in private conversations referred to the president as boy. Benjamin Netanyahu lived in Philadelphia, so he knows what that term is, by the way. You can't even hit the, oh, he's Israeli, he doesn't know. No, Benjamin Netanyahu was an unvarnished racist. Just so you understand. Like, what's so psychotic about this is that, like, if American support is withdrawn from Israel at this point in a meaningful capacity, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to become one of the only logical parties that remains in proximity to power or has any crumb of power in Israel. I cannot believe I'm saying it. I'm not saying he's a reasonable guy. He's a genocidal piece of shit. He's a genocidal racist monster. But the rest of Israeli society, partially geared up by Benjamin Netanyahu's numerous decades of endless belligerence, literally think they have some kind of impact that they could push for militarily when they clearly don't. AIPAC says, for 47 years, the Iranian regime has been at war against America and its own people. Over the past year, at President Trump's direction, America has decimated Iran's leadership, nuclear program, and military assets. Working together with Israel, the U.S. military carried out its mission and created the opportunity for diplomatic agreement. The announced MOU kicks off a new 60-day window for talks. We look forward to learning the full details of the framework for these negotiations, including whether the deal preserves the sovereign right of our democratic ally, Israel, to respond to security threats it confronts. Interesting. Congress will play a critical role in working with the administration throughout these negotiations and in reviewing the ultimate agreement. It must support our efforts to maximize our diplomatic, economic, and military leverage to reach a final deal that permanently and verifiably ends the regime's nuclear program, including the removal of all enriched uranium from Iran and the dismantlement of all enrichment sites. The final deal should also address Iran's illicit ballistic missile and drone program and an end to the regime's financing of terror groups that wreak havoc around the world. Huh. Interesting. It's so funny because, like, American politicians will look at this and not see it as a not so veiled threat against American sovereignty, American decision making, and will instead go, oh, I'm so sorry. Let's give you $10 billion additional dollars, please. FDD is taking this loss well. Oh, yeah, no, it's awesome. Respect the J-Pod for eating this L with both hands as opposed to the insane cope I've been seeing from the FDD guys. John Podhoretz is losing his mind. Let's take a look.
We stopped carpet bombing them to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Now we're removing, the blockade to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Next time we'll be giving up something else to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This is the way negotiations with the Iranians work.
It's the way negotiations with us work.
Yeah,
it's about us. It's not about them. What they want is completely clear. They want freedom of action. They want to be able to close or open the Strait of Hormuz at will. They want to continue their nuclear program.
This is John Podhoretz, the ultimate treat boy.
No,
and they want to continue to build ballistic missiles, and we are extending to every one of those. From what
they want survival, they want a nuclear program, and they want to drag out negotiations through the election. They want to humiliate Donald Trump and move on to the next president.
And they've already succeeded. I don't know what they need to keep going for. They negotiate, not negotiate. Nobody on the planet Earth is going to see this unless you are literally a paid agent of MAGA related to Donald Trump or some lunatic who is really excited by the possibility of Trump turning on Israel. There is no person on earth who is going to say that America didn't lose this war. There is nobody. The
U.S. has lost this round, but
Yeah, but they'll recover. They'll recover. John Podhoretz loses it over Trump botching the Iran war. I honestly don't know if this could be worse. Trump is choked. He is chickened out. I'm out of my mind here.
If it could be worse, because if this war ends the way I fear it's going to, America is going to be in a strategically, tactically, and militarily worse position than it was.
Dog, it's because of you that America is in this position. If America didn't do this to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz would not be closed. That Iran would not have bombed and hollowed out American military bases, showing the world that America doesn't even have the capacity to defend its own assets in the region. Literally, it was guys like you that were like, go, 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 bomb Iran, bomb Iran. It's going to be awesome.
That old Beach Boys song, Bomb Iran.
Yeah, Mark Dubowitz. Now, the FDD guys are coping extreme style. Refuel energy markets, rest and rearm the military, develop a plan to support Iranians to cripple the regime, enforce sanctions with relentless pressure, don't get played at the negotiating table, test Tehran early, give little, demand results, walk away fast, hit harder. Bruh, give up.
Bruh.
Give up, bro. It's over.
Bruh.
It's over, man. Stop coping. If these guys had any investment in maintaining long-standing aid to Israel in American hands, they would recognize what time it is. They would recognize that America o'clock is coming to a close. And if America no longer is this towering force, this domineering, hegemonic superpower, what the do you think happens to Israel in the process, you idiot? This is what's funny about the Israeli agents. They're so horny for death and destruction that they can't see anything beyond their immediate needs. What these guys don't understand is they're like, come on, keep bombing Iran. Just one more bomb, just one more school. Please blow up one more school. Please, I'm begging you. It's going to be awesome. It will surely turn the tide of this battle. What they don't realize is if America went into a long-standing, real battle against Iran, tried to invade Iran militarily, the Strait of Hormuz would be extra cooked. The global energy markets would be extra cooked. And at that point, I suspect China would have no other option but to militarily support Iran. And what America has failed to do in Ukraine, they would lose a millionfold in Iran. Anyway, Cory Booker predictably is attacking Trump from the right, which is expected, of course, because he is a Israel first stooge.
One of the great quotes from American history is a group called Public Enemy that said, "Don't believe the hype." This is an utter disaster. And this president, what he's advertising right now, is nothing more than getting something open that was open before. And what's the price that we're also going to be paying? We're going to be releasing billions of dollars to this enemy that now Iran is going to have billions of more dollars to rebuild their military and to fund
Oh my God, dude. Straight up posturing from the right. Oh my God. Hasbara operative. Someone said Tory Booker checking in on our greatest ally. Don't bullshit us, Trump. Netanyahu loyalists rage at treacherous United States over Iran deal. Anyway, let's look at some of the other defenders of Israel malding. So while Netanyahu is avoiding confrontation on pro-Netanyahu Channel 14, presenters who once called Trump the greatest gift to the Jewish people denounced him today as a loser. One Likud source privately compared him to the Emperor of Japan in defeat. Okay? It turns out people in Israel are not very happy. We covered Yair Golan's statements, but I want to repeat it again. The Democrats, leader of the Democrats, this is, of course, Yair Golan is the woke opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu. A tough morning for Israel. This morning, Israeli citizens are waking up to an agreement between the United States and Iran made over Israel's head. In one signature stroke, immense military achievements secured with the courage of our pilots and the blood of our fighters have been erased, while Netanyahu stood on the sidelines, weak, ill, isolated, and powerless. Trump signs an agreement that funnels billions to the Ayatollah's regime, leaves the nuclear infrastructure intact, preserves the ballistic threat as is, and throws a lifeline to the murderous regime in Tehran. This is the culmination of long years of failure. Netanyahu is the man who, for years, sold the public the false image of Mr. Security, and in reality became the father of Israel's greatest strategic failure in its history. The man who built the notion of Hamas as an asset, who enabled the flow of Qatari money. I love that they have so much smoke for Qatar. It's so funny. Like, Qatar has to live in the ass cheeks of Iran. They literally share a gas field. And for that crime, Israel will never stop yelling about them. It's always funny when Israel's like, you know who really actually has tremendous outsized control over American politics? Not Israel, it's Qatar. Netanyahu is good for Hamas. Netanyahu is good for Iran. Netanyahu is good for Hezbollah. Netanyahu is not good for Israel. The one who promised total victory ends his tenure with Israel's enemy stronger, Israel weaker, and the deterrence built with the blood of our fighters eroding before our very eyes. Replacing him is not just a political necessity, it's an existential security imperative. Anyway, let's take a look at the clip compilation. Deep dive into Netanyahu's crash and burn with Trump. Israel's significant achievements became a dependence in which Netanyahu in most cases can't really say no. Buddy, you're the nation state of Israel. What the do you mean? Like, you know what? This is going to come across like me defending Benjamin Netanyahu, which I'm not. But like, there is no, like, Benjamin Netanyahu has been elected over and over again because he's the best at manipulating American leadership. And the entire reason as to why this problem has persisted or unfolded in the way that it did is because Benjamin Netanyahu did get his wishes across and did actually goad America into waging war against Iran. They're suffering from their success. The issue is Iran actually did have the military capabilities and obviously the geographic limitations for the rest of the world. You know, the natural advantage of the Strait of Hormuz being on Iranian coastlines, being right next to the a choke point, a strategic choke point that Iran can easily control. Like, of course this was going to happen. You got everything you wanted. There's no way out of this. J Street had a interesting take. Chris Murphy echoing Cory Booker. Trump parties while America surrenders. There's absolutely zero sense in trying to hit Trump on not having gone hard enough against Iran. You're not going to win on their turf. You're not going to win on their turf. Also, what's the victory here? What's the victory here, guys? That, we just go back and blow up more Iranian schools? Is that the victory? For what purpose? For what military achievement? But of course, here it is, another malding moment. Jewish Dems not supportive of Trump's negotiated MOU with Iran. The Jewish Democratic Council of America calls it, at best, just a statement of intention, lacking details, and at worst, an admission of defeat by the United States. A lot of people showing their priorities here, by the way. A lot of people showing their priorities. Here is Democratic majority for Israel, again from Jacob Kornbluth. There are concerning details about what is and isn't in this deal. President Trump should bring in serious and experienced negotiators and technical experts to get this deal over the finish line rather than relying on friends, family, and donors. Huh. But I thought when the friends, family, and donors were doing the bidding of Israel, you guys were fine with that. Interesting. Massive gift to the mullahs. Why is everyone 12 years old? Yes, that's what happens when you lose a war. You make concessions. Given no one has a time machine and can't, and the attack can't be undone, it's unclear what Miller would prefer Trump to do. Start bombing again? Get a better deal via magic? Why does every U.S. pundit play the role of State Department strategist? Why do you care if our violent and capacious empire that sneak attacked Iran gets a good deal? How is any of this of moral significance to these people? Are you on the board of Lockheed Martin? Whatever ends it. Ro Khanna predictably had a much better response than every other Democrat, as always. He's increasingly becoming the singular force of the Democratic Party that is able to channel somewhat of a reasonable take all the time.
Briefly about the war with Iran, because of course the president has said that this agreement is signed, although we don't know the details necessarily. You posted that it was welcome news that such a deal would exist. It does potentially include significant payments to Iran. Do you have any problem with that?
Casey, I always try to be a straight shooter, and I have been for ending this war. And I have said if Donald Trump were to end this war, I would encourage Democrats to support it. And I've lived up to that. I don't view things just in partisan terms. But I will say this, that the deal he's gotten is worse than JCPOA, what Obama secured 10 years ago. We don't have the same international law commitments through.
Also, there's an important lesson to be learned there, which is a diplomatic solution is always favorable to a military one. And unfortunately, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And America's been hammering that hammer for far too long, and that hammer no longer works. So we should really recalculate not just what we've done here, not just our allegiance to the nation state of Israel, but also recalculate our endless militarism and our saber rattling against countries like China. Diplomacy is the only solution here for changing the American trajectory, because America is in decline.
The UN, so now it can't be enforced in the way the JCPOA could have. We don't have the kind of intrusive inspections that Obama got. Obama, they made a huge deal about it because Obama just unfroze assets. This is billions of dollars that are going to go to Iran's development. So it fails on that score. And we lost 14 service members and billions of dollars to get here. So this should be a lesson in diplomacy, the kind Obama engaged in, and the bluster and militarism of Trump didn't work. That said, I'm glad he's ending this war. We can't continue this war, which is increasing food and gas prices.
Why would Rabid put this out? Ratcliffe isn't the only skeptic in Trump's top team. Secretary of State Rubio and Secretary of Defense Hegseth have both expressed concerns. What the f does Pete Hegseth have to do with anything? Pete Hegseth is not a thinker, okay? He's just basically a fucking rapist Ken doll. What the hell are you talking about? An Israeli stab in the back myth focused on Witkoff and Kushner, which, much like the original one, centers around on supposed Jewish disloyalty. Yeah, that's really funny. Just so you understand the level of derangement of the BB cult, this Channel 14 host, who's close to Netanyahu, calls VP Vance scum, and Kushner and Witkoff, two K words bought off by Qatar for the MOU with Iran. Who is not to blame for this whole situation? Netanyahu. Yeah, they're doing. I did see someone sincerely post the classic stab in the back poster, but this time it was America, and it was the American face that was like supposed to be the Jewish face, and then instead of the German face, it was Israel, Lebanon, the monarchist flag of Iran, and I forget who else, but they're such Nazis that they're literally doing Nazi memes. It's so funny. Oh, Mark Levin, he's been crying nonstop. Appalling. They fought besides us. Now we celebrate talks with the enemy, and the enemy knows more than our ally. This is shocking. Netanyahu at the press conferences, we still don't know what the agreement will be. Oh my God. Eat shit, Netanyahu, you piece of shit. It's just so funny that these guys finally found it in their hearts to criticize Donald Trump. They finally did it. Yeah, this is also a funny irony here. Hilarious timing that Trump just got through excommunicating the MAGA wing that would have supported his capitulation deal most, Tucker, Massey, etc., in order to throw in fully with the hardcore pro-Israel MAGA wing, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, FDD, that'll be screeching hardest against it. Yeah, Adam Johnson also giving it to Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy talks about how Trump is surrendering. He says the idea that U.S. is surrendering to Iran is very funny. I'm pretty sure Iran is not occupying Dallas or Kalamazoo or installing a puppet regime in D.C. Tom Nichols is a consistent warmonger and neocon, and it'd be cool if Top Dems didn't let him shape messaging around this. Have you seen the Israeli Telegram on Trump? Yes, it's my favorite as far as hog posting. Israeli Telegram with 180,000 members is mourning and fury. God will curse Trump. The first war in Israel's history that we lost. We have to admit the facts. Iranians taught America a lesson. Hopefully in 10 years, we won't be dependent on American idiots. Well, that might be the case, but not in a way that you're perceiving it. Huh. That would be nice, though. Yeah, we had with the UFC thing. And last but not least, Netanyahu. Sometimes I do not agree with Trump. Therefore, Israel will do whatever it takes to maintain its own security. Good luck. Why are you talking about this like it's going to happen? I mean, it's going to happen one day. It's just a matter of how much damage does the rest of the world have to endure before it happens. So is it happening or not is a question that many of you have. And I've been obviously joking around, but let's take a look at the only side that actually gives us real, reliable information. And yes, that is certainly not the American side. It's not the Israeli side. It's the Iranian side. J.D. Vance responds, but let's hear what the Iranian side said. Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi says on the MOU, a memorandum of understanding has never been closer, calls on media to refrain from speculating on details. Sayed Abbas Araghchi actually does confirm the deal is close. The Islamabad memorandum of understanding has never been closer. Pending its finalization, the media should refrain from entering speculation about its content. In line with our responsible and transparent approach, all details will be shared with the public in due course. Now, just so you understand, this is new. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance, while Araghchi is talking about a memorandum of understanding actually being close, which is important. This is new, right? Even then, it doesn't really matter, though, because once again, Israel might have a difference in opinion here. So regardless of how close the memorandum of understanding is to being finalized on the American side, on the Iranian side, have you forgot to ask the most important, the most pivotal side, Israel? Seems like you forgot to ask them for consent, which means deal's not finalized, like I said, until the ink is dried and the American troops, the American naval assets are moving in the opposite direction that they're moving in. I'll believe it when I see it. However, J.D. Vance strikes a very diplomatic tone and is clearly preparing a narrative on unfreezing of Iranian funds, which Trump has repeatedly claimed he would not do, and on other terms. He said, I'm seeing a lot of fake information about a potential deal to reopen the strait and end Iran's nuclear weapons program. First, the Iranians are not receiving any cash, and no funds are being released for simply signing a deal or attending a meeting. The deal is structured to ensure that the U.S. and its allies' concerns are prioritized. Ooh, this is good stuff. If you recall, there were teases upon teases throughout this process where Trump would signal to what he would want out of this deal and what he would be comfortable giving away. This was one of those things. He rarely ever mentioned the cash, the assets being unfrozen. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of paperwork, legalese, justifications that makes it seem as though we're not giving pallets of cash directly to Iran, which is one of the things that Trump railed on Obama and even Joe Biden over. So we shall see. But obviously, no matter which way you cut it, it is still the same ordeal, right? I've noticed a couple of bizarre things in the reporting over the last few hours. First, people who rightly said Donald Trump was a historic president a month ago now criticizing a deal based on unconfirmed media reports. Second, people who say you can't trust the words said by the IRGC, who apparently believe anonymously sourced social media posts. The president is going to get us a good outcome one way or another. Yeah, the whiny groiper is back. These two almost simultaneous tweets should be read together in order to better understand what's going on. But is there someone you forgot to ask? The real president of the United States of America comes in, Benjamin Netanyahu. As long as I am Prime Minister of Israel, Iran will not have nuclear weapons. There is full agreement between me and the president, the fake president, President Trump, on this issue. For over 30 years, I have been at the forefront of the international campaign against Iran's nuclear program. Had it not been for this campaign, Iran would long ago have an atomic bomb to destroy Israel. Iran is working to destroy the Jewish state, and I dedicate my life to preventing them from doing so. As long as I'm Prime Minister of Israel, this will not happen. You know this is a Hebrew tweet, translated from Hebrew to English, because he talks about how Iran's goal, first and foremost, is to destroy Israel. And I feel like in the English-speaking world, if he were to release this, you know, people would probably have a very different attitude on it. They'd be like, damn, I didn't know. God damn, bro. Big Yahoo moving. Politico reports from 4 minutes ago, deal with Iran is near, but not final, senior U.S. official says. All right, these are good events.
We've been down this path before. President Trump says a deal is imminent, and then we see a situation like this where one of the sides starts to backpedal and it all falls through. So we'll see what's going to happen now. U.S. officials are still cautiously optimistic.
We shall see. All right, Kristen Holmes over at the White House for us. Thank you very much, Emily.
All right, Wolf, let's continue this conversation with CNN political and global affairs analyst Barack
Oh,
Levine,
hell yeah.
who's also the global affairs correspondent.
Hell yeah. Barack, Unit 8200, Ravid. Very good. Very, very good. A deal is imminent. As I have said 39 times, it is not because of market close. Once again, Donald Trump is ending wars. Here's Donald Trump. And the 39 times he said he's close to a deal with Iran.
Major points of agreement. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure when they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal.
They want to make a deal so badly. I do see a deal.
They do it.
We were very close to a deal.
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
It's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a good deal. This process should go very quickly. We're going to end that war very quickly. They want to make a deal so badly. We think we're close to a deal, and that's okay. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal.
Today makes 39 times that he has said something like that.
Correspondent for Axios. What do you make of this development with President Trump going from they've reached a great settlement to now saying Iran needs to get its act together because of what the state media there is reporting, which is different from what the U.S. has said?
Yes, I think what the U.S. has been told by the Qatari mediators and the Pakistani mediators and the Iranian negotiators themselves yesterday was that they're basically ready to sign. That was the message that the White House got. And preparation started for a possible signing ceremony during the weekend.
Saw everything that was happening overnight. It looked like there was going to be a deal that included a 60-day ceasefire, including other stops, including a ceasefire involving Israeli strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon as well. But now,
I mean, dude, I've literally told you frame one how this was going to go. I'm almost certain. I have no idea what the final deal is going to look like. I haven't seen anything new, but it is going to closely resemble the initial 10-point agreement that Iran sent to the American side on week 2. The back and forth on the minutia of the memorandum of understanding are secondary to who's actually winning the war. The side that is capable of dealing damage, serious economic damage, and dealing a lot of damage to the American military confidence and might has been Iran. And of course, that is precisely the reason why, regardless of whichever way they cut this, however they claim they've secured a victory here, unless Israel intervenes somehow again, and then there is no deal. If there is a deal at all, it will look a lot like the Iranian points that we've known about since the second week of Operation Epic Fury, Operation Epstein's Fury.
Yeah, yesterday, President Trump was threatening to launch U.S. troops to take over Iran's critically important Karg Island. That sounds like that would be a major escalation in this war right there. And a source is telling CNN, by the way, Barack, that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't aware of an agreement with Iran, and that.
Dog, how many times have we heard this? How many times are we gonna play this song and dance, dude? Benjamin Netanyahu was not aware that a deal was taking place. Oh, oops, we just hit the button where we bomb Beirut and kill a bunch of civilians right after this, right after the deal comes out that is supposedly imminent. I mean, we have a number. It's 39, about to be 40. So who knows? Maybe this is the time. Maybe now is the time. Maybe now this deal will be finalized. Economy is 1 week away from crashing. Oil CEOs visited Donald Trump. Maybe the oil CEOs should visit Benjamin Netanyahu, the real president. They should just cut out the middleman, dude. Go to the big boss. Clearly, he's running the show. Go to him. Tell him, Mr. President, please, Mr. Big Yahoo, please. Enough is enough. Like, sure, we've benefited from this crisis, but we are literally running out of supply. Also, it's really funny to compare, what CNN will potentially look like after Barry Weiss takes over the editorial team to what it looks like right now, pre-Barry Weiss's takeover. You have a literal IDF Unit 8200 guy, Barak Ravid, talking to the former spokesperson for AIPAC, Wolf Blitzer. And this is probably the most favorable coverage that you will get from CNN. Like, this is literally the most, honest. Doesn't mean it's actually honest, but it's actually the closest to honest coverage. Yeah, Jeremy Scale talked about this on Chapo too. He said that the Iranian negotiation team added senior psychologists to review draft communications to Trump because they legitimately believe Trump is suffering from mental illness. They're not the only country that's worried about Trump's cognitive capabilities. These are the reported full details of the deal as reported by Iranian media. New details of a 14-point draft plan from Iran-U.S. memorandum. This is what Trump said was leaked, and he was very mad about it, which I suspect is probably the closest you're going to get to the truth, maybe. I don't know. New deals of the 14-point draft plan. Immediate and permanent ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. U.S. commitment not to interfere in Iran's internal affairs and to respect Iran's sovereignty. Full lifting of the naval blockade within 30 days. U.S. commitment to withdraw its force from areas surrounding Iran. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Suspension of sanctions on Iranian oil, petrochemicals, and related exports with full access to the resulting revenues. U.S. and its allies to provide reconstruction plans for Iran worth at least $300 billion. 60-day negotiation period to reach a final agreement on nuclear issues and the complete removal of U.S. primary and secondary sanctions, as well as related UN Security Council and International Atomic Energy Agency measures. Iran reaffirms its NPT commitment to not develop nuclear weapons. During the negotiations, the U.S. will not deploy additional forces to the region or impose new sanctions. Release of $24 billion in frozen Iranian assets during the 60-day negotiation period, with half made available before talks begin. Establishment of a monitoring mechanism to oversee implementation of the agreement. I mean, this is literally everything that they wanted. This is what they've been publicly demanding. So, with very little changes to the initial demands being made. Why are you talking about this like it's going to happen? I mean, it's going to happen one day. It's just a matter of how much damage does the rest of the world have to endure before it happens. Arakshi says control of the Strait of Hormuz rests with Iran and Oman. There's no international waterway there. He said Iran and Oman have provided security and operational services to vessels for years free of charge, but management of the strait will not return to how it was before the war. Arakshi added that consultations have been held with Oman and a joint plan may be announced soon, including the future fees for services in the strait. Yeah. Trying to imagine a reaction from the GOP if Barack Obama had favorably retweeted Iranian Foreign Minister Zarif during the JCPOA negotiations. What a world we live in now. I mean, this is a only Trump can go to China moment, only Nixon can go to China moment, but this is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Any kind of posture that reaffirms a commitment to the ceasefire revolves around normalizing relations with Iran. It revolves around normalizing relations with Iranian leaders. So technically, yes, there is a double standard here, but it's one that benefits peace, you know? So the thing is, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. While I do recognize the double standard, I'll take it. Final agreement will be endorsed by a UN Security Council resolution. Reuters is moving ahead and reporting that the UAE is either unlocking or paying billions of dollars to Iran, including transfers up to $20 billion in an attempt to reset relations after the recent war. $3 billion has reportedly already been paid. Oh my God. That is... Right up. God damn. They said Dubai. If you want the Dubai dream, the idea of Dubai to exist, to persist, then Put the cash in the bag, little bro. Two regional sources told Reuters the UAE had agreed to the release of a total of $10 billion, more than $3 billion of which had already been delivered. Two other sources with knowledge of the arrangement put the total funds involved at $20 billion, adding that the move had been agreed in return for a halt to Iranian attacks on the United Arab Emirates. One of the sources with knowledge of the arrangement also said a first tranche of $3 billion had already been made available. Reuters could not establish whether the funds earmarked for the transfers belonged to the UAE or originate in long-blocked Iranian accounts in the UAE banking system or elsewhere. But a UAE official asked to comment on the transfer said the country was trying to ease tensions and foster peace. That's crazy. Apparently, years of delicate diplomatic negotiations and proposals for a concert of civilizations and so forth were less effective than firing hundreds of drones at Dubai. Yeah, seems to be the case. Because remember, like, people will obviously make it seem like, oh, Iran is so belligerent. They're such a crazy actor. They're so violent. They're so barbaric. Look at them. They only know one way to deal with people, and that's like through military intervention. And they're using their ballistic munitions. The reality of the matter is, Iran has always been in favor of a negotiated settlement, always in favor of diplomacy, perhaps to a fault. We saw what that diplomatic process looked like twice. We saw what Iran's previous practice of strategic restraint looked like with numerous acts of perfidy and death and destruction. Once they stopped playing the role of restrained actor in the region and went balls of the motherfucking wall, all of a sudden everyone is singing a very different tune. I don't think this should be the case. Danny Dennis Citrino says the growing rapprochement between the UAE and Iran undermines a key assumption that has shaped much of the Israeli debate over the past year, namely the Gulf states would move closer to Israel, expand the Abraham Accords, or even support a more confrontational regional posture towards Tehran in the wake of the war. There was one guy who's not a professional analyst who doesn't work for any of these think tanks who said this early on in the conflict, even though many people didn't believe him. Who was that guy? Oh, that's right. It was me. I said this over and over again. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? You think these guys are going to feel comfortable dealing with Iran diplomatically ever again? They're going to be advancing the death and destruction of Iran. They're going to be actively demanding the death and destruction of Iran, many people said, because they were watching CNN. And CNN kept repeatedly saying, oh my God, how stupid. Oh my God, Iran, why are they attacking the Gulf? I told you this because I do talk to people in the Gulf. I do talk to people that live there who talk to other people. I talk to journalists, reporters, and analysts that live in the region who have direct access to more powerful players in the region. And I told you over and over again that the attitude that was being demonstrated in mainstream media, and yes, Jeremy Scahill also said the same thing, and he also talks to people directly, not only just in the Gulf region, but certainly in Iran as well. Turns out we were right, and all the hours poured into this analysis by CNN was wrong. How is that possible? It turns out that the Gulf monarchs looked at the situation and realized it's not so great to have American military bases when that doesn't actually come with real security assurances. As a matter of fact, it turns out when you have American military bases so close to a regional adversary that you have to live beside, that has shown its resilience, that has proven its resilience, that has proven its capabilities of establishing sufficient military deterrence, those American military bases simply turn your host nations into missile sponges, missile magnets. America is primarily invested in defending only one country, and even then they've done a piss-poor job at that too. For the regional monarchs, if American defense doesn't actually have real American defense, and it's just simply they're simply playing a role in expending Iranian munitions that could be directed at Israel, but instead is now directed at the Gulf. Yeah, why the would they take that deal? Why would they take that deal at all? That's a terrible deal for them. This comes after they've spent billions of dollars pumping up American companies in the interest of diversifying their portfolios. But we all know that it's not just about diversifying their portfolios, trying to figure out the next phase as the world moves away from fossil fuels. They were doing that as a bribe because they thought America would have their facts. Anyway, let's see what else Danny says. In reality, many Gulf states are deeply frustrated with Israel. From their perspective, they were drawn into a regional crisis that imposed significant economic and security costs on them. Since the strikes on Qatar, many in the Gulf increasingly view Israel not as a source of stability, but a potential driver of regional escalation. As a result, there is little prospect of major new normalization steps with Israel absent dramatic progress on the Palestinian issue. Gulf leaders understand that the Iranian regime is not going anywhere, and they see no strategic benefit in trying to isolate Tehran or push it into a corner. This does not mean that Gulf states have become naive about Iran. They remain deeply aware of the challenges and threats posed by Tehran. However, their preferred strategy is de-escalation and coexistence rather than confrontation. From their perspective, maintaining channels of communication with Iran is a necessity, not a choice. Trita said today that the reason Israel got reclassified as a critical intelligence threat is because Trump actually cut Israel out of the negotiations. I don't know how much emphasis I'd put into that, but like I said, it was a pivotal point for our media to, for the first time ever, cover Israel as a threat openly. It's always been a threat, but the very fact that they're covering it as a threat, as it truly is an important difference in the coverage that we've seen from legacy publishers thus far. That doesn't happen unless something has shifted, as I said at the time, in my interpretation. Gregory Brew then follows up and says, this development undermines one of the core assumptions behind the Abraham Accords, that normalized relations between Israel and the conservative Arab states could facilitate a more effective containment of the Islamic Republic. Iran's actions and the response from the Arab world has turned this assumption on its head. Netanyahu is besides himself because he draws his strength from what he calls an agreement between him and Trump. He no longer mentions America in his speeches. All he talks about is Trump because he sees Trump as the architect of greater Israel. Sure. Yoav Gallant, where is the uranium? But like, obviously he doesn't deserve to be killed. It's insane. That's an insane thing. I'm not going to stand by that. I'm never going to. If you were expecting me to say something like that, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murder over the Texas track meet stabbing. A teen has been found guilty of murder over the fatal stabbing of another teen at a high school track meet last year. Carmelo Anthony, 19, was indicted on first-degree murder in the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco, Texas in April 2025. Prosecutors called the stabbing senseless and plain and simple murder, while the defense argued that Anthony acted in self-defense. The murder charge carries a sentence of up to life in prison. Ahead of closing arguments on Tuesday, the judge decided that jurors could also consider manslaughter, which carries a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, according to ABC Dallas affiliate WFAA, which was in the courtroom for the trial. The jury began deliberating midday Tuesday before reaching a verdict in 3 hours. According to a court spokesperson, Anthony could be seen crying when he returned to the court for his sentencing, which will be determined by the jurors, the station reported. Anthony's mother was the only person to take the stand during the punishment phase, asking the jurors to show him mercy as he is sorry for what he did. The judge said that Anthony waived his right to testify during the punishment phase, according to the station. The deadly stabbing occurred at Frisco Independent School District Stadium on April 2nd, 2025, during a track and field competition involving multiple schools in the district. Police said Metcalf, an 11th grader in Frisco Memorial High School, was stabbed during an altercation under a school's tent in the stadium bleachers. Witnesses said the two got into an argument over Anthony, a then 17-year-old student at Frisco Centennial High School, being under Metcalf's school tent during the rainy track meet. Jurors heard testimony over 4 days. Anthony did not take the stand in his own defense. Judge John Roach imposed a gag order in the case, restricting what those involved can say, and barred any electronics from the courtroom during the trial due to the attention the case has garnered. Collin Country 1st Assistant District Attorney Bill Wiersky told jurors that the stabbing was not self-defense but unjustified murder. In his closing argument on Tuesday, Wiersky claimed that Anthony provoked Metcalf, questioned why the defendant didn't walk away, and then called the stabbing disproportionate. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke a shove, Wiersky told jurors, according to WFAA. Defense attorney Mike Howard told jurors that Anthony had gone to the memorial tent to get out of the rain when Metcalf confronted him and told him to leave. Howard said Anthony acted in fear and chaos after Metcalf pushed him and stabbed the other teen in self-defense. During his closing argument on Tuesday, Howard said Metcalf had no legal right to use force on Anthony. In response to the contentions that Anthony could have just left, the defense attorney said, "I'm sure he wishes he did." Multiple students who were at the track meet that day testified that they saw Metcalf push Anthony, who was seated on the bleacher, with some describing it as a two-handed push, like a lineman move, while others said it was a one-handed small shove. One witness testified that Anthony was asked to leave the tent about 15 times, according to WFAA. Some recalled Anthony saying, "Touch me and see what happens," during the altercation, which witnesses said lasted about 4 to 6 minutes. Another witness quoted Metcalf as telling Anthony, "I'm not going to fight you." Surveillance footage from the track meet played in court did not show the stabbing, and some of the witnesses were asked to demonstrate the incident. After the stabbing, witnesses said Anthony jogged away from the tent, and a coach who spoke to him on the track testified that he said, "He put his hands on me, I stabbed him." A pocket knife used in the stabbing was found on the bleachers, police said. Collin County Medical Examiner Dr. Elizabeth Ventura testified that Metcalf was stabbed on the left side of his chest, and the knife perforated his right ventricle, according to WFAA. Several people spoke during the trial of the efforts to save Metcalf. A football coach who was helping the track meet testified that he put pressure on the stab wound, and Memorial's athletic trainer said she did CPR until paramedics arrived. Everybody was praying, Memorial High School head track coach Robert Starr said in an emotional testimony. "I just knew Austin was gone." Metcalf was transported to an area hospital where he was ultimately pronounced dead. Frisco ISD reacted to the verdict, saying in a statement, "We respect the judicial process and will continue to support our students with compassion and care. We know this trial has brought strong emotions and deep grief, and we ask our community to continue supporting each other with respect, sensitivity, and understanding." Yeah. I mean, it's pretty wild to hit it with a straight up murder rather than manslaughter, which again still carries an immensely high penalty. But I mean, it's the standard, like the escalation still came from the party that was defending itself in this circumstance, and you can't, lethally defend yourself with a knife, according to this court proceeding. And it's an incredibly sad situation, but first degree would imply, I don't know how it works in this state. I don't know if this means like premeditation, which is ridiculous, but I guess all white jury, Texas is the state. That's part of the reason. Am I missing something? Because it sounds like they got into a high school fight and he stabbed the dude, killing him. Why would this become such a big case? Part of the reason why it became a big case and received a lot of national attention is because people were like, initially, Carmelo Anthony's test of Carmelo Anthony told people on the scene immediately that he was acting in self-defense. And there was at least some evidence, as you've seen from eyewitness testimony, firsthand accounts that were there, that there was at least like an instigation coming from the victim. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Just because somebody pushed you, shoved you, or was behaving this way, it doesn't mean that you can like take out a gun and shoot them or take out your knife and stab them in the chest and kill them. So there was obviously a crime that took place. But I think that the consideration here is the severity of the penalties. But the reason why it turned into a big issue is because immediately every like right-wing white nationalist account was like, "Oh, we have to kill Carmelo Anthony immediately." This was a racialized hate crime. It was a racialized anti-white hate crime. And white people, when they're victims, still get punished, blah, 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 all the stuff. They postured. They leaned into this case to create this false dynamic as though like white people get punished unjustifiably in the eyes of both the media and also in a court of law, which obviously is not. I mean, there's no evidence to bear that out. I believe the defendant saying "touch me and see what happens" was solidify the first degree charge. First degree doesn't always mean long and well thought out. What about stand your ground laws? Is that not a defense? I don't think. I mean, that's situational, and also usually stand your ground is if you're white and standing your ground, and stand your ground only works against black people more often than not. Black and brown people. There are rare instances where stand your ground will protect a black person, rarely, but it happens. But having said that, I understand why this would not be considered a situation where stand your ground would apply. I mean, it's a severe escalation, especially considering that this wasn't in the process of like a brutal beatdown or something, and he just like had a knife in his pocket and he pulled it out. Like there were numerous outs for de-escalation in this back and forth, it seems, or at least that's what the prosecutors showed, and that's the reason why the case ended up being the way it is. Yeah, he was at a track meet. Hassan, I love you, but your legal takes are dog shit. Stay out of this stuff. You're right. I should never talk about. I should leave Asmongold to do the coverage.
This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state.
Then leave. Then get the hell out.
He should be the only responsible party that does coverage on this platform. Certainly, he has a far better grasp over, this kind of stuff.
Geez, South Park episode, video evidence and full confession. They still say he's innocent. Yeah, I know. It's because they're racist. Like, I don't know really how this is so confusing.
Or maybe you just don't agree with me, and that's why you're pissed off. First degree in Texas doesn't have a premeditation clause. It only requires knowing and willing conduct. Yeah, stand your ground is about not having duty to retreat when in danger. He pulled a knife after a shove. Like, if the eyewitnesses, because this happened in front of a lot of people. If all of the other testimony from the individuals that were on scene showed that Carmelo Anthony's life was in imminent danger, then I don't think that I don't think it would go the way that you think it would. Like, it's not like he was getting like pummeled, or he was like getting punched or brutalized, and in that moment he like in a panic moment, in an effort to defend himself, he pulled out his knife from his pocket or something and then stabbed him. Even then, they would probably try to throw the book at him because he's a black teenager killing a white teenager, but it would be a much more defensible situation, I think. Whereas if there were numerous outs in that circumstance, it's unjustifiable regardless. Like, Austin Metcalf obviously shouldn't be going up to this guy and being like, get the fuck out of my tent and whatnot. But like, obviously he doesn't deserve to be killed. It's insane. That's an insane thing. I'm not going to stand by that. I'm never going to. If you were expecting me to say something like that, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. What is this? So in Texas, there's only capital murder, death or life sentence without no parole mandatory, and murder, 5 to 99 years max. There's no first and second degree, but there is manslaughter. In another state, this would probably be second degree, but that doesn't exist in Texas. Yeah, like his defense could not establish that he was under imminent threat to his safety, and that it was obviously seen as a severe escalation from the party that was being bullied. Now, unless there's like additional evidence that was hidden in the trial or something, and they did a very good job of like hiding the evidence, I understand why the case would go this way. I do think that there are plenty of instances of leniency, political leniency, right? Kyle Rittenhouse and the like, many circumstances in the American criminal justice system where if there was a role reversal, this would not be as controversial, I guess. It would not. There would absolutely be a much more lenient sentence if Austin Metcalf was sitting in a tent and Carmelo Anthony walked up to him and shoved him, and then Austin Metcalf pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the heart and killed him. I think Austin Metcalf would probably walk free, or at the very least would get a much lighter sentence. That is the truth. Having said that, however, that would not be justice either. That would not be justice. So my argument isn't necessarily that there should be leniency in both circumstances, or leniency isn't like they should be able to walk free in both circumstances. It's understandable that a egregious crime was committed, and therefore it's understandable for there to be some kind of punishment. It's not separate if you're black. No. You're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm saying that, of course, being black is a relevant factor. Being black is a relevant factor in what would have taken place if the role reversal took place. If the role reversal was that a white teenager stabbed a black teenager and killed him. Fuck you mean no? Yes, the fuck it is. No, I'm not saying no, being black makes this not a separate case. I'm saying that systemic analysis is absolutely apt, which I offered. Okay, this is going to be an instance where people are either intentionally misunderstanding what I'm saying and act as though I'm not accounting for racialized sentencing disparity, which exists in the criminal justice system, and I talk about it all the time, and I just did in this circumstance as well. I wasn't saying that what your statement is. Your statement itself is not incorrect. Okay, the deployment in this situation against me, as though I am at odds with what you're saying, is incorrect. Chad is doing the thing where they agree with my overall analysis, but come at it as though they're in disagreement. There is no disagreement. And I can't tell if people just have some kind of, tensions are high. So I guess that's probably part of the reason.
Process here, what do we expect? Is the sentencing, the number of years up to this jury? Does the judge weigh in? This does vary from state to state and district to district.
It does vary, Martha, and obviously the fact that the jury is going to be weighing in on sentencing leads me to believe that they're going to be able to have some type of say, because otherwise the only focus or purpose they would have would be as if this were a death penalty case, which it is not. So given the fact that the jury is around for the sentencing phase leads me to believe that they will have a say. What I do think is really interesting here, and I think that this is the reason the case played out the way it did. The defense attorney knew that this jury was going to be involved in the sentencing phase. The judge was listening to all the testimony here, and I think this is the reason some of these facts came in. The things that we were talking about earlier, how he reacted after the fact. I think some of that is trying to be mitigating. I don't think that the defense truly believed that there was ever a true self-defense claim here, and that this is what they had to try on behalf of the client. But given the facts and circumstances here, I think putting this forth in the way to show this level of remorse, to show that he was upset and crying after the fact, I think that was part of the sentencing phase of this case. I also think the fact that Carmelo Anthony himself did not testify was very interesting, given the defense in this case, and that's not something that we've talked about today. And I think that that's a very, very significant portion of the jury making this decision on murder. I think had he testified, manslaughter may have played into it a little bit more, because he would have been able to say, I felt in fear. I felt like they were coming at me. It was a split decision. And looking back at the video, I don't see what it may be.
I wonder why. I actually do wonder why the defense didn't want him to testify. Maybe it was because they had a all-white jury and it was a rap.
I thought was happening at the time. And I think maybe those things may have played into a less serious conviction here. But the fact that he didn't testify, I don't think the jurors had any other evidence that they could hang their hat on. And we'll see if in the sentencing phase we hear more about that. But I really do think that the defense played into the fact that if he was convicted, these...
You're applying systemic critique to the court, but not the environment of racism that Anthony lives within. It's not fair to compare his actions to a similar instance where the races are flipped. Black people live in constant fear of white violence. No, I agree. I understand that. I understand that. And the moment that there's a lethal weapon at play, that falls by the wayside in most circumstances in every court of law.
Were certain pieces of information they needed to put out in front of this jury, so maybe the sentencing would not be, as significant as it could be.
I don't know if we can hear this person who's speaking, or if we know if this is one of the attorneys. If anybody, okay, this is not one of the attorneys. It's someone.
No, that chatter is not saying that. Chatter is offering justification to why Carmelo Anthony felt an immediate threat, an immediate fear of his life, which is why he took lethal action. I don't even think he meant to literally kill the person like with a kill shot. You know what I mean? Because I don't think he's an expert assassin who knew exactly where his heart was and like was able to one tap him in the chest. Like obviously it would require a lot more skill and a lot more knowledge of how to do that. But at the end of the day, whether he was in fear of his life or not, he pulled out a knife, and clearly all the other witnesses around saw it as an escalation from his side. He was 17 years old, took a life, and now his life is gone too. It's an incredibly tragic situation.
Speaking outside the courthouse. Paul, let's talk a little bit about what Donna touched on here. Carmelo Anthony did not testify in his own defense. Do you think his attorneys now second-guess that decision?
Well, in light of the fact that he's guilty of the highest charge, how could you not? Sure. And all I can say is if the cynical ploy here was to say, leave him off the stand, take...
Also hard to argue you didn't think stabbing someone could kill them? Oh, no, absolutely. I was just saying that, like, I don't think he was like an assassin who was like, oh, I'm going to stab him directly in the heart and kill him. Like, even in a panic moment where he's like, this is the only weapon that I have. I'm trying to give the most favorable to the perpetrator, like the most favorable scenario to Carmelo Anthony. And even in that circumstance, it's still at least manslaughter. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's impulsive. There's real fear. And even in that circumstance, it's hard to see it as not manslaughter, regardless of the imminent threat, because the imminent threat didn't reach a physical level beyond a push. Two-handed shove, one-handed shove, doesn't matter. part of the reason why I think he got the maximum worse sentence here is because of the racial component, though. All-white jury, state of Texas. He doesn't testify, doesn't get cross-examined, and they hit him with the maximum penalty because it has a national prominence. The case became like an issue of national significance. How do people come to a judgment on this without seeing a video or some kind of evidence? Eyewitness testimony. There were numerous people around.
Of a minor victory at sentencing from this jury, I think it was a mistake. The way this went, and in light of the tenor of the defense witnesses, who, as I said earlier, some of whom were reportedly black. There's no cameras in the courtroom, but that said, reportedly black testimony from black witnesses, excuse me, and testimony on the defense side, wherein at least one of them started crying. It broke for the prosecution. So at that point, if you're sitting where the defense is and you're about to continue with your case, you probably have to go back and say, hey, look, we got a Hail Mary here, and that is we put you on the stand to play for a sympathetic jury sentence after a top charge conviction.
Didn't all the testimony say Anthony was guilty and was the one who escalated? Eyewitness testimony said that, no, Anthony was, no, they didn't say that Anthony was guilty. Eyewitness testimony said that, yes, he was bullied, or yes, he was, some said he was shoved with one hand, some said he was shoved with two hands, but it wasn't, the overall eyewitness testimony from every single person involved, it didn't make it seem as though Carmelo Anthony's life was in imminent danger. There were 4 non-white members of the jury, non-black though.
Feels to me like the kind of 1 in a million shot you never want to put your client in a position of. Feels to me like it would have at that point, the way things were going, to Donna's point, say, you know what, let's try to elicit some sympathy. Carmelo, get up there and do your best. The only thing I can think of is that they felt like, for some reason, there are some facts that we have not heard, that the prosecution may have been able to draw out of Carmelo that they felt would have even further hurt their case. Things like why he went to the tent, why he had the knife. There may be things that come out that we didn't get in the and this happens, that we didn't get for various evidentiary reasons in the 4 corners of the case that we're gonna hear subsequent. Because one of the things you notice you didn't get a lot of is character stuff here. You didn't get even about Metcalf. Like, one of the things I was kind of waiting for when the defense came forward was I was starting to wonder, do they have some sort of thing up their sleeve that's going to paint the victim, however unsavory that is, and I think we'd agree it is because the kid is dead, but do they have something where they're going to essentially paint the victim as somebody who almost deserved it, a bad kid who's had what was coming to him? And of course, all the reporting cuts against that, and ultimately that's not what happened. But I'm wondering if we're going to get some kind of character stuff that's going to come out that for whatever reason they decided let's not roll those dice, because the way this thing went,
come on,
and you
man.
can't argue with.
Now he's implying that, like, classic Fox News, implying that he's like, if he were to defend himself, if we go on the stand, he would come across like unfavorable.
The way it concluded, if you're sitting where the defense is, I think I might have taken the shot. Carmelo, get up there, do your best to be sympathetic. Maybe we get the manslaughter, and as a relatively young man, you'll see the light of day again.
Very interesting. Paul Mauro, thank you very much. So, Donna Rotunno, we're waiting to hear from these attorneys, and we're also going to hear from General Jack Keane here in a moment on the downing of a U.S. helicopter. So we want to get to that story as well. But is there a framework for sentencing here that is applicable based on this, the environment of this case, that speaks to you?
Well, I don't think that he's going to get the maximum. I don't. I think that we are going to hear him be more humanized in front of this jury now for sentencing. I do think that given the fact that manslaughter was on the table and the jury rejected that, I don't think you'll see less than 20 years. But I definitely do think that you will see a sentence where maybe this young man can see the light of day at some point in his life. You know, one way or another, Austin Metcalf is never coming back, and this tragedy has already been compounded. Given given the fact that he will never be able to live again. And of course, Carmelo Anthony can, and his family can still go and visit him. And so I definitely think that the jury is going to, or the judge, whoever's going to hand down the ultimate sentence, it's going to be stiff. And I do think that it's going to be several decades. I'm just not so sure we're going to hear a life sentence here.
So in terms of how this is going to work, I imagine we're going to hear victim impact statements. The judge and the jury will hear some statements from these families, correct? And is there any opportunity on the Anthony side for them to, plead for leniency in this case for any reason?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Martha. You will hear victim impact statements from his twin brother, from his parents, anybody that was close to him. If he has grandparents living, I mean, I'm sure we will hear from all of those people. They will also testify, most likely, in front of this jury if asked to do so. And Carmelo Anthony's family will have the same ability. His parents will be able to get up and talk about what life will look like without him. Now, remember, he has been out, and so he has been home with his family. That changes today upon this conviction, and he will be taken into custody, as we heard earlier. So they will talk about what it means to not have him at home, the siblings that he...
Yeah, I mean, there was one moment where they were being a little ridiculous, but overall, Fox News' commentary on this has been even surprisingly even keeled. And that I don't mean like it's good. I'm just shocked that they're not literally endlessly posturing about how endlessly posturing about how this was a race war that was almost lost but is now won. You know what I mean? Maybe my framing on this is so busted by what I see on the internet all the time. Because like on the internet, the way that they talk about this case is like is people foaming out the mouth. Like they were like, oh, he's doing this because he wanted to kill white people, blah, blah, blah. All this shit. They were doing the same thing that they did in the UK with the other kid who was stabbed by the Sikh man, the Sikh man, the white guy. What's his name? Nowak. Where it's like, this is classic. This is what happens to white people. White people are under attack. Henry Nowak. But for Fox News to not do that is I guess, kind of strange. I feel like it's a little unexpected. Maybe because like Twitter has rotted my brain and I just assume that that's... No, I think Fox News would do that normally. I don't know why they're not openly baying for blood. Strange.
He may have, and how it affects their lives, and how he, although alive, will be missing from their family for a long period of time as well. And so they will talk about that impact. They will talk about things in his life that are different from this. Because remember, this is a, 4-minute aspects of his life, and so we're going to hear about the other 17 plus years that he's lived and the things that he has done and the impact on his family. And so again, there are no winners here. So no matter what happens, this is a tragedy.
Indeed.
Actually, it's because it's not Jesse Waters. It's their daytime broadcast. That's probably what it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to Israel and Iran. A lot of people are excited at the clash between the Spurs and the Knicks, but here's another clash taking place in the Middle East. As you guys know, yesterday, after Israel struck Beirut, in spite of Iran's warnings not to do so, Iran decided to take matters into its own hands and escalate and strike Israel proper, which they did. I covered it in real time. By the time I had ended the broadcast, Donald Trump was basically giving every Western and even some Israeli newspapers choice quotes about how he was the boss, he was boss baby, and that Israel had to abide by his commands. It turns out Israel did not play that game, however, and by the time I had ended the broadcast and was making my way to Los Angeles airport, Israel had already struck Iran. Israel then continued to strike Iran in spite of Donald Trump saying, no more striking, it's done. Strike or no striking.
Over the weekend, the president warning Israel not to retaliate against Iran. The president...
Yeah, and his warnings, lo and behold, were not listened to. If you recall yesterday, I said, I'll believe it when I see it. I was a little bit more restrained, although somewhat hopeful that Donald Trump seemingly was taking a stronger stance. But of course, as it turns out, that strong stance amounted to absolutely nothing. If you recall, I said, and tweeted out, if this isn't theater, I said, if this is real, and not theater. It's a huge step in the right direction, where Iran has dealt such significant damage that Trump is willing to let Israel receive penalties from it for actively violating a potential ceasefire. Going forward, Israel's calculation as a spoiler changes. Well, it turns out it was actually not real, and it was actually theater, because Benjamin Netanyahu does what Benjamin Netanyahu wants. All of the begging, Bibi, stop, Khalil, no, it amounted to nothing. We know who the shot caller is. Yep. Trump tells the Financial Times that Israel would have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran. He won't have any choice. I call the shots. I call all the shots. Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. Yep. Turns out, buddy. Oh, buddy. Now, of course, to add insult to injury, a lot in American news media will not reference this, but Israel does not have the operational capacity to actually strike Tehran without American involvement. So even if America turns around and says, oh, we didn't have anything to do with this, I need you to understand that it's a lie. Without Stratotanker support from the United States of America, without American Stratotankers flying in coordination with the Israeli Air Force, the Israeli pilots are not capable of making that flight and striking Tehran or striking any place on Iranian soil. Israel does not have any Stratotanker refuelers. In order to make that trip, the American Air Force aided and abetted Israel in striking Iran. So not only did Donald Trump do this kind of song and dance where he claimed last night that he holds all the cards and he controls the shots, he's the real shot caller, Israel was able to do its bidding against Donald Trump's wishes, against Donald Trump's, public posture, and he was able to do and Israel was able to do this with American support.
Reportedly telling Axios, quote, I'm calling Netanyahu right now and telling him not to attack Iran in response, adding, each of them had their fun. Israel had its strike and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one. But Israel did retaliate. This morning, the IDF saying it conducted a wave of strikes on western and central Iran, including a petrochemical plant.
The pattern of these strikes are also interesting from the Israeli side. The fact that they're hitting civilian infrastructure instead of trying to deteriorate the Iranian military capacity could mean one of two things. Either it means that Israel has completely given up on trying to deteriorate Iranian strike capabilities because they recognize now that it's virtually impossible. It's a wash. It's not going to happen, as evidenced by the last 101 days of Operation Epic Fury. Or they're doing this, they're hitting oil infrastructure rather than hitting their military capabilities because, once again, they just have given up on a long, extended conflict or even stopping Iran from striking Israel in any meaningful capacity. It doesn't matter what the calculation on the Israeli side is, however, it's still obviously terrorism, and they're engaging in it. And Iran has seemingly backed away for the time being, unless Israel hits Beirut again. I suspect if Israel hits Beirut again, Iran will probably strike back at Israel proper once again. After the tit for tat, by the way, Iran did say that the latest attacks would be the last ones. But they also are implying once again that if Israel escalates on Beirut, right, they'll probably strike back. They have to in order to maintain military deterrence.
Over the weekend, Trump falsely claiming he never promised the American people no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world?
But on the campaign trail,
I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. No more wars. No more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace.
And guys, this is a major test of President Trump's ability to de-escalate the situation. No one has been killed or injured here in Israel in those missile strikes.
Yeah, dog, he doesn't have any ability to de-escalate any situation. Let's be real. He can't de-escalate his way out of a paper bag. What is the test? This is the same Brandonization that we saw, man. They're dog walking the American administration once again. It's so stupid. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Like, oh yeah, there's no measures that you could deploy. Yeah, there are, okay? Israel knows that there are plenty of measures that they could deploy. That's why they spend a good deal of time, effort, and money to ensure that no one who actually would ever dare to deploy any of those measures is anywhere near proximity to power. That's why they spend so much money on AIPAC and all these other shell corporations and shit.
You saw Tom reference that interview with Axios. The words were quite stark. He said that he was calling Netanyahu right now and telling him not to attack Iran. Each of them had their fun, and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one. And, George, at about the same time, the president did an interview.
It's embarrassing. It's totally ridiculous. They had their fun is such a funny thing to say. Yeah, meanwhile, the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Quds Force, Esmail Qaani, said a new security belt of resistance will be established with the Strait of Hormuz to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait off Yemen and from the Gulf to the Red Sea, according to comments carried by state media. So the Ansar Allah is now involved. The Ansar Allah have said they are going to start stopping ships that are transiting through the Red Sea into Israel. So they've reestablished their blockade. They're going to engage ships militarily. Iranian officials use the term resistance or acts of resistance to refer to Iranian allies in the region, including Yemen's Houthis. Yemen's Houthis have also opened fire on Israel as well. The more this Bidenist idea of a ceasefire, the invention of the post-October 7th world where a ceasefire means Israel can still do whatever it wants forever, but no one can respond to it, is picked apart bit by bit, the more the world can potentially return to some semblance of sanity. Yeah, sometimes you got to break things to rebuild it, I guess.
With the Financial Times, and he said that Benjamin Netanyahu would have to go along with whatever peace deal he gets with Iran. He won't have any choice. I call the shots. I call all the shots. He doesn't call the shots. But, George, despite all of that and despite the phone call that he had with Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel obviously went on and attacked Iran. Now the president is saying that his peace deal is still on the verge. He's been saying that for now months, saying only subject to ignorance or stupidity getting in the way.
And this is hitting home again. Oil prices spiking overnight.
Yeah, oil prices are up, which means gas prices will be up more. The toll of the economy, hitting voters here as Republicans fear for a very difficult midterm elections.
John Carl, thanks.
A wave of.
Are we going to get Epstein drops this week? I don't know, because, Benjamin Netanyahu showed the world that he's the real boss and making the real boss calls anyway. So maybe there's no need for Epstein drops, some strategically placed Epstein drops, after all, considering that the Trump restraint was nothing. I-24, Israel fears that Trump will restrict freedom of action in Lebanon and seek to reduce the intensity of the fighting, not only in the Dahiyah district in Beirut, but generally throughout the country. Israeli officials are working around the clock to prevent such a move. See? Yeah. America has complete power over Israel. America could still, at any step it wanted to, make one pivotal phone call and change the dynamic of this conflict. It's still the case. It was always the case, and it will still continue to be the case. Do with that information what you will. It's just the truth. The idea that this is, that Israel is a sovereign nation state that gets to do whatever it wants, and bully the American leadership is silly. They are bullying the American leadership regardless, and it's utterly humiliating. Having said that, however, America still holds all the cards. They're just choosing not to enforce it. I don't know why they're not choosing to enforce those cards. Hello, my mother. Hello to my mother's favorite. What up, NMP Law? What does your mom think about me wearing suits recently? I feel like your mom would love that.
First of all, I think it's important to remember how this started. This started with a negotiated ceasefire under Trump administration auspices last week between Lebanon and Israel, and it's Hezbollah in Lebanon that violated that ceasefire. And now it's the Iranian regime in Tehran that's trying to challenge it by sending missiles at Israel for what it accuses Israel of doing, violating a ceasefire. So really, this is about Iran trying to flex its muscle.
Shit, my mistake. I forgot. Israel is obviously allowed to invade Lebanon and continue invading Lebanon and secure additional territory inside of Lebanon. I mean, what the is this analysis, man? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, they get to do it. It's for emotional support. They have to do it. ZNN, dude. How will this be more pro-Israel after the Ellison purchase? I don't even know. I genuinely physically don't. I don't know how they can literally be more pro-Israel.
Then this morning, Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen came out of the ceasefire woodwork, fired 2 ballistic missiles at Israel. Neither reached their targets. Then, with echoes of their previous attacks on the Red Sea, declared a blockade on Israeli ships there, although most shipping traffic already avoids this area. All of this retaliation for Israeli strikes on Hezbollah-linked targets in Beirut over the weekend. Trump reportedly told Netanyahu not to do it. He did, although unlikely to have happened without U.S. knowledge.
Yep. Yeah, it's cool, man. American orders are not even suggestions at this point. It's just background noise. America will be like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. I beg of you. And then he'll just do it anyway. It's great. Fantastic. Once again, I asked the question that Bill Clinton asked to Benjamin Netanyahu back in the 90s. Who's the superpower here?
The Iranians were at pains to point out today.
America has direct responsibility in any action that the Zionist regime carries out in relation to the violation of regional peace and security against Iran.
Donald Trump took to social media at just after 5:30 in the morning U.S. Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting, he wrote. Then about an hour later posted, both sides are looking to do an immediate ceasefire. Final negotiations on peace are proceeding, subject to ignorance or stupidity getting in its way. He went on to state for the umpteenth time that peace was almost upon us and that, quote, things should move quickly. This afternoon, the Iranians announced the end of the tit-for-tat for now, but warned of more to come if the Israelis hit Lebanon again. Missiles deliver messages as well as payloads. So what does the last 48 hours tell us about this shaky ceasefire? Iran wants the US and Israel to know that for them an attack on Beirut is tantamount to an attack on Tehran, and that any durable ceasefire must include Lebanon as well.
For years, Hezbollah was the proxy of Iran. It was built
Hezbollah
in order to protect Tehran from Israel. Now Iran protects Hezbollah from Israel's grip. If they do not protect Hezbollah, they are isolated, they are alone, and they are doomed to fail.
The last 24 hours was also about Iran showing willing to escalate quickly if there's no movement on the things that are important to them in ceasefire.
One of the funniest things that have taken place since the invention of AI, generative AI, is that Iran can make these massive placards now in no time. It's so funny that they just like pump out this AI slop and make these banners in only a few moments. No need to hire anyone. What do you think the Ayatollah is doing? Yeah, sitting around in a bunker making AI art, generative AI art.
Negotiations, like the unfreezing of Iranian assets, for example. At the weekend, Trump was asked about this.
Would you unfreeze any Iranian assets or lift any sanctions up front as a part of any deal? So that would come after.
Comes after, yeah. If
they
behave,
turned
if they
over
do a good
their
job, we
nuclear
start
enrichment.
talking, yeah.
As the interview went on, things started to deteriorate. The president eventually stormed out.
You ought to straighten out your press.
Tehran negotiators will look at episodes like this
We traveled all the way to
and interpret them as signs of weakness and petulance.
Now, while Israel says it's stopping attacks here in Iran, it will continue to fight in southern Lebanon if it is attacked by Hezbollah, and the IDF has confirmed that that will continue. Now, that is something Iran considers a breach of the ceasefire. So what precisely will happen in that event is still uncertain. 12 people were killed in Israeli strikes in Lebanon today, and since March, since the beginning of this conflict, around 3,500 people have lost their lives in Lebanon alone. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilson, reports from...
Quiet green light. As the dust has settled, it seems Trump soft greenlit the Israeli attack on Iran and then further depleted U.S. military interceptors to defend attacks on Israel. Yup. Zachary Cohen, senior national security reporter covering the Pentagon for CNN, says, update, U.S. forces did fire interceptors in response to recent Iranian missile attacks targeting Israel, per a U.S. official, though it was not immediately clear if the attempted interceptors were successful. U.S. officials are still working to assess who hit what in the aftermath, the official said. This comes a couple hours after a U.S. official denied Israel's claim that the U.S. intercepted Iranian ballistic missiles that were fired at Israel. Of course they did. Israel is the most precious country on the planet. It has to be defended, no matter what. It has to be defended when it goes around and behaves in a belligerent manner. That's just how it goes. That's it. Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants, and we'll foot the bill.
Beirut.
Clearing up after yesterday's strikes on Beirut.
Can't wait for that military combo wombo situation. So, Americans are drafted by force at gunpoint to go wage Israel's wars at the behest of Israel so they can take over Cairo and take over Istanbul and wherever the fuck they seek further expansion in.
The Shia village of Debin has been utterly destroyed by Israeli bombs. The occupying Israeli soldiers withdrew just a few days ago. A UN bulldozer has started to clear the rubble, and the Lebanese armed forces have moved in. The cross on the horizon rises from the Christian village of Marjayoun, less than 2 kilometers away. But we weren't allowed to film much in Marjayoun for fear of bringing the wrath of Israel onto the heads of the population. Now that the Lebanese army has moved back into the villages around here, people should be feeling more secure. But everyone I've been speaking to is nervous. They don't know what the Israeli soldiers are going to do next. And even though Marjayoun here might be an enclave of peace, the Israelis are still occupying the area all around and not showing any signs of leaving. Debris from the Israeli anti-aircraft system Iron Dome has damaged the tower of St. George's Church. The priest has grown used to the sound of his...
Reminder, Hezbollah are still Lebanese people. They have a right to defend against Israel. Oh, 100%.
Hezbollah rockets being intercepted as they fly overhead. Now, both Hezbollah and Iran are firing into Israel.
Our message in our church, the peace.
But we're hearing the sound of war all around us.
Of course, this is nothing. Last night, all the night, you will hear. This is the music.
Israeli soldiers ordered the Christians of Marjayoun to expel the displaced Shias they were sheltering in case they were harboring Hezbollah, driving a wedge between the communities.
They are from our society, but there is no reason to say to my brother, go from my town, don't be here. We have a big problem now, okay, between us.
Nabatea, just to the west of Marjayoun, attacked by Israel every day. While the world prays that the war between the US and Iran will not start up again, here they just pray to be left alone, to live together again, just to live. So you can see that Israel has no let-up in attacking the south of Lebanon today, and it has no intention of doing so. But I wonder if Prime Minister Netanyahu is feeling a little concerned today, because President Trump has positioned himself almost like a mediator between Iran and Israel rather than Israel's partner. It's clear he doesn't want to go back to war. It's clear he wants a deal. And Iran may try to insist that Israel stop attacking the south of Lebanon as well as Beirut and possibly withdraw from its occupation. Lebanon, of course, feels rather powerless in amongst all this. Earlier today, I sat down with the Lebanese Justice Minister, Adel Nasser, and I asked him how the events of the last 36 hours, where they have left Lebanon.
Today we are paying the price of the disproportionate reaction of Israel and the interference of Iran and the use by Iran of Lebanon as a military base for itself. We are facing all of them. We are a small country and we are facing major powers. Because both of them have military means that Lebanon doesn't have.
What do you want the Americans to do?
The Americans today are helping or supporting the negotiations of Washington, that the direct negotiations that are being conducted. And we expect, that the issue of Lebanon remains completely independent from the negotiations that are being conducted between the United States and Iran, because we consider that we shouldn't be a card between the hands of Iran. This is on one hand. On the other hand, to support Lebanon, to bring Israel to another attitude regarding the situation in Lebanon.
But it seems that the government, your government, has no power, no influence.
I mean, cooked, but also true. It's flagrant how powerless the Lebanese government is, how cucked the Lebanese government is. It's basically a puppet state. And it's been that for a minute, but Look, a lot of people are like, oh, what is the Lebanese government's attitude on this? Where's the Lebanese military? Let me tell you, the Lebanese government would literally give up every Shia territory in southern Lebanon to Israel so it can turn southern Lebanon, violate its sovereignty, and turn southern Lebanon into another West Bank style occupation, as long as they also, in the process, destroyed Hezbollah militarily. The Lebanese government is lost. It's not a real government at all. How can you be a real government if you collaborate with a foreign invading military and actively try to collaborate with a foreign invading military against your standing militia within Hezbollah? If you recall, in the early days of Operation Epic Fury, when Israel started invading southern Lebanon militarily, the Lebanese government tried to get the Lebanese forces to not attack Israel, but to attack Hezbollah. And of course, the Lebanese military was like, no, what are you saying? We're not going to aid and abet a foreign invading force against our own brothers. They still tried it, though. They still tried it. There's varying degrees of dignity and face saving here, but the Lebanese government has none of that.
Even in your own country?
No, Lebanon is committed, and the government is committed to obtain or to secure the monopoly of force. It is very important to continue the process of dismantling Hezbollah's military infrastructure, but not to make a confusion with the Shia.
Like, do you see this? Do you see this? Like, he's literally talking about dismantling the Hezbollah military infrastructure. Buddy, your country is currently being invaded. Hezbollah are Lebanese. They are Lebanese people. Your country is being invaded by a foreign occupying power. The f do you mean? Oh, we're working tirelessly to dismantle the only resistance force that's currently keeping the foreign invading force at bay. Yes, Hezbollah are the only ones seemingly interested in defending the sovereignty of Lebanon. It's true. What is this? This is a great analysis on who this government is beholden to. Disgraceful and embarrassing, says Laura Bitar. It is Iran and Iran alone that stopped the attacks on Dahiyeh and Beirut and is insisting on incorporating Lebanon into its negotiations with the U.S. But this stooge is ordered to view Iran as the enemy rather than the settler colony erasing dozens of southern villages from existence and slaughtering entire families together. Yeah, here is the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, telling CNN's Christian Amanpour his message to the IRGC and Iran.
It's not your country, it's our country. It's our obligation. It's not your job to interfere into our country.
Like, the Lebanese president is literally going on American TV after conducting a negotiation, a fake negotiation with the United States of America and Israel, the invading military force, where they have openly admitted to wanting to stand down. And when asked, he says his main opposition is Hezbollah and the IRGC and Iran, not the country that's invading and violating his borders, violating his sovereignty, killing his countrymen. 4,000 Lebanese people have been slaughtered by Israel at this point. Hundreds of buildings have been destroyed. Hundreds of villages have been erased off the map. And this dipshit is like, oh, dude, that's one thing. But you know what the real problem is? The fact that Hezbollah exists within our borders. That's why I said, like, yesterday, I said Iran, due to the deterrence factor of Hezbollah against Israel, given Hezbollah's proximity to Israel, Iran has more investment in maintaining Lebanese sovereignty than the Lebanese government itself.
Reject the statement totally, because our people being killed, our houses being destroyed. They are using Lebanon as a bargaining chip in their negotiation with the United States. It's unacceptable.
Yeah. They're using Lebanon as a bargaining chip. Yeah, that is crazy. What is the bargain for Iran here? The bargaining chip for Iran is Lebanese sovereignty, is forcing Israel to retreat from not Syria, not from Egypt, from Lebanon. Iran isn't saying like, oh, you have to retreat your forces from Jordan. Iran is saying you have to retreat from Lebanon, your country.
And here also, Hezbollah must understand that. Hezbollah must understand that no other way but to sit and talk. No other way to solve this problem and to save what's left except through negotiation and diplomacy. It's not your country, it's our country. It's our obligation. It's not your job to interfere into.
I mean, this is literally Vichy France, by the way. This is straight up Vichy France. Based on Mr. Owen's comments, one would think that Iran has occupied 1/5 of Lebanon, displaced 1/4 of Lebanese, and bombing his country on a daily basis. Had Lebanon been the bargaining chip for Iran, we'd have a deal long ago. Save Lebanon from your real foe, Mr. President. He's right. Sayed Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, is right. What's crazy is, like, these guys don't even feel shame in their hearts to say such things.
Community.
So what do you say to the villagers in the south who say Hezbollah is the resistance? Hezbollah at least is fighting Israel, and the National Army is doing nothing.
It is clear that Hezbollah is not in a position to defend the south. So talking about defending the south through Hezbollah is a myth. It is not true. And it proved that it is not true through over this long period of time.
I mean, like, it was a...
Oh, Jesse Waters is covering it. Let's see. Jesse Waters is going to endorse Graham Plattner because he'd be like, I read the article and I liked what he was doing.
In our relationship. And so that's when it stopped.
And the women, well, were they at least of age?
They were adult women. You knew that. And it was consensual. Is that true?
Yes.
And you have that you confirmed that. You knew their age.
Yes. Oh, God. I mean, yeah. Yes, of course.
Hayes asked if he ever considered dropping out, and he laughed. Said never. So
why would he?
Not going anywhere.
Why would he drop
Anzi
out? This
Arts,
doesn't make
the
any
co-host
sense.
Of Fox and Friends. So you've gotten a read on this guy now. You watched the.
Let's see if Jesse can be not creepy for the next 5 minutes here.
Something that shocked all the women in the green room before the show. This came out in the New York Times article. One of the girlfriends, one of the ex-girlfriends, says he regularly grabbed me by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks. One occasion, yanked her out of a cab by her wrist, twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, held the door closed from the other side so that she couldn't get out. And then she ended up, he said she can't get out until she's calm. And then she ended up falling asleep and waking up the next morning. So he was asked about that from Hayes, and he said those allegations are not true. Anything physically that they're accusing me of is not true. Someone who is politically motivated, he said, and he was in a dark place when he was asked about the alcohol, because this report in the New York Times said physically threatening, drank heavily, regularly unfaithful, and did know that the tattoo was a Nazi symbol. And he said, I've said that. I've addressed the drinking allegations. I did have a problem with that. I was in a very dark place.
So the politicians on the left are going to have to react. They're going to be asked about this all tomorrow. What do you think they're going to say? This is a whole nother level.
They've been defending him this entire time. You saw what Sonny Hostin said on The View. I know he's a creep. I know what he's done. This is horrible, basically. But I'm voting for him anyway, or I suggest that people in Maine vote for him, because we have to take that seat. That's how deranged they are. Susan Collins voted for impeachment of Donald Trump, and they still want her to lose.
I mean, she's like what a Democrat would want in a Republican Senate in Maine, but they're going for this wild animal. As a woman, if you hear allegations about grabbing by the shoulders that leave bruises,
dude,
the arm behind the back is pretty wild. I mean, is that what you would consider physical abuse?
Do you think the female Fox News hosts, while they're covering this story, think about what probably happened in the break room prior to them going on stage and how much worse that is than the allegations being presented in the New York Times article? Not even talking about the veracity. I'm just straight up saying, like, because we're talking about Fox News, right? Like, Fox News had such a bad rapist culture that numerous high-profile women had to leave Fox News. Numerous high-profile men were sued.
And he likes the control and he likes the dominance. And so he continues to write her and call her. And that's
Jesse Waters is notorious for describing what he thought was a cute story of how he met his wife. He lowered the tire pressure on his producer's car so that he would have an excuse to give her a ride, or they would be trapped in the car together. About Trump, Fox and Friends co-host Ainsley Earnhardt co-opted that language, saying the allegations were definitely coordinated, employing the same charge the Trump campaign is used against the New York Times, one of the outlets to publish the accounts of the alleged victims. 5 women coming out the same day. That has to be coordinated, Earnhardt said, before turning her attention to the Clinton machine being in bed with mainstream media. Democratic wins media breaking. We were proud to be with Janet Mills before. We're proud to still think she's the right person for Maine. Let's make it happen. When Plattner wins the primary, Democratic wins media, will you support him against Collins, or are you a MAGA op? Yeah, by the way, this is Ethan Wolf, who did support Andrew Cuomo over Mamdani. So we know. I think the real comparison here that a lot of people are not making, like I said, and I made this comparison earlier, is to Pete Hegseth. Like, all of these Fox News guys are like, I can't believe this is what Graham Plattner was doing. How dare he do such horrible things? It's like, dog, Pete Hegseth, the current Secretary of War, was your co-worker. Pete Hegseth was literally your co-worker and was a notorious drunk rapist. If you want to talk about Nazi tattoos, Graham Plattner's totem cough didn't get dinged by the military, which again is more of a diss on the military, if we're being honest. But you know whose tattoo did get dinged? Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo. That's right. Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo is the reason why he couldn't serve as a part of the National Guard during the Biden inauguration. So what the f are you guys talking about? He wrote a whole book about it. And unlike Pete Hegseth, Graham Plattner covered his Nazi tattoo. What the f are these people saying? I feel like I'm losing my mind. The standards are so out of whack, dude. We just never look at Republicans. We never look at Republicans. They can do whatever the f they want. They can literally murder, cheat, steal, rape, do whatever the f they want. And everyone's like, well, just because they're doing it doesn't mean, you know, our guys should do it. It's like, well, our guys are not doing that, okay? If our guys were doing that, then yeah, that would be a problem. But they're not even doing that, and you're making that equivalence as though they are by guys who are literally either A, doing the things that they're claiming Graham Plattner is doing, or defending the things that they claim Graham Plattner is doing, and then some. Mr. Piker, when you realize the mainstream media is in bed with the Republicans, I am aware of it. I'm just more mad about like liberals who fall for this shit every time. Yeah, intelligent is right. Randy Fine is allowed to walk around being too sexy and no one does shit. I mean, the party just forced Swalwell out and we're going to pretend we're just being partisan for no reason. Wait, yeah, no, that's the other thing. You can literally point to Swalwell, right? You could be like, well, there are people who have done things on the Republican Party side that are legitimately fucked up and they've been forced to drop, right? Eric Swalwell is a great example. It's like, yeah, the allegations there is an actual sexual assault against a staffer, right? Like, there's no comparison. Like, Swalwell committed crimes. The allegations that he committed a crime multiple times, actually. You mean the Democratic side? Wait, what did I say? You said on the Republican Party side? Yeah, my mistake. What is this? Bars? I asked Senator Bernie Sanders if there's concern sexual assault allegations come out about Graham Plattner after sent candidate privately assured Dems there's no credible forthcoming claims. Sanders, who are you with? The Examiner. Sanders, why don't we examine income and wealth inequality? Bars. Check logs, please. Don't want to spam. A leftist friend of mine just said this about Plattner. I think he's the kind of liar who thinks he can shape the narrative because he's smart. He started out claiming to be a humble oyster farmer who didn't know much about politics, but it turns out he was a comfortable kid who went to Hotchkiss. Running for Senate first is wild because none of this was tested in a campaign. More will come out toward November. Wait, what? I don't think Graham Plattner is smart. I wouldn't say he's smart. Dog, if he was smart, he would have gone through the regular route. He would not have been he would not have been a machine gunner for the Marine Corps. He would have gone through JROTC and then the officers program and then, you know, Harvard, regular PMC job, maybe a consulting career for a little bit. He did the opposite of those things. He did as a matter of fact, a big part of the problems that he's facing currently is because he didn't make the right decisions in his life that most people are comfortable with. Most people are used to political operatives and they kind of take it for granted. They just don't realize like these people that aren't like regular operatives are going to have things that they've done in their lives because they haven't been fantasizing about being president since the age of 12. Yeah, if he was smart, first of all, yeah, I was going to say, if he was smart, dog, buddy, tell your leftist friend, if he was smart, why the was he sporting the third most popular Nazi insignia that was on the helmets of every goddamn Nazi soldier for 17 years? It's the opposite of smart. He made life more difficult because he believed in his grind. Yeah, he was so smart that he prominently featured his Totenkopf Nazi tattoo at his Jewish sister-in-law's wedding, shirtless, dancing around, drunk style. I mean, that's like, by the way, that is literally a Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm plot point. Like, Marine Corps guy who has a Nazi tattoo that he got in Croatia, and he finds out that it is a Nazi tattoo when he takes his shirt off at a Jewish wedding. Except the truth is even funnier than that, because it turns out his extended Jewish family also didn't realize that it was a Totenkopf, which I still cannot understand. Like, that was shocking to me. See, this is what every extended Jewish family and non-Jewish family needs: a professor of racism. Me. Because the moment I laid eyes on that bad boy, I was like, that's a Totenkopf. That is the third most popular, third most well-known Nazi insignia. The first is the swastika, the second is obviously the lightning bolts, and then the third is literally the Totenkopf. It was shocking when I found out that Sam Cedar didn't know what it was. My friend lives in Bucksport, Maine, and said his support has wavered locally. Yeah, I think Mainers have to a KFC double down at this point if they want to fix the situation. I'm not in Maine. My services are not being called. I think if you guys want to maintain a Democratic majority, the only pathway for that to happen is through Maine as well. You know, it's not my battle. I'm on the outside. Okay. Bucksport is tiny. Yeah. My heart is with Michigan. I like you. I do, but this is your worst position. Wait, this is not about Graham Plattner. This is not about Graham Plattner at all. I need you guys to understand this is fundamentally something that you guys need to be a little bit more aware about. Okay. If you're leftist, if you want to organize, if you want to build a movement, you have to be a little bit more skeptical of narratives being formed by your opposition. You see too much usefulness in a dog, bro. Just admit he's bad. This is sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy into a bad candidate. It would be a story, and was one, with Eric Swalwell. You are not being sincere. He was f***ed up from the jump, and you see some worth in him to reach white men, and it's crazy. You aren't being serious. He's a bad candidate. He's a patterned liar, inherently violent, and you give people too much grace in being redeemable. He's on your side for one issue that he came out and started speaking out about after it was growing the majority position. All this defending an inherently violent man for one seat in Maine. He was a candidate to begin with. And because you wanted to trot around with this think like a chud bullshit, you can't even say if this is true, this is bad, because this is a sunk cost fallacy. You think you're making a good point here? What the are you talking about? You've literally made up different ulterior motives when I've literally openly explained to you what my position is. My take on Plattner's stories regarding actually affecting the outcome is that Maine is bluer than Virginia, and we saw this happen last year. Not only that, but electoral conditions have gotten much worse for Republicans since this election. Just to get a read on the situation, hypothetically speaking, if there was another viable Dem primary candidate with a decently progressive platform and far less oppo than Plattner, would we still be behind Plattner? If they had identical positions, of course I would get behind the person that didn't join Blackwater, but there is none. I'll give you one more thing. Yeah, there's no stopping Trump without Maine, by the way. So this conversation is ridiculous. And it's kind of funny that it's like leftists that kind of understand the severity of the situation, the severity of the crisis. Like, there's candidates that are running or going to win their reelection, like Cory Booker. Cory Booker is a pro-Israel stooge. He is, you know, Israel's top guy. You think I'd be in favor of Cory Booker being replaced by a Republican who will also be Israel's top guy regardless? What are you, crazy? No, of course not. Like, I hate Cory Booker. And Cory Booker is still far better than another guy with a R next to their name that's also going to be Israel's top guy anyway. And if there was someone out there who was running in opposition to Graham Plattner and was pro-Israel and anti-Medicare for all, but had a beautiful track record. Like they went to every single one of his girlfriends and they were like, this guy, best guy around. Literally could not find a better guy. He saved puppies from orphanages that were on fire. I would still say vote for Graham Plattner over the other guy who is pro-Israel and anti-Medicare for all. It's that simple. I don't give a f. You're a servant, okay? You're a public servant. Put the policies in the bag. Some of you are operating like you want to be best friends with these motherfuckers. I know some of these motherfuckers, and I'm not operating like I'm best friends with these motherfuckers. Yeah, just one seat, and that one seat in the narrow Republican majority Senate. Yeah, that one seat is the seat that allows the Democrats to open investigations up, like to stop any kind of Republican advance in policy making. Yeah, look at this motherfucking map, dude. You crazy? You crazy? Yes, I saw the dubs, big dubs, fat dubs on the timeline. I saw in a hilarious twist, the delicious irony, the court tentatively determined that Denham's reaction to the content nuke passes 3 of the 4 pillars of fair use and is therefore transformative. In all 3 of the 4 pillars that have passed the court cites Ethan Klein's own former case against Matt Haas as a precedent that informs their decision. It's awesome. We'll see what happens. I mean, they can still appeal, but it doesn't look too good for the crackpot team over there. It seems. So shout out to Denham's, swag, beast mode, respect. Yeah. By the way, the lawsuit that failed, this was one of the elements. Obviously, like, you might be thinking, why the do I care about this like weird ass lawsuit from a pro-Israel podcaster against like other people? And it's because he basically used the lawsuit as a fleshlight for all of his other, personal opinions. Very strange. He did a whole bunch of weird shit in that lawsuit, and it turns out a normal judge looked at it and was like, this is fucking insane. It turns out that what pops off in the minds of like weird, perverted, fake lawyers on the internet and rape tone and Asmongold circles on the internet doesn't actually stand in the court of law. Great stuff overall. But does this matter? Of course not, because our enemies are stupid. Just remember that. If you're wondering why these guys constantly go, oh, this lawsuit is over, and then there's like 7 million views on these YouTube videos with like some of the sweatiest losers on the planet running around being like, oh my God, like this is over. What epic ownage, without even like thinking about what dangerous precedent this sets for fair use on the internet. Like Ethan Klein almost killed fair use with this idiotic attempt. Today's feel-good story. A federal judge just handed Zionist YouTuber Ethan Klein a brutal loss in his copyright lawsuit against pro-Palestine Twitch streamer Denham's TV. In a humiliating ruling, the judge cites a precedent that Klein himself created. In 2017, Klein won a landmark fair use case, Hosinzadeh versus Klein. After being sued for making a reaction commentary video, it became one of the most important copyright rulings in YouTube history. Creator rights advocates celebrated him. Fast forwarded to 2025. Now, the plaintiff sues several smaller streamers for doing almost exactly what he did back then, watching it, criticizing his video, in an unhinged diatribe against Hassan the Hun, live with commentary throughout. Today, Judge Wesley Su cited Hosinzadeh versus Klein repeatedly to rule that Denham's TV's live stream was transformative fair use. The case Klein won to protect himself is now protecting the pro-Palestine streamers he's suing. Klein's own complaint alleged that Denham's used his video for the exact opposite purpose, to defend Hassan Piker rather than condemn him. The court said, exactly. Different purpose means transformative. Klein argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers? Dude, can you imagine thinking, by the way, this is Israel mindset. Sorry, gonna say it. This is Israel mindset. It's not shocking to me that his lawyer is a West Bank settler. It's not shocking to me that Ethan Klein loves Israel. Because this is Israeli mindset. You think you get to have a say in how people transform your content? Are you stupid? But of course, the way Israel mindset, being spiritually, Israeli and doing Israel mindset, here's how it works. If you have overwhelming power, if you have a lot more money to throw at a problem, you can actually make people that are smaller than you, that don't have that same financial support, you can actually humiliate them or try to humiliate them when all you're doing is humiliating yourself. And it turns out there are some people, sycophants really, that will support you every step of the way. Because that's what happened with Casey Tron, where he made Casey Tron release this statement and like sign off on a litany of like insane things. In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued, not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably stupid or they're just horrible monsters. Sometimes both. Every single major content creator on this dumbass platform that reacts to YouTube videos with regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content in general. They should be kissing Denims' feet. They should have been screeching at Ethan. They should have been screaming at Ethan, but no, they were too horny to bully a bunch of pro-Palestine women that they don't like, that their fucking dumbass incel audiences would jerk off to the thought of dominating. And that's precisely what happened here. That's what this is. A lot of fucking dumbass losers on the internet were so stoked. Were so stoked at the prospect of destroying the lives and livelihoods of a bunch of women that they don't like, that they didn't even think about the consequences. Now, will they actually address this stuff evenly? Will they address it accurately? Will they look at the situation and go, well, obviously this was a failure and maybe Ethan should stop, pursuing these idiotic lawsuits, wasting away, like literally withering away, and aggressively pursuing people through litigation to dump unlimited amounts of paperwork on them with the hopes that they can't actually fight back because they don't have enough money, so they'll concede? Probably not, because these guys don't think about anything. It's just pure reactionary nonsense. Anyway, there's more. The court walked through all 4 fair use factors. 3 favored Denim strongly. The only one favoring Klein, that the nuke is a creative work deserving protection, the judge dismissed as not terribly significant in the overall balance. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against the finding of fair use. As set forth above, however, this factor alone is not terribly significant in overall fair use balancing, because at the end of the day, the work was transformative. That's number one. And number two, Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say. How's that for free speech? But it turns out a lot of people don't give a fuck about free speech at all, especially those who think free speech means, saying slurs and being able to say slurs and have no opposition whatsoever.
The only words I don't say on stream are the ones that I will get banned for. I don't say those, not yet.
A lot of people are wondering, because you said last week.
Yeah. If it doesn't change tomorrow, this will be the second most important court ruling on YouTube and fair use, followed only by 2017's Matt Haas / Ethan Klein. Yeah. Ethan Klein, do the right thing. Drop everything, please. Oh my God. It's so stupid to consistently pursue this and try to appeal it. Please. At some point, we got to finally say this was a ridiculous process, right? I mean, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, like there's going to be a point where people actually cover this stuff, right? I hope. On Denim's showing nearly the entire video, the court said that doesn't matter when copying isn't necessary for criticism. The citation was Hosseinzadeh versus Klein. All in all, the ruling cites the literal Ethan Klein landmark fair use ruling 12 times. 12 times. Every single fair use factor that went her way cited his own case law back to him. Like, this is a landmark ruling, a game changer once again. And for the record, if you want to know how psychotic Ethan and his stupid lawyer are, this is a part of the documents that they filed. The Kleins are dual Israeli-American citizens. Hila was born and raised in Israel, where she served as a secretary during her mandatory conscription into the Israeli Defense Forces. While both Ethan and Hila are highly supportive of Palestinian self-determination and extremely critical of Israel and its government, the Kleins support a two-state solution as the best interim solution to the conflict. Not relevant to the case at all, but put that in there. In the wake of October 7th, Hassan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hassan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader. Why is this in the documents? There are pages after pages after pages riddled with psychotic screeds such as this one. What is this? Address this? Yeah. No, literally, this is from the actual court documents. It's not a joke. Al-Husseini meets Adolf Hitler, November 28, 1941. He's saying, I became the Grand Mufti of Palestine. In the Denims lawsuit, Hassan is compared to the Grand Mufti of Palestine. Like Al-Husseini, Hassan uses massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hassan... Remember, this is a copyright suit. Is this fair use or not? And there are so many fraudulent ass charlatan bitches all over the commentary sphere that looked at this suit and were like, this is awesome. Everything is above board here. This is fantastic. What are you talking about? It's a copyright suit, not even against me. It's a copyright suit against Denims. This is what I mean when I say we have a crisis in stupidity. We have a crisis in illiteracy. There is a real, genuine crisis that so many people watched this happen and went to like perverted, weird ass fake lawyer YouTube pages where they were like, well, I wear a suit and I'm giving you expert analysis. I'm a lawyer. And everyone was like, oh my God, this is actually incredible. Oh my God, this is peak lawyering. It's over. It's so over. Denims is 1,000,000% done. Denims is 2,000,000% done. Hassan's friend Denims is dead. The only reason why Casey Ron had to concede and settle was because she didn't have enough money. At some point, someone has to literally talk to this man and be like, dog, you have kids. You have businesses. You're throwing everything by the wayside. What the f are you doing? You've leaned into some of the biggest weirdos on the internet because they're the last people that will offer you a crumb of support. And he just doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to anything. He does not listen to anything. Last year, when he told Ethan Klein to drop the lawsuits, the fake YouTube lawyer said, you don't know anything about copyright. Yeah. Hassan, please stop pretending you understand anything about copyright. You can barely read properly. How'd that work out for you? Legal mindset. Here's the thing. Here's the problem. These guys are losers and they're morons, but the audience demands this kind of moronic attitude. So for them, they won't get punished. I don't think that there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys. I don't think there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys or their audiences. I think ultimately their audience doesn't want to know the truth. They just want to keep fighting. They want to keep fighting women in general. They want to keep fighting Muslims. None of these creators have even tweeted about it. Yeah, because they're moving on. They're going to move on to the next thing. And they're wrong all the time.
How do you feel about suing for this so far? I mean, like, I feel like you super obviously fail the fair use stuff when you literally say, I'm going live, watch this so we can deprive the original owner of views. And like, it's probably the dumbest possible thing you can say relating to this. And all of these creators are like clearly acting with malice as well. Although with malice don't think matter that much for fair use, except maybe for the purpose and character of the use, maybe if you're doing maliciously. But I mean, they kind of are fucking themselves as hard as possible. If you're fighting with somebody, you hate somebody, you want them to die, and you want to be as unhinged as possible. It's kind of stupid to give them such an easy layup. Like, this is what I mean. This is precisely what I'm talking about. They're always wrong.
For the first part, I think that it's important that we pick our strongest candidate. I hope, I'm not sure, but I hope that everybody here agrees with that we should put forth the strongest candidate who can mobilize the most votes for the Democratic Party. And right now, for reasons we'll get into, I think that, for better or for worse, is still Joe Biden.
And yet their audiences don't care about the truth at all. So they just live in this complete alternative reality. And I don't know how. I don't know why you would want to live there. I don't know why you would want to live in an alternative universe where things are happening in the real world. Things are happening in the real world and you're oblivious to the things that are happening in the real world. And you just choose to live in this like completely hallucinated alternative reality. You live in Narnia where like, I'm going to prison any moment now. You know, I went to prison in China, like, and you would much rather live in that universe and just move on I genuinely don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. You're ignoring women. What is this? No, but for real, thanks for actually covering these lawsuits since the very beginning. It's disappointing seeing so many creators who make React content not say a peep out of fear of being called snarkers. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. Cooked. Legal lightning round. Like, gross, dude. Gross. God damn, people are so stupid.
You can't just say I'm in favor of genocide. You got to watch what you say. I'm not standing by this shit anymore.
And I'm going to call out people like Brendan too, because this is just bad for everyone. And it's especially egregious considering the hypocrisy of the whole free speech thing that these guys apparently love so well.
Free speech. You go to free speech. Shut up, dumbass.
You're shutting down criticism and you're pretending like it's a copyright issue. It's not. It's fair use. It's protected speech.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech.
There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet.
By the way, this guy literally calls, ironically, he's the last person who should be calling anybody a pedophile given his Reddit, his Reddit accounts that were unearthed, but he also literally calls every person that he hates a pedophile all the goddamn time. Talking about slander. You want to talk about defamation? I have his ass dead to rights. There is a literal article that he read about the brothel that I went to in 2010 that got raided in 2016, knowing full well that the accusations by the state were wrong and that the brothel was able to successfully sue the state. He knows the truth. And yet he still participates in this slander over and over again. He should be feeling real happy that I don't pursue this kind of shit.
You know, I wish I could just delete them off the internet. You know, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be just convenient?
Like, yeah, he's also literally suing Noah Samson as well. Again, no consequences. Well, thank God, a judge actually is issuing a little bit of consequences. Yeah, the brothel lies, even though he personally debunked it. Ethan Klein is smearing us on again. He says the brothel was raided for human trafficking in 2021 on leftovers. He debunked the claim himself. There was no arrest about human trafficking. All accusations were unfounded and false. Berlin had to pay 250,000 euros in damages. And Ethan Klein knows that because he read it on his stream next to me, okay, in 2021. But of course, in 2024, when he wants to slander, he plays fast and loose with the truth. And there are plenty of people who despise me who will go along with it. You should see Asmold coping and not covering the lawsuit outcome. Oh.
Will you cover the Ethan Klein Denham's update? I don't really understand it. I saw that Ethan Klein seems to have lost one of the claims, but there were two claims. And
you don't seem to understand a lot, my friend.
The retards that misunderstand everything were saying that, like, Ethan lost, which it seems like it's not really that true, so I'd have to read it and research it myself. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Asmongold, famous at conducting research, famously a big advocate of doing research. And what he means by that is grokking it. Grokking it.
You think and feel a lot. I've never seen you actually do some research. Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions. And then they're right. So I have no idea. Whereas like the Frogan one was a lot more obvious. Like default judgment is like,
was it? Wait, was it? Or are you just as stupid and don't know what happened there either? Because the answer will shock you. Lo and behold, nope, you were just wrong on that too. You have been wrong confidently throughout this entire process, and your audience doesn't know any better. And they're just like desperately looking for something to confirm their biases and to reinforce this notion that like these bad women, these disgusting women are getting punished. And that's precisely the reason why you have dropped that other one after getting your biases confirmed. And now in this circumstance, it's pretty obvious that you were wrong and all the other lawyers that you relied on were wrong. So now you're like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I just like don't fully understand what's taking place here. So I don't know. And just, yeah. Damn, court hits different when you're dumb. Yes. All of these guys are actively lying to you.
There are a lot of people
I've
who
never
are
lied
knee
in
deep
my
in the
life.
Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth.
That.
If you follow like these drama slop tubers, if you follow these stupid reactionary fucking lawyers that consistently lie have no interest or investment in the truth at all, you're going to be wrong. You're going to find yourself wrong all the time. But the unfortunate reality is, I think nowadays people don't just care. People just simply don't care about living in the real world. Ethan Klein launched a frivolous lawsuit against Denims because he didn't like how she debunked his YouTube video. He fully expected to just financially bully her and enabled large right-wing creators to harass her for months. This is a huge win for smaller content creators around the world. It also proves just how delusional these right-wing slop channels are. Will these guys learn a lesson here? Of course not. Annoying e-girls sued into poverty. They are legally now. She's about to lose everything. Someone's in legal trouble. Uh-oh. If you control F Hassan, the judge mentions you 14 times. Why am I mentioned 14 times in this? In the final decision, Klein presents the two motivations behind the nuke, which are to stop Hassan's infiltration of mainstream media, which, by the way, what a failure that was. Remember, that was the final goal, was Ethan Klein's final goal was to stop my infiltration of mainstream media. Since then, I mean, he's obviously been very, very successful at that, hasn't he? What is this? The nuke for the exact purpose. Throughout the defendant's live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to the criticism of the nuke. Indeed, plaintiff states where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Denim attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, along with defending Hassan. During the live stream, defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school video project or a middle school project. Defendant also complains about the documentary's editing, the source of the documentary relies upon, and supposed inconsistencies in Klein's statements. And the video treats the audience as morons as it allegedly attempts to trick them. As further support of defendant's commentary throughout the live stream, the complaint states that defendant frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Defendant offers further criticism of the subject documentary during her live stream. Yeah, this was one of the major points that the judge also issued, where the judge was like, dude, in your argument, you said Denims actually contradicted your overall goals, which immediately implies that it is a transformative subject. It is transformative because of the accusation. One of the accusations that you launched against Denims was that in the argument that this is not transformative, this work is not transformative at all, the argument that you presented was that it was transformative. It's so stupid. So you owned yourself even with the complaint. Yeah, the judge basically calls Ethan's lawyer an idiot for undermining his own case with his comments. Is he representing himself? No, he has the worst lawyer of all time, it seems. Yeah, Ethan's going to come out tomorrow and be like, it was a Biden-appointed judge. This was an Obama judge. This was an Obama judge. Clearly, I demand a retrial. Yeah, his lawyer is a West Bank settler, apparently. The judge in charge of this case, in general, is a Biden auto pen hire. The only ones coping are you R-words, lol. Yeah, hey, Awk 2000 maybe covered this, but let's see if you have enough self-respect. Lemau, turns out we were right. Denims won, another Hutch L.
XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
No, but that's not an element in the fair use analysis or in the.
Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA. Well, it turns out Pisco and Mike from PA were actually correct, and the fake legal scholars that you constantly promoted, who are literally MAGA supporting weirdo sex pests, by the way, like sex tourism lawyers, right? Fake lawyers that are, I don't even know where the f these guys live. Half of these guys are just not real lawyers at all, simply claim to be on YouTube. They were wrong. It turns out that the guys that you're calling fake lawyers, like Pisco, LARPing as an attorney, were right. Their analysis was right. So what do you do?
The test for infringement. You know, intentional siphoning is not an element, right? I could intend to siphon money from you, but give a fair use work, right? I could say, I really want to steal from Hutch and I'm going to do this, but it turns out that my work is fair use.
You super obviously fail the fair use stuff when you literally say, I'm going live, watch this so we can deprive the original owner of views. And like, it's probably the dumbest possible thing you can say.
He says Denims gets a win in the Ethan Klein copyright case for new claim the court has held tentatively her reaction was fair use. As I previewed weeks ago, if the court relied on Stebbins, Denims would be in a good spot. Completely absent from the analysis, intentional stated malice. As I've always maintained, I still think Ethan has a strong claim on the countdown reaction and therefore is likely to win on at least one cause of action. But the nuke reaction by Denims was always the harder case, especially when compared to other reactions like XQC's. This is tentative, yes, but given the language here, hard for me to see Ethan recovering on the claim, except perhaps on appeal if he so chooses. Yeah, meanwhile, Mallory McMorrow was on Hutch's broadcast yesterday, apparently, so look forward to that massive bump that will take place. The intentionally stated malice was the reason why Ethan Klein argued that he won't sue Roach or X. He argued because the three women said, watch my stream instead. It is actual malice. The court didn't even mention that part because it's irrelevant. I mean, it was obvious that it was bullshit anyway. It was always bullshit. It was always going to be bullshit. And what was really frustrating for me was watching so many people. Not that I had a lot of respect for them. It's not like I was like, it's not like I respected XQC's opinion or Asmongold's opinion or any of these other bottom feeders and their opinions. But it was frustrating to see so many people get swept away and recognizing that there was a market for this kind of bullshit. Because at its root, regardless of my personal feelings about the victims in this circumstance, what I hate, what I cannot stand is when people have no investment in the truth. Like when people don't want to think critically at all and they're excited at the prospect of just like, pushing people down while they're down, while a much more powerful, much wealthier content creator is just like abusing the legal system and the financial power that they have over someone. Like when I watched the internet celebrate the Casey Tron decision, I couldn't believe how cruel people were. Like it's just not a single person turned around and went, hey, maybe this is a little up that this bully with a shit ton of money is actually going after Casey Tron. And because a lot of people looked at Casey Tron and looked at Denims and looked at Morgan and saw them as annoying, right? Or saw them as not worthy of defense at all, that they just either stood idly by and let it happen and maybe quietly whispered their discontent privately, or they openly celebrated it. Yeah. Ethan literally made Casey Tron do a ISIS hostage style video. The reason the lawsuit has so much, and then Hassan did this, and then Hassan did this was, I think, because Ethan Klein was baiting Hassan Abi to react to his slop so we could sue him. Yeah, and I never did, and I never gave him that satisfaction. He was driven to the verge of tears, begging on camera, demanding that I watch his video.
He won't watch the damn video. Don't let him get away with that, man. It's just pathetic.
At which point, that probably would have destroyed his chances of suing me anyway. I think he thought I was dumb enough to just like lean into this immediately and react to it. And when I didn't do it, he just lied to his audience and kept repeatedly saying, oh, he's too afraid. And for months on end, while I'm over here covering Donald Trump literally becoming the president and all of the insanity every single day, day in, day out, regardless of where I am in the on the planet. I was in Japan, I was traveling. They would just come in and be like, why don't you react? Are you too pussy to react? What is this? This is a back and forth. Honest question. Do you think that the girls he's suing uploaded his video in good faith? They definitely reacted to the video to criticize Ethan, but I do not believe they reacted to it with the express purpose of stealing views and revenue. Frogan was a big part of the content nuke. Of course she'd watch it. Ethan has personal reasons to sue these exact people. How do you reconcile that with the fact that they, on video, explicitly said the exact thing you're saying they didn't do? You can look it up and see yourself. Well, it turns out the judge didn't give a fuck about that, even though that was the #1 narrative on the internet, right?
You super obviously fail the fair use stuff.
Everyone kept repeatedly saying, oh, well, they said this, dead to rights, dead to rights, dead to rights. It turns out it's not dead to rights. Turns out internet is not real life when it comes to like, the actual adults in an actual adult courtroom with an actual judge who's read more than LSF threads. You know what I mean? Zaggy doesn't give a shit about copyright. He's just getting back at them because he thinks they tanked this podcast, and you have personal beef with Casey Tron, so you're enjoying this for your own reasons. There's another way to solve this. He even refused settling with Casey Tron. This reply is the exact reason I hope Ethan sues them into poverty. Lying, gaslighting, and then hostility when pressed. You know what you're doing, and everyone else does too. You insult everyone's intelligence by engaging in such obvious manipulation. Yeah, that's what it is. You cannot demand that in a copyright claim, you cannot demand that the market substitute actually is a market substitute, but you didn't like the market substitute it represented. That's insane. But Ethan has done this consistently because he knows that he can at least manipulate people with money. He knows that he can bully people into submission with money and force them to do things that they normally would not want to do. That's exactly what he did with Casey Tron and that ISIS hostage style video that he forced Casey Tron to read. He gets a lot of satisfaction out of that, to force people into doing things that they don't want to do, to humiliate them like a fucking bully, because he's a weak and insecure, disgusting little bully. And unfortunately, again, it's, you know, I mean, spiritually Israel, okay, in every way, shape, and form. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of little gremlins on the internet who are just as insecure and just as powerless and will derive great satisfaction off of someone else doing this to a person that they've decided is an enemy. There have been instances where he thought he could get his way and failed, like with that other fucking guy, the Ryan Kavanaugh, right?
So here's my apology to Ryan Kavanaugh. I read to you now.
He had more money, so he was able to, you know, stop Ethan, like literally through the legal system. So what did he do? Lo and behold, he turned his crosshairs on much smaller content creators who don't have the financial backing to withstand a legal process like this. I'm confused. Did the chatters not read the article? The New York Times was gearing to drop this bombshell, this explosive ordinance, the mother of all bombs, on Graham Plattner. Several women who dated Graham Plattner recall unsettling behavior. The Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine could be charming, women said in interviews, but some found his actions intimidating and disturbing. Holy f***, it's a 20-minute long article. Jesus Christ. The short and sweet of it is he dated a bunch of women. This is a string of women that he dated from, I believe, 2012 to 2016. And one of them is a Republican operative, okay, like a far right Republican operative. That one is the one that actually revealed a lot of damning information. And yeah, it's mostly just like his former girlfriends talking about the complicated nature of the relationship. Not just the GOP op, Peace Heritage Foundation. Yes, in extensive conversations over the past 2 years. Our past 2 months, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Plattner offered a far more complicated assessment describing volatile and toxic relationships that were unsettling at times and emotionally wrenching. Mr. Plattner, 41, a combat veteran, has spoken openly about grappling with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and drinking that he said resulted from his time in the military. His revelations about him have surfaced, including his dismissive remarks online about rape and derogatory comments about women, as well as a tattoo that is widely recognized as a Nazi symbol. Jesus Christ. He has said his past behavior does not reflect who he is today. Mainers, he has urged, should not judge him for the worst thing I said on the internet on my worst day 14 years ago. Critical accounts provided by 3 of the women interviewed by The Times, who were each in romantic relationships with him for years, give a fuller picture of Mr. Plattner's life. They shed light on an earlier era when he has acknowledged intense struggles, but also raises questions about his more recent years in Maine, which his campaign has presented as a period of healing and personal redemption. The disclosures last week, Mr. Plattner, now married, was exchanging sexual messages with women as recently as last year, have complicated that narrative and unnerved Democrats who see the main seat as a key to their efforts to regain control over the Senate. Lindsay Fifield, 40, a Virginia conservative who has worked for right-leaning groups and Republican campaigns, recalled him as a cavalierly contemptuous of women's emotions, of our weakness. Miss Fifield, who dated Mr. Plattner from roughly 2013 to 2015, said that his offensive online post reminded me of just how much he hated women. Oh my God. Oh, again, a woman who worked for the Heritage Foundation, just so you understand. Like at least they mentioned that she's a Republican operative in the article instead of being like, this is a random person. Rakikot, 41, a Maine Democrat who said she dated him casually on and off between 2019 and 2021, said the post deepened her belief that he did not respect women. When I saw the old comments that he made online, she said, I recognized the version of him that I had experiences with. Some of the women also raised questions about his trustworthiness. Mr. Plattner's insistence that he did not know that his tattoo was a Nazi symbol until it became a campaign issue last fall was simply not true, Mrs. Fifi Field said. After all, she said, he had taught her the word for it years earlier, referring to it as my Totenkopf. Again, this is the Republican operative. So all the juice that comes from this article that corroborates, that creates the idea that he knew what the Totenkopf was always, that basically leans into his him being an immoral actor that knows what he is doing, all come from the same person. The rest of the stories presented are you know, that he was a dude struggling with PTSD, among numerous other things. There's no corroboration for any of the things that Miss Fifi Field said, and the reality of the matter is, if there's like full knowledge of the Totenkopf, which there could be, again, I don't know. I have no dog in this fight about the Totenkopf. I've said that was a massive red flag for me too. I mean, he has a Nazi tattoo. Ginny Rakikoff, 41, Maine, recognized the version. Okay, some women also raised questions about his trustworthiness. His campaign story denied that he knew what the tattoo stood for, and in a statement to the Times, Mr. Plattner said he had too often self-medicated with alcohol and was a far from perfect boyfriend during what he described as a very dark period in my life. I take responsibility for all that, and I wish I had been better, he said. Any characterization beyond that is false, and I believe politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since and the movement we are building in Maine. This article is based on the interviews with more than 24 people, including 6 women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Plattner. The Times spoke with friends or acquaintances of several women, reviewed contemporaneous texts and social media messages, and saw some of Miss Fee Field's diary entries. Mr. Plattner declined to be interviewed for this article. The women who described difficult relationships with Mr. Plattner knew him at different points in his life. Miss Fee Field said she dated him starting when they were both in their late 20s in Washington during a time where Mr. Plattner has described as challenging. Miss Rakikot knew him in Maine when they were in their mid-30s, and he was living in Sullivan, Maine, and working on his oyster farm. The third woman, a Democrat from Maine, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, had a long-distance relationship with Mr. Plattner on and off for years, recently as 2016. The three described him as similar terms. Spending time with him could be exhilarating, they said, but they also recounted patterns of heavy drinking and womenizing. Asked to sum up how he treated her, the third woman said she felt like collateral damage to the world that is his. When Miss Fee Field first met Mr. Plattner in 2013, he was a student at George Washington University, and she was working on veterans issues at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and beginning to make a name for herself as a conservative activist online. Their roughly 2-year on-again, off-again relationship, as Miss Fee Field texted her in 2016, according to a message reviewed by the Times, "You are literally, Lindsay, I love you in a way that I can't even describe. You are literally everything to me." She says she recognized that Mr. Plattner was struggling with the aftermath of his military service and thought she could help him. Miss Fee Field, who was navigating family challenges at the time, recalls that period as emotionally rocky for her, too. Mr. Plattner could be rough with her, Miss Fee Field said, particularly when they were drinking, leaving her shaken and sometimes afraid. In the interviews, Miss Fee Field grappled with how to process her experiences. She was quick to note that he never hit me, he never punched me, but she said he regularly grabbed her by the shoulder, sometimes hard enough to leave marks, and on one occasion yanked her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument when she wanted to stay in the car. During one argument, she recalled, he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Miss Fee Field said she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added, it didn't cause an injury. It didn't break my arm. Mr. Plattner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations, his campaign said. The Times could not independently corroborate Miss Fee Field's account of the altercations. Miss Fee Field also recalled that Mr. Plattner's displays of weaponry and discussions of violence sometimes left her uneasy. She said he kept an AR-15 lying around his apartment on Capitol Hill and was sharpened an axe, a relic from his time working on the Appalachian Trail before he enlisted in the Marines while watching television. He had what she described as a warrior ethos and would fantasize about killing people he deemed a threat, she said. She said he told her that rape was about power. It was something that stuck with her through the years, Miss Fee Field said. He said this a lot. If anybody broke in here, I would rape them, she recalled, saying that he added that it would not be in a sexual way, not in a gay way. He was like, I would rape them to show them that I'm dominant, she said. Asked about those remarks, the Plattner campaign official did not dispute them. A friend who knew Plattner and Miss Fee Field during that period said the comments sounded out of character. Mr. Plattner, who had overlapping relationships with other women while he and Miss Fee Field dated, also referred to women as hatchet wounds. Miss Fee Field said, a crude term for the female anatomy. The Times reviewed the text between Miss Fifield and Mr. Plattner, along with Google chat exchanges, texts, and Facebook messages between Miss Fifield and her friends during and after the relationship. The Times also reviewed some of Miss Fifield's diary entries from after the relationship had ended and spoke with two of her friends who confirmed that the pair had an emotionally volatile relationship but could not corroborate the physical altercations or most controversial comments she described. Miss Fifield says she did not expect her friends to offer that corroboration because she did not tell anyone at the time, saying she had been embarrassed. The impact of the relationship on Miss Fifield's life lingered for years, she said. She referred to him in a diary entry in June 2016 as the most toxic, literally abusive man on earth who destroyed my life. Those close to her encouraged her to move on. Do not call Graham, a friend messaged her that year. Miss Fifield, who was affiliated with Independent Women, a conservative group, insisted that her political beliefs had nothing to do with her choice to come forward. She worked briefly on Nikki Haley's 2024 presidential campaign and before that for the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank. Ms. Fifield said she had not been paid by any campaign or political entity since Ms. Haley's campaign. Mr. Plattner's campaign said in a statement, let's be very clear, this is a lifelong GOP operative who's dedicated her career to electing Republicans. Ms. Fifield said she had no connection to the campaign of Senator Susan Collins, Mr. Plattner's likely Republican opponent. She acknowledged that Independent Women had been supportive of Ms. Collins, but said she had not been active with the organization recently. I know it looks like a bitter ex-girlfriend Republican trying to take down a Democrat. It has nothing to do with that, Ms. Fifield said. If he was running as a Republican, I would be doing this exact same thing. I am sorry. Look, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think that she would actually come out against the Republican. I mean, here's the chair of the Independent Women's Forum, the right-wing group where Lindsay Fifield is a fellow, bragging about helping draft Susan Collins' remarks when she voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. Fifield is New York Times main source and the only one alleging anything physical.
I will tell you, I'm extraordinarily proud of IWF. It's not well known, but after Jeff Flake got caught in the elevator, a moment I think none of us will ever forget. Absolutely paralyzed by the activist asking him questions and not knowing what to say.
That took literally 3 seconds, by the way. That's incredible. Like, I disputed this purely on the basis that this is a Republican operative. I disputed it purely on the basis that she's a Republican operative. And in literally less than 3 seconds, we found a story of the institution that she's a part of that directly drafted the memo for Susan Collins when she had to explain why she voted for Brett Kavanaugh. That's crazy. It's the Heritage Foundation. By the way, I do also want to remind people that when Roy Moore was outed as a pedophile, the Republicans didn't turn around and go, oh, we should actually drop Roy Moore. What they did instead was look for a know you opportunity. And lo and behold, who was in the crosshairs of that know you projection opportunity? Al Franken. Al Franken was the guy that they chose to dump on. And who did they utilize to dump on Al Franken? A right-wing Republican Fox News radio host who claimed after the fact, many years after the fact, that Al Franken taking like a photo where he's like doing this over her sleeping body, wearing a military vest when they went on tour, was actually, very inappropriate. And Al Franken literally, alongside Kirsten Gillibrand and numerous other Democrats, was forced to resign. He literally apologized. He resigned. Democrats pushed for it to happen. You know what didn't happen? The Republicans advocating for Roy Moore to drop out of the race. Do you not believe 6 women? Did I say I don't believe any of these women? I did not say that. I think that there is a high bar for a Republican operative that has worked on campaigns defending other people being outed as rapists, and then having female congresspersons, including Susan Collins, who's literally running against Graham Plattner. They've written notes on why it was justifiable to vote for, why it was justifiable to appoint Brett Kavanaugh. Believe women means do not reflexively disbelieve women. I'm not disbelieving any of these women, but it doesn't also mean believe Republican operatives unconditionally across the board. If there are other women in this article, even like Republican voters, it doesn't matter. If they're Republican voters, it doesn't matter. But if they're like random people that he has dated in this article that corroborates some of the aspects of Miss Fifield's sentiment, then I think there's reason to not be so skeptical of what she's saying.
We were approached and they said, can you tell us how to talk about supporting Kavanaugh without alienating the Me Too movement. We wrote a memo. It was used by a lot of members of the Senate and the House and Fox News and elsewhere. But most important is Susan Collins told me that without that memo, she could not have seen how to support him. And if you look at her speech that she gave on the Senate floor, it is entirely the playing out and architecture of how we said to structure the argument and what to say and how to say it, which is just so gratifying.
People are trying to discredit Lindsay Fifield for her history as a right-wing operative, but if she were a mere partisan hack, she could have been a lot more bombastic with her claims. Also, Believe Women doesn't end on a partisan borderline. No, I don't think so. I think the more bombastic claims would have probably met like actual legal scrutiny, and therefore this is the perfect level of because none of these claims are saying like, oh, I was like. She literally openly will say, oh, he never actually like physically hurt me, right? There were times when things got a little physical and I was scared or I was conflicted, but she very openly will be like, he never hit me, he never hurt me. So it's actually very fair and balanced in that sense, which it doesn't reach the standard of like legal repercussions. Kara Lucas, the president of Independent Women, said Ms. Fifield had never been an employee and was last paid by the organization in 2022. The total amount she was paid, Ms. Lucas said, was roughly $15,000 over 2021 and 2022. Mr. Plattner's campaign arranged interviews for The Times with 3 other women who dated him over a period of 7 years and all support his candidacy. They described a very different kind of relationship. Caroline Lemp, who dated Mr. Plattner for several months in 2013, described him as a gentle giant. She said he never made her feel unsafe or showed signs that he was struggling with the physical or mental effects of his military service. He was a great boyfriend, said Miss Lemp, 36, who now lives in St. Louis. He was super kind, very nice, fun. The others who spoke on the condition of anonymity said Mr. Plattner was never physically threatening. One, a nurse from Belfast, Maine, who dated him for a couple months after return home from Maine, described him as responsible, intelligent, and supportive. Another who dated him in Washington between 2011 and 2013 said she witnessed some potentially problematic behavior, referring to his heavy drinking, but she felt really safe with him, she said. My totem cough. Last fall, a few months after announcing his campaign for Senate, Mr. Plattner said that he had learned from news media inquiries that the tattoo on his chest was widely recognized as a Nazi symbol, and he moved to cover it. Mr. Plattner said that he hadn't known what the image was, other than a terrifying-looking skull and crossbones, on the wall of a tattoo parlor in Split, Croatia, where he and the other Marines in his unit had it done in 2007. It was not until I started hearing from reporters and DC insiders that I realized what the tattoo is. Miss Fifield called that a lie. Mr. Plattner, she said, knew when they were dating years ago that the tattoo was a Nazi symbol, and he called it my totem cough. I would never have known what that was, she said. He would joke about it being a Nazi tattoo. Miss Fifield said she told her that he and the other members of his unit selected the tattoo because they were like a death unit. They were the killers, and saw a parallel between their unit and the Nazi Schutzstaffel, or SS unit, that used the skull and crossbones image. They literally deliberately selected it because it was relevant to their military unit, she said. Mr. Plattner strongly disputes Ms. Fifield's account of what he knew about the tattoo and what he told her, his campaign said. His campaign noted that he had not hidden his tattoo since receiving it, taking it off his shirt in photos at the beach and at the gym. I lived my entire life like a regular person with a skull and crossbones on their chest, he said on a liberal podcast in October after showing videos of him dancing shirtless at his brother's wedding. At no point in his entire experience of my life did anybody ever once say, hey, you're a Nazi. In a private chat group last summer, months before Mr. Plattner acknowledged the tattoo himself, Ms. Fifield told friends that her ex-boyfriend turned Senate candidate has a Nazi tattoo on in his chest. It's a totem cough, she told him on August 20th, according to a screenshot she shared with the Times, an actual one. So there's no text messages corroborating that he knew, but there are text messages that she was sharing as a Republican operative with other friends of hers when he was announced. When he announced that he was running, but before he acknowledged the tattoo himself, a Republican operative told other people that this person actually had a totem cough on his chest. I will personally go campaign for Collins, she wrote. 2 of her friends reacted with a crying, laughing emoji. The comment was a joke, Miss Fifield told the Times. Records show no evidence of any relationship between Miss Fifield and Collins' campaign. Throughout his campaign, Mr. Plattner has presented his life as a story of recovering and personal growth. He's described himself as self-medicating and drinking heavily and becoming very emotionally distant during his time in the military, which ended in 2012. He says the years immediately afterwards, a relationship with a girlfriend while he was serving in the Marines totally fell apart because I was just a wreck of a human being, he said in an interview with the Times. Then in 2016, he returned to his small hometown, Sullivan, Maine, with therapy from the Department of Veterans Affairs. He got a treatment for PTSD, anxiety, and depression, began to build a new life. In 2018, he took over an oyster farm from a family friend. Still, he stayed active on Reddit, offering a glimpse into his unvarnished thinking in more than 1,400 messages between 2016 and 2021, when he says he stopped posting. Many of his online messages indicated that Mr. Plattner was still processing experiences in the military. Others focused on oyster farming and the joys of life in Maine. By 2021, he wrote he no longer believed in any of the patriotic nonsense that made him want to enlist and had become a firm believer that the best thing a person can do is help their neighbors and live a loving life. I'm a vegetable-growing, psychedelics-taking socialist these days, he wrote. Still got the guns, though. I don't trust the fascists to act politely. He has since said he abhors political violence. Again, this is, by the way, the most commonly shared perspective, by Second Amendment lovers. Second Amendment enjoyers, when they're Republican, get to say, why do we have the Second Amendment? Because we want to overthrow a tyrannical government if they ever choose to engage in tyranny. That is the exact same thing, but he's saying it while also claiming that he's a socialist, and therefore it's obviously objectionable, immoral, perhaps the most violent thing anyone could ever say. Remember that. Remember that. Republicans will always say that they have the Second Amendment to protect the First. They believe in the Second Amendment because they will overthrow a violent fascist government, a violent tyrannical government, right? But his relationship with women have remained complicated. In November 2023, Mr. Plattner married Amy Gertner, former teacher from near his hometown. 1 year later, an anonymous Facebook user went on a private page called Are We Dating the Same Guy? And shared an image with Mr. Plattner, smiling broadly, sporting a t-shirt with the line, drawing of oysters. Ghosted me in the past, read the message, then popped up on a different dating app. I'm concerned he may have a significant other out there. Comments drew replies from at least 6 women, several of whom noted that he was married, according to screenshots posted by the Maine Wire, a conservative media outlet. Miss Rakikot, who was one of the other women who commented on the chain, confirmed that the post was real, as did the second woman who commented on it. Asked about the post in a follow-up interview in this spring, Ms. Rakikot, who said she agreed with many of Mr. Plattner's policies, says she had an off-and-on relationship with Mr. Plattner and had positive memories. But she was not shocked, she said, when she saw the incendiary comments he had made about women that have surfaced during the campaign. I was like, that makes sense. This person does not respect women. Ms. Rakikot also said that in 2021, he arrived at her house drunk. After she had asked him not to come over, she declined to elaborate, but says she cut off contact soon after the episode and found his behavior reckless and unsettling. Last week, the Wall Street Journal and the Times detailed Ms. Gertner's efforts to warn his campaign staff about some potentially explosive information in the early days of his candidacy. Her husband, she said, had been exchanging sexual messages with multiple other women. Mr. Plattner sought to discredit aspects of the report, but acknowledged that Amy and I went through something hard because of me. And Ms. Gertner, who had become more visible presence in his campaign in recent weeks, posted a direct-to-camera video defending her husband and her marriage. No marriage is perfect, and I don't want a perfect marriage, she said. I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham. On Tuesday, Mr. Plattner was asked by Democratic senators, wait, this is the end of the article? That's it? There were a lot of chatters who I don't think read the article and simply claimed that there were some there were corroborating information from other victims. Virtually every other victim, with the exception of one that said, I didn't like that he came to my house drunk, basically said he was fine. He was like, you know, maybe a little bit of a womanizer and said misogynistic things that correspond to some of his misogynistic statements. And the only damaging information in this article actually comes from the Republican operative. There's no sexual assault allegations. There's no, even the Republican operative is like, he never physically hurt me. There were times when he when he got physical, but he never physically, he never hit me. I want to specify that he never hit me. I'm confused. Did the chatters not read the article? You guys made it seem like he was engaging in rampant abuse, rampant abusive behavior to all of his girlfriends and all this shit. On Tuesday, Mr. Plattner was asked by Democratic senators in Washington private meetings if there was anything else controversial in his background. He assured them there was nothing, but he predicted his adversaries would lie about him, according to a person familiar with private discussions. On the campaign trail, Mr. Plattner had consistently worked to reassure voters who had been rattled by what they have read about his messy personal history. He has said he had not lived a very complicated life. I have a lot of ex-girlfriends, he told voters at a town hall in late April. They're all still my friends. This is what I've been saying. It's highly billed as an explosive bombshell, and yet the big headline is that Graham has an unsettling behavior. It's not the wave away everything, but it isn't what the New York Times wants it to be. I bet chatters saw how above the fold this was and drew their own conclusions. Wait, why is that chatter saying I didn't read the whole article? Yeah, the parts that I skipped are the first couple of paragraphs that were just introducing Graham Plattner, not the actual meat of the article. It was just this. Rumors are spreading, and I briefly glanced at too. Yeah, amid the turmoil, Plattner worked the phones. Interview with the New York Times Wednesday, several women did just that, describing Mr. Plattner as a fun and caring partner and saying they felt safe with him. Some remain friends with him to this day. Years after their relationships ended, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Plattner offered a far more complicated assessment describing volatile. I started reading from this point on. Dismissing a woman because she's Republican is nasty. This is not. Did you guys not hear what I said? There are, if this was a regular, like, Republican voter, which I said, that had a bad relationship with Graham Plattner and revealed it, I would not make the same exact assessment. This is not just a random Republican. This is a Republican operative who has worked for a foundation that not only has taken away women's rights, but also a foundation that has specifically been involved in writing messages for Susan Collins and every other Republican that would allow them to do PR for people voting for Brett Kavanaugh, who was, once again, and I need you to understand this, responsible for lying to the American public and continuing to take away abortion rights, which Brett Kavanaugh and every other Republican that was appointed in that same time frame said was a super precedent. This is one of the dirtiest smear jobs I've ever seen, completely unsubstantiated claims from a clearly biased person with zero, and I mean zero, corroborating details. Does the chap believe that Joe Biden's a rapist? He was directly accused of sexual assault, and that was not published in the New York Times. This is crazy to see the New York Times or Washington Post. This is a weird and out of the usual level of proof required for an article like this. Yeah. I think glazing over, showing up drunk to someone's house is a little sus, but that's my only problem. This has the potential to be a very terrifying experience for a woman. No, I agree with that assessment. I think that is the... outside of the claims being made by Fifi Field, which, for the record, are definitely emotionally abusive over a long and extended period of time, that Graham Plattner says was a time when he was like drinking heavily, self-medicating, things of that nature. The only other instance that you can potentially point to as corroborating is that he showed up drunk to someone's house, which led to her breaking up with him. And that's it. And that was a different woman? No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that could be seen as corroborative of him behaving in a manner that is consistent with someone who doesn't care about the feelings of their partner, of their female partner. Tell me what this article claims any of the other 5 women are claiming. The smooth-brained idball chatters here are saying all 6 are being ignored. What are the consequences here are being claimed by anyone other than the operative? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The other people just said he was misogynistic, or rather said that he, when they saw his Reddit post being unearthed, it reminded them, they said that it was like consistent with his worldview. Yeah, like they interviewed six of his former partners. One was the Republican operative. The other one wasn't. The other one said that there was one instance where he showed up at her house drunk when she said, "Don't come over." That's fucked up. I agree. No defense of that whatsoever. And no defense of any of the other claims that the Republican operative is making either. But they interviewed 6 women, and the other 4 all said that he was a gentle giant. It was a complex relationship, but ultimately they still remain friends. Why is being misogynistic not disqualifying? Do you live in the same planet that we live in, where, like, are you familiar with the American Congress? Or do you come from a matriarchal society where the matriarch runs the show and you just actually landed on U.S. soil? By the standards set forth by the average American congressperson, we just looked at a Republican that boiled his wife. A Republican congressperson from Ohio torched his wife with boiling water and then tried to sue her for defamation, and then had to drop it because it came out that there was an audio note where he openly admitted to it, and also a written note where he apologized for it. The president is Donald Trump. Donald grab him by the pussy Trump. The president has been in a civil trial found liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. As far as like a PTSD-addled veteran goes, or as far as like the standards set forth by the average Republican or average Democrat congressman, right? Or even congressperson, really. I want to put Katie Porter on the on stage as well. Katie Porter also abused her husband, ironically enough. Graham Plattner he's not even up there in terms of like what Republican and Democrat congresspersons have done. Senator Whitehouse says he's not impressed by the allegations against Graham Plattner. Seems like a lot of nothing. I mean, The only one who had anything to say seemed unsettling was a woman who works for right-wing political operations. Now, every goddamn Republican on the planet is going to be like, oh, Democrats love rape. This story is going to turn into, just like with the New York Post, right? By all the fucking psychos, the story will literally turn into Graham Plattner actually sexually assaulted all of his girlfriends. They're all actually demanding that he be jailed, and the Democrats are defending him. And some of you chatters will go along with it because you already didn't like him because he was a Blackwater mercenary. So then you're also going to advance it. See? Boom. Democrats have a Me Too problem. Dude, I'm going to be honest. I think American politics will never advance in a positive trajectory as long as liberals personally step on rakes and keep slamming their heads into the fucking concrete, directed by the most cynical, disgusting, amoral, vulturous Republicans you've ever encountered. They could literally be murdering children in broad daylight. They could be choking children and then turn around and go, well, this Democrat actually talks shit about a child. How do you think child abuse is appropriate? While in the process of choking out a baby, a Republican operative could turn around and go, well, that Democrat actually said kids have bad vibes. You like child abuse. Let me murder this child first. You like child abuse. And every liberal that thinks that there is like any moral equivocation here will turn around and go, you know what? Republican operative that's murdering a child right now in front of me, choking the child to death, maybe even putting their thumbs in the child's eyes. You're actually right. That guy is the villain. And in order to maintain some kind of moral purity, in order to maintain some kind of parity here so that everybody understands I'm the most intellectually honest person of all time, I'm going to actually fucking disavow the Democrat that actually said children have bad vibes as the highest version of child abuse. And then people will turn around and say, guess what, sweetie? Two things can be wrong at the same time. No, these two things are not on the same stratosphere. They presented this bombshell story as Graham Plattner is sexually assaulting all of his ex-girlfriends. And then the most the New York Times wrote about this was that a Republican operative that worked for the Heritage Foundation claimed that she was scared of him at times. And then the other girlfriends of his said that his misogynistic sentiment on Reddit corresponds to his personality. Meanwhile, Democrats brought Jeffrey Epstein's best friend Clinton on the campaign trail, and those very same Democrats that did that because they thought he was an impossible to ignore titan in American politics, so they trotted his ass over to Dearborn, Michigan. Those same Democrats and their operatives are turning around and being like, Graham Plattner, oh my God, I can't believe it. Oh, I don't even care necessarily about Graham Plattner all that much. I do worry that this tendency of liberals and leftists to fall into Republican-led traps with the hopes of maintaining some sort of moral purity or impossible standard, not on this issue, because then people will will abuse my words and turn around and say, oh, you're saying that it's an impossible standard not to be an abusive psychopath or whatever that's not what I'm saying. But broadly speaking, it's very frustrating that there is a tendency among liberals and leftists alike to consistently play into Republican traps. You have to stop doing this. Look at the issue, look at the actual claims being made, apply scrutiny if necessary, and move on. Dude, they were talking about this as like the biggest oppo dump of all time, that this is like Eric Swalwell style situation. It's going to be a nothing burger if even when Senator Whitehouse is defending Plattner, but they won't stop the Republicans from crying like babies. Just ask about the Epstein files every time they bring something up. For the record, I'm seeing Reddit neolibs defend Plattner here. Let's see what he says on MS Now later with Chris Hayes. Yeah, here's more background on this person. Yeah, she made all of her social media accounts private, but here she is blatantly lying about why Rumeysa Öztürk was targeted by Rubio's State Department. Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Öztürk were not targeted for advocacy against Israel. They are being held accountable for destruction of property, organizing violent actions, making threats to Jewish students, and distributing materials funded by state-designated terror groups. You'll be surprised to learn you can't promote terrorism and death to America while you're here on a student visa or a green card. Let's see an update. This 3-year-old American girl will be spending Thanksgiving in the hands of dangerous Hamas terrorists, McCain wrote. She's the youngest American held hostage in Gaza. I have a daughter nearly the same age as this American citizen. It's hard to fathom my Alice could be kidnapped by terrorists and held for over a month and not be a household name, wrote Lindsay Fifield, a visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum. We will make a place for Abigail on Thanksgiving, and everyone should. Washington, D.C., on the solemn one-year anniversary of the devastating October 7th attacks on Israeli women and girls by Hamas terrorists, Independent Women's Forum, Center for American Safety and Security, is renewing its call for the Biden-Harris administration to take, this is where she worked, to take stronger, clearer action in addressing the surge in violence against women and girls. The Muslim American Leadership Alliance joined IWF in issuing a demand letter. Gillibrand, Gillibrand's spokesperson said her comments were, "We are still going to win Maine." It's over. It's done. Kirsten Gillibrand was the person responsible for the Al Franken knife job from the Democratic Party side. It's okay. You're going to get, it's done. It's over. You're going to get naysayers from John Fetterman, possibly. John Fetterman, top Plattner critic, told me it's time for Maine voters to get behind Janet Mills. I need you to be extra critical going forward of people that are viewed as a threat by the forces of capital and also Israel. If you don't do that going forward, if you fall prey, if you fall victim to Republican engineering, we will never build a coalition at all, ever. It's not going to happen. It will never take place. It's over. It's done. I'll tell you a story of Karim Khan. Karim Khan is a British lawyer who has served as a prosecutor for the International Criminal Court since 2021. You might recognize him as this handsome bald man. Karim Khan was hand-selected as an appropriate prosecutor to the ICC by those who are sympathetic to Israel. But Karim Khan had a problem. There was far too much evidence that Israel was engaging in war crimes. So Karim Khan, as a prosecutor, started doing his job. Shortly thereafter, Karim Khan had sexual assault allegations. Like almost when he first came in to the job, Israel was like, yeah, this is a good guy. We're fine with him. Far better than the previous prosecutor that we spied on, that we sanctioned, that we got America to sanction. As soon as he moved to prosecute Israel, sexual abuse claims. I'm sorry, but at a certain point, you have to be a little bit more careful with what you are listening to, what you're believing. There's a difference between a drunk asshole from a rich family or something and the mother chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, or one of the prosecutors of the ICC. ICC Chief Prosecutor Khan cleared of sexual misconduct by judges. Something similar took place with Julian Assange. Julian Assange rape investigation dropped by Sweden. Julian Assange was the famous journalist that was responsible for WikiLeaks, where a lot of things that the American State Department did not want anybody seeing was published. The American State Department, the CIA, and its officers openly talked about murdering Julian Assange, talked about how they would potentially murder Julian Assange as he was I believe he was in exile, right? He was in his embassy in Ecuador. He was in political asylum. Sometimes you have to look beyond the claims being made and try to understand who's making the claims and why they're making it. And sometimes you have to judge people's reception of these claims by where their ideological priors fall. That's why I kept repeatedly bringing up the fact that if Graham Plattner, and people are going to call me a misogynist for this too, so just wait. Ironically enough, people who have defended rape, pedophilia, and numerous other horrible things are going to turn around and say, oh, Hassan is defending Graham Plattner. He's a a dude bro misogynist. So just get ready for that. That's going to happen. You have to be a little bit more critical. In any case, as far as Graham Plattner goes, yeah, he's not the best guy. Okay, he's not a good guy. As long as he's a reliable vote for Medicare for all and a reliable vote against Israel, that's the calculation that Mainers are making, I hope, because he will still serve a far better purpose than Susan Collins. I'm reminded of Bernard Sanders' statements. He's not a saint, but I don't see many of those around here. And Bernard is right. Speaking of Bernard, many of you probably don't remember, but he wrote some pervy poems back in the day. If you think I gave a fuck about that shit and leaned into the idea that he was a misogynist for writing pervy poems in his youth, you'd be delusional. Except because I was like, who gives a fuck about some pervy poems that he wrote in like 1913? Are you insane? Everybody said Bernie bros are misogynistic. And it's crazy because he was being freaky unk. He was being freaky unk. Freaky.
And pussy too.
But people forgot 2016. They forgot 2020. They have not built the backbone necessary to do this work. Some of you are too young and you had your socialist awakening in the last couple of years. So you didn't see what an ultimately hostile media environment will do to someone that they deem the opposition. You haven't been around the block yet. No one is perfect. We're all human beings. We're all imperfect. We're all on our own journey. We do bad things. We do good things. As long as you try to be the best version of yourself every day, that's what matters. Jesus Christ. Focus on the issues. This is why the CIA does not need, the FBI does not need to do COINTELPRO. They don't need it. First FBI leak on Martin Luther King, and half of this chat would have been like, excuse me? Excuse me? Again, not a comparison between Graham Plattner and MLK. Before you get on me on that. Not a comparison between Bernie Sanders and MLK. What I'm talking about specifically is about the tendency of a lot of people on the left and liberals to immediately fall for the oppositional framing coming from unbelievably reactionary neo-Nazis. Fascists will run circles around you every single time. Every single time. That's it. These people are villains for a reason.
Oh, we just got LA mayor. I am told we got oh my gosh. Remember I said we would get a gigantic batch all at once.
All right, back to the devastating realities of elections taking place today. I cannot believe that there's a British guy who's possibly going to make it to the top two. What a shame. Yeah, stop the boats, dude. That's what I say. Stop the boats, lad. We got too many British people coming in here, ruining a state that I love. What happened to Brexit, yeah? What about Calexit? Calexit means fucking Calexit, lad. No more British people coming in, stealing our jobs, yeah? You know what I really don't like about Spencer Pratt? I mean, everything, but specifically, you want to know why I really despise him? Because he's got stupid chud confidence. Yeah, I blew through $10 million. Yeah, who gives a f? I was dumb. I was young. And the problem is that clicks with a lot of other stupid chuds. Yeah, he has that coworker energy. New Jersey. Adam Hamawi. Let's go. New Jersey, size of Israel. New Jersey, tiny nation, size of Israel, surrounded by scary enemies. We must vote for Adam Hamawi. All right, where are the dumps? Dump it. Big dumps. Come on.
If the Democrats
are going to have a chance
we
get reggae Charlie Kirk. Yeah,
they're
that's
going to
fine.
have to win a couple states like
I'll
Iowa.
do that
what
for
I mean
you.
by that is Sue Altman's name you see here. Do you recognize that? We got votes. Okay. Sue Altman had run in a different district against Kane. We talked about John Kane. She was his opponent in 2024.
Stop the count.
Okay, we got some votes in here in the Somerset County portion of the district. Okay, so again, we generally this is the very interesting Toledo. Adam Hamawi, has the most financial backing. He's a plastic surgeon from Princeton, but he's been backed by a pro-Palestine super PAC.
That's what you're describing him as? Literally,
okay, and here he is
the
in Somerset
most
County.
incredible background out of any candidate running right now in the midterms, and you just said he's a plastic surgeon from Princeton. Dog. He's literally a combat surgeon that saved Tammy Duckworth's life.
This is another big part
Who's
of the
the pick in
district.
this race? I don't know.
Probably 20% of the vote or so is going to come out of
Dog,
here, like
I'm one
Bridgewater, New
person.
Jersey.
I don't know every
This is
single
Bennett, where she's from, Somerset County.
Come on, more dumps, more dumps, more dumps. Kornacki, stop dumping in your pants.
Your screen. Thank goodness. So you see her running.
Dude, it's
just
so
a
funny. This district is like a patchwork of people who are just popping in their hometowns, basically, in their counties. And every single one of them is getting decent numbers in their counties that they reside in or have like some kind of local position in. And Adam Hamawi's always in second place, which is, I think, the reason why he's inevitably going to overtake in the grand scheme of things when all the votes are counted, when all the dumps come in. This is only 34%, and he's looking pretty good right now.
We got some more in Mercer in NJ12.
We got our first Mercer vote. Huge. Okay, so now Verlina Reynolds Jackson,
This was expected.
is a state
Don't freak
legislator
out. This was
from
expected.
Trenton, the state capital, but also it's the largest
But
city in
also,
Mercer County.
Adam
And
Hamawi's
look at
back in
that.
the lead, baby.
The pre-election vote
Back in
here,
the lead.
she finished. But again, what's the
Hamawi
pattern?
up
We've
good.
seen this in our three
Hamawi
big
up
counties.
good.
Staunchly, adamantly pro-Trump candidate, the sort of populist, grassroots conservative candidate in this race. He's the one who's been moving in the polls out here. Okay, so you got Doden as sort of the
Toby
outsider,
Doden.
Johnson the
Dusty
congressman,
Johnson.
John Hanson, of course the veteran state legislator, and Larry Roden, the interim
Larry
governor who
Roden.
moved into the job. We're just not looking at particularly
That's
competitive
right. My name
primaries
is
in them
Dusty
tonight.
Johnson.
But there are four.
But my Johnson ain't dusty.
There are four.
I don't got no cobwebs on my Dusty Johnson.
Yeah,
I'm not doubting you again.
It's 214 election day votes, so it is small.
Yeah.
Hamawi gets 35%, and he was getting 36% in our first report.
No, he was getting less. He's at 25% countywide, so he was.
Yes, there is that interim report that.
What the? Yeah, he's
fell behind
improved.
Robinson.
He's improved. He's improved from early to same day voting. He's improved.
Early, we established.
Yes.
He was at about
Hamawi is
36%
improved
of that.
from
Yeah,
early
so
day voting
Mayo
percentages
went for
to
Robinson.
same day voting percentages. That's good.
He got 18%, and he's back at 35.
Now we're back at poll, and that's first place here in that.
Yes.
In that, it gets small, but okay, that's
huge.
That's well, look, we're trying to sort of
That's huge.
game this one out.
I'm a
folks,
numbers
saying,
guy.
We do have some more Middlesex vote.
Okay.
In
Tell me when we're going back to
Dump it.
in about a minute.
Dump it.
Okay, folks, we got a minute here. What just came in Middlesex?
So we got 3,700
Oh,
votes.
I can see it. Wow, it was Hamawi.
Left
huh?
sex, right sex.
Yeah, he gets
middle
37%, 38%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sex in the middle.
I think they want to go back to Iowa because we have made some characterizations, at least particularly in Congressional District 3.
Iowa, boo! Call it first.
We're where we were in Somerset. So this right now is advantage Hamawi until and unless something changes. And if it doesn't, as we said, he had the most money behind him of any of these candidates.
Wrap it up. Stop coping. Stop coping. Oh, he had the most money behind him. Stop
He's
coping.
certainly paying
Stop
off
coping.
right now, as of right
Oh,
now.
his,
So Adam will
his
alert me if we get anything
lobster was too
significant.
buttery. Oh, Adam Hamawi. His steak was too
Shifting
juicy.
to where the actual fourth district.
Enough
We're
with the
giving
sauce,
fourth district
Kornacki.
here. So much airtime here tonight. This is the safe Republican
Oh,
district.
he got too much
but
money.
again,
Oh, he raised too much. He raised
Get
too
the
much.
Senate
His
race
weed is too loud. His
Okay.
bitches are too
Here's
bad.
the Senate
It's
race.
Adam
Yeah,
Hamawi.
Is there going to be an east-west divide?
Keep looking at Iowa, Steve. Keep looking at Iowa, Steve. Steve is holding on to Iowa for dear life. He's like, oh, I don't want to see this race anymore. This Hamawi race is not looking too good for us, folks. Here at NBC News, let's look at Iowa. 8 cows voted in this race. It was very fun, very cool. Never been done before.
And head over there. There is a vote.
Oh, hell yeah.
Adam
Let's
said
go
he
to South
wanted to see
Dakota. I
South
want to
Dakota.
see.
Let's call it up.
I want to see the
Governor's
beautiful
race,
South Dakotans.
Republican primary. There he
Dusty
is, Dusty Johnson, the at-large
doing great
Congressman
against Toby
with 31%
Doden.
of the vote here.
And Larry Roden, the incumbent's
the
doing
big population
poorly.
Centers here, well, this isn't,
Dusty
west of
Johnson.
Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls is
John
this is the biggest county in the
Hanson.
state. going up north, Brookings County. These are some big population center counties.
Hell yeah, big population, not a lot of cows there.
Yeah, Iowa's a
How am I feeling for Shoykot's chances tonight? I don't know. I have no idea, because Nancy Pelosi coming out and endorsing Connie Chen means that Connie Chen wasn't doing well, but obviously Nancy Pelosi is a big mover in the district, so who knows? If Shoykot doesn't make it into the top 2, we are doing a struggle session with Megaphonics.
Hamawi doing better with the election day vote than he did with the early vote here. And we said even what he got with the early vote was putting him on a course there that he wanted to be on. Zoom out there. Yeah, I mean, remember, we've been watching this. Remember when we first got...
They're gonna eventually call it. Yeah, Decision Desk called it. Progressive Adam Hamawi has won the Democratic primary in New Jersey 12 against a split field. The result adds to a string of recent victories for progressive candidates following the elections of Anna Lilia Mejia. Chris Rabb, as the squad continues to expand. Yeah, I mean, once the same day votes started, like E-Day votes started coming, and he had a big margin, marginal improvement, it was pretty over. The rally bump for the E-Day vote. Okay, guys, no, it's not. Let's calm down. Okay, we didn't do this with our community. Adam Hamawi is a great candidate, and he had literally the most solid fundamentals. I think every time an anti-Zionist candidate wins, I feel like I just see myself getting assassinated by an Israeli drone strike. That's why I'm not celebrating too hard. Broadcasting Services already called it for Adam Hamawi. We had the Outflank Vote Hub and Decision Desk.
And NBC News Decision Desk has declared that in New Jersey's 12th congressional district, Democrat Adam Hamawi has won his party's primary. This is the race to succeed the retiring Democrat Bonnie Watson Coleman.
Let's go!
Woo!
Yeah, I'll see if I can get it back for you.
Yeah, well, this is a district that Kamala Harris carried by 23 points in 2024, so you would consider this.
Look at the sub-headline for this New York Times piece. Adam Hamawi, a progressive Democrat, wins House primary. A U.S. Army veteran faced questions about his past association with Egyptian cleric. Guys, come on, dude. Please. Please. Is there no editor at the New York Times that has a little bit of fucking decency, man? Really? 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 Like that's what you're doing? Fox News, plastic surgeon who testified for the 1993. I mean, this is the same as this, by the way. This is the more polite version of this. Have a little bit of shame, man. You're the goddamn paper of record. Are you serious? Again, this is the unfortunate Zionist edit. It sucks, but this is literally the Zionist edit. If you are an anti-Zionist, if you're anti-Israel, then all of the newspapers are going to cover you with your worst moments. Congratulations to Dr. Adam Hamawi on his landslide victory tonight in New Jersey. Dr. Hamawi will be a strong progressive voice in the House, and as a physician, he understands our healthcare system is broken and we need Medicare for all. They just interviewed Hamawi about Dems coming out to support him now.
Yo, there was a kid in my school that didn't even talk to me, and then when I became the Rizzler, he was like, yo, do you want to hang out after school?
How do you deal with that? How do you know when someone's just there for the fame?
When at first they don't talk to you, and then when you become famous, they talk to you.
Who's your closest
Damn.
friend?
Big Justice.
You still rock with the Costco guys? I feel so embarrassed. When was the last time you saw him?
Like last year.
It's probably because there's nothing.
Yeah, throwback.
It seems like the way that this race is setting up is that it seems like a three-person race for 2 slots, even though there's 60 people on the ballot. And that is
true.
you.
It's true. By the way, the ballot this morning, I was voting. The governor's ballot is insane. It is genuinely the most insane ballot I've ever laid eyes on. Yes, 60 candidates on there, and Butch Ware is not one of them, which is why when people were like, oh my God, why aren't you advocating for Butch Ware? I was like, there's 60 candidates. There's a guy named Country in Town, I Love God, or whatever the God for Country Demont. There's a guy whose name is Barack Obama. Barack Denzel Obama Shaw. And Butch Ware didn't make it to the ballot. And there's still motherfuckers in here going, why won't you advocate for Butch Ware? They might as well have had Toby Durden on there. He should have ran in South Dakota and California with the amount of motherfuckers on that ballot. Toby Durden. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. What are we doing? This is too much democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, California polls have closed. We got a lot of candidates, a lot riding on the wonderful neoliberal shithole of California, one of the most beautiful places on the planet, where you can go to the top of a mountain and ski, and in only a couple hours go to the goddamn beach and surf. One of the most beautiful places on the planet, genuinely, okay? Genuinely. I love this state, but god damn it, is this state's politics so unbelievably neoliberal hell. This state is the blue stranglehold, okay? This is the blue vanguard state. This is where the Democratic Party's machine is so goddamn powerful that you can put dog shit ass candidates back to back to back for the governor's race without even thinking about it. And then the top contender is outed as a mass rapist, sexual harasser, sexual assaulter. And then overnight, they'll bring up a new candidate out of nowhere. A goddamn loser like Javier Becerra. And the people are fucking cattle. The CA for California stands for cattle. But hopefully we'll see. We'll see if California can also change. That's what we're going to find out tonight. California. If I look around and I find out that there are like tens of thousands of people that voted for Spencer Pratt, I don't know how to exist in this space. Steyer moved up, check again. Yeah, moved up from Chad Bianco. What are we doing? What are they, just counting Bakersfield? What the f going on? Are they counting Fresno only? What are they counting? Clanty? Oh, Tom Steyer's in 4th position in Clanty. They don't like him over there. They found out that his father was a Nuremberg prosecutor. Where are these votes coming from? Everyone subscribe right now to the Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service. Subscribe to fund my transition away from Los Angeles to New York
Over
City.
Bianco with we got Sacramento. Okay. So this is
dumps.
Sorry about that. Let's go right back in. Again, Sacramento County's huge. Yeah, this is another 5%er, okay, in terms of the statewide vote. And look at that now. They get Democratic here. This is the Democrats should be doing well, but look at Becerra, 29%. Hill Republican, 28%. Look at the separation there between Becerra and Steyer. I think that's the most significant we've seen so far. And then Chad Bianco running back there at 10%. Boy, if you're Becerra, between what you've seen so far, right here, sorry about that.
Bro,
right here.
This is not just a disastrous outcome for Tom Steyer so far. This is a disastrous outcome for Javier Becerra. Do you understand how f***ing insane this is? Sacramento should not be split between Becerra and the Republican, dude. What the f? Oliver Ma getting cooked? Yeah, I mean, look at the top line. Look at the goddamn top line. Of course Oliver Ma's getting cooked. Everyone's a reactionary in this goddamn state, bro. California is literally a red state. The Republican is winning the lieutenant governor currently.
Oh, we just got LA. We just got LA mayor. I'm told we got. Oh my gosh! Remember I said we would get a gigantic batch, all at once, and we just did. So take you through this. About 40% of the vote, of all the votes that are going to be cast, just got released here. We are talking about vote by mail, again, that arrived by Election Day. Some of this a while ago. That's the type of vote you're talking about. There's Karen Bass, the incumbent, running at 38%, and there is Spencer Pratt running at 28% right now. That is an 8-point advantage, or a 25,000 vote advantage over Nithya Raman, the third-place candidate right now, Councilor Nithya Raman, the third-place candidate in this race. That's with 40% of the vote. Now, remember how we said we expect things to go the rest of the way.
Remind people
in Los Angeles,
yes.
Right? The next thing we think, and what they've communicated, the next thing that would be released here, maybe in one big batch.
Dude, I don't think you guys understand. Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass matchup, like Karen Bass was worried about Nithya Raman. She should be worried about Spencer Pratt, because let's be real, Karen Bass is an unbelievably weak incumbent. Oh, it's done. Oh, it's over. It's over. It's Jover. It's so over that Nancy Pelosi endorsement cooked it. All right, Megaphonics is banned. California is done. California is over for me. Chudifornia is real. Redifornia is real. Megaphonics, you're banned. He's not even posting in the chat because he's probably at the Shoykot party right now. I'm on my way to the Shoykot party. I won't be in chat tonight. God bless you all. Salute. Yeah, he doesn't even know he's going to get banned tonight. Toby Doden! At least in the Republican primary for governor. Toby Doden! Hell yeah. I'm done looking at California results. Who cares about California? It sucks. This is a whack ass state. Hate this place. South Dakota, baby. Toby Doden. Doden maniacs. Let's go, Toby. For the LA mayoral race, what this shows me is Los Angelinos want someone to kill homeless people. Like they want to vote for someone who will just shoot homeless people in the face.
Good morning on election day here in South Dakota. My name is Larry Roden, and when you're at the booth today, I hope you remember that me, Larry, I suck Donald Trump's cock. Vote for me! Hey, everybody!
This has got to be one of the chatters, right? You just sent me your own video. Oh my God. What a straight up naked disapproval of progressive politics in the state, in the city. Yeah, here, I'll give Megaphonics a VIP, dude. I feel bad. He woke up at 5:30 this morning to go door knock for Shoykot. And Shoykot's out here barely cracking 11,000 votes. Oh my God. Bro, it's not even like a Ray should have dropped out situation, by the way. Like, I don't even think that would have aided Nithya anyway. God, so bad. Pro-Israel candidate for Congress in San Francisco says she spoke to an AIPAC donor on May 18th who told her that while Weiner was saying publicly that Israel had committed genocide in Gaza, privately, he assured him he didn't mean it. Yeah, no, we got to get him out. Dude, Scott Weiner will be a demon, okay? He's a lock. If he wins that seat, it's over. He will be a 5-decade congressperson, 5 decades of excellence from San Francisco. And honestly, San Francisco low-key kind of deserves it, but obviously nobody deserves it. It's bad for the entire country. So like I said, it kind of seems like there's no path for second place victory here for Shoykot. So obviously in the top 2 runoff in the general, I will be writing extra hard for Connie Chen, who has called me a racist. An anti-Asian racist, but we ball, you know? Oh my God, Barack Obama Shah with 7,000 votes. Yeah, I was looking too far down. Put some respect on it. Barack Obama Shah. Barack Denzel Obama Shah. Yeah.
And pussy too.
Oh my God, Spencer Pratt cleaning up. Oh my God. We have to do a January 6th for Katie Porter. I will do a January 6th for Toby Durden. Weak ticket at the top with Javier Becerra and a Republican on the top at the top of the ticket implies that there's going to be a lot of Republicans that vote in the general now. This literally destroys the redistricting opportunities that we were trying to create inside of the state
that have been sunk in the slow.
It would have been Porter versus Becerra until Steyer tried to buy the progressive spot. Give it to me. Give me the crack right now. Give me the crack you're smoking on right now, because I want to live in your reality and not the reality that we currently exist in. There's got to be Katie Porter's Twitch account, right? Night started off incredible with a massive W and is ending with disastrous outcomes for my state. Oh my God, there's motherfuckers being like, after the election, you should try to work with Ramsey. Brother, this is Hitlerite territory. What are you talking about? This state is a bunch of suburban Hitlerites. And you're over here being like, yo, you should actually, work with Ramsey Robinson and we should do a third party momentum. Like, what are you talking about? Look at the results, man. Look, this state doesn't even want Democratic Socialists, let alone PSL candidates. They want Republicans, honestly, it seems. They genuinely love Republicans. This state is like, I want a Republican. I want a fascist. Also, I know they call it California, but California is dead ass not progressive. We have some of the most educated and also some of the most shit-lived voters of all time. Oh yeah, no, for sure. No, definitely. California is, I mean, I've said this. I have said this. Californians, like, they LARP as progressive. They're not. Do you think California will stay red for the general? Sorry, don't know a ton. Just curious. No, California's not going to be red, but it's going to be purple. It's going to be the bluish, the reddish blue, the reddest blue you can get. But yeah, Ken Calvert going up against Young Kim. They're locked out of Californians. California Democratic Party is going to be locked out of the 48th congressional district primary. Here's one of the problems here. This is what happens when you run a weak leader at the top of the ballot. I mean, if there's literally 60 candidates and everyone's like, who the f do I vote for? And the only person that they consolidate behind is like whoever the machine tells them to vote for. And that happens to be Javier Becerra at the last moment when the original runner-up was Eric Swalwell. This has down ballot consequences. Dude, there are people in here that are sad. It's understandable. Over Tom Steyer and Nithya Raman. Neither of these candidates were like, Tom Steyer was pretty left, to be fair. But it's not like Nithya Raman was like this, hardcore socialist or anything like that. And there was one who didn't call himself a socialist, who drew tremendous ire from the local socialists. But like, even the DSA candidates were not exactly radical either. Kenneth is the GOAT. I love him. Move to the East Coast. They're the only serious DSA. Okay, everyone needs to calm the down. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. I think we just need to double down. What we need to do is double down and fix the DSA system here and fix the infrastructure here. It'll take time, but I think it's doable. Note, we're looking at Red Mirage, though. Dems voted very late of indecision on the governor's race. Yeah, but the fact that there was indecision on the governor's race is enough, is like incompetence enough. I'm so mad at the fucking dumbass Democratic Party here. They suck so much dick and ass, dude. I mean, yeah, we do low-key deserve the incompetent shit libs that run in every election and then sit on a comfortable safe blue district for the rest of their goddamn lives. It's the last bastion. It's the last dying gasp of this stupid corporate pro-corporate machine politics, and it very much exists in California. There's not a strong enough left flank opposition to it. There was some growth in that initiative in DSA San Francisco, ironically enough, before they basically killed every working class person in the goddamn city and pushed them out. And on top of that, the tech bros basically destroyed not only Dean Preston, but also the progressive DA. And they got inundated with like, leftists are the reason why homeless people are raping your children on the streets and they're doing crack cocaine off of your child's back. They did all of those fucking, like, every CVS is bedlam. Every CVS and every Walgreens is under attack. And it worked. It worked. And that's part of the reason why DSA San Francisco hates Shoykot, because they see him as like a part of that movement. And also, Scott Wiener is probably still going to be your representative regardless, because the reality of the matter is San Francisco is Libtown. Connie Chan is actually doing fairly well, a lot better than I thought she would with that Nancy Pelosi endorsement. Again, not because of DSA San Francisco, by the way, because of Nancy Pelosi. A lot of the left in California think they have momentum, but they don't. Connie Chan and Shoykot were trailing behind one another in a margin of error, okay? 20%, 20%. Nancy Pelosi came in and moved that fucking weight around after Adam Schiff had already endorsed Connie Chan. And boom, all of a sudden, Connie Chan has serious viability. So don't even act like you did this shit. You didn't do anything, because San Francisco, deep down inside, is lib central. Yeah, oh yeah, Ethan Agarwal is so funny. Couldn't even crack the top two, man. What a disaster for this guy. The tech bros also kind of suck at like trying to make candidates happen. Matt Mahan is eating shit. Ethan Agarwal is eating shit against Ro Khanna. With the new dumps that came in, Scott Wiener still at 42%, Connie Chan at 28%, Shoykot at 14%. It's not going to be Pratt. Most of Raman's voters will vote for Baz, but this is nonetheless extremely disappointing. Yeah, it's blackpilling to see these kinds of results for like openly reactionary candidates. Steve Hilton with 26.6%. No, you were a bunch of ham-fisted interlopers. I had no idea San Francisco was like that. All right, f it. I'm pulling out. I don't care about what happens in San Francisco. All right, if Scott Wiener wins, then Scott Wiener wins. Connie Chan already has Nancy Pelosi's endorsement. That is the most powerful politician in San Francisco. Have fun with that race. Anyway, I'm tired, but we started off the night with a good W Adam Hamawi, and we're ending it on L after L after L. It's California, so it'll take some time to see the final results. Shout out to Barack Obama Shaw, Barack Denzel Obama Shaw. Shout out to Country and God DeMott, and all the other people. California is so busted. California is so cooked. What are you gonna do? It's a big country. It's a big state. Yeah, never forget.
Health and Education Service, I nominated Javier Baccaria.
We got a lot of work in California, okay? We got a lot of work here. We got a lot to do. God, I miss you, Joe. God love your soul. And God save America and our troops. Javier Baccaria. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm not going to New York City. Yeah, I'm staying here, dude, till the bitter end. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace. It's been an interesting month so far. Lots going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. Just a bunch of annoying things that I'm on the receiving end of as liberalism crumbles and turns slowly but surely into unrestrained fascism. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. We're going to get into all of that and more. Can you still go on a regular tourist visa? Guys, can I ask you a serious question? The ETA is the basic visa that Americans receive. If the government has made a big show of not giving me a giving me a regular visa, an ETA, and then revoking it, what makes you think that they're going to be fine? They're going to be like, oh my God, you're the guy we deliberately revoked the visa on after giving it to you. I'm sure the Home Office, after the initial intervention, is going to turn around and be like, oh, step right in, sir. No, that's a long and convoluted legal process that I have to get involved with. It's certainly not going to work in this, it's not going to work this time around. But if there is something I need to do in the future, I have to hire, I assume, a British lawyer and fight this. I heard Ash Sarkar, who was hosting that talk, is pulled out of South by Southwest. Yes. South by Southwest has been disgraceful in this entire process. I'll talk about that too. It was supposed to be me, Zara, and Andrew Epstein, also from the Zoran campaign, now with Claire Valdez. And part of what we were going to talk about is an attack on the media, but also how young, vibrant candidates could potentially win elections and all this stuff, right? We had a really fun conversation that we set up, and Ash was supposed to be the moderator. However, because South by Southwest is I guess a very popular brand in the UK, or this is a big deal for the UK. This is the second year they're doing it or something. I don't really know. And they had asked me, and I was doing it as a favor to South by Southwest because some friends that I trust wanted me to do it. So I was like, sure, I'll attend. I'm already going to be in the UK. I'm already going to be doing Oxford Union. I already have some other stuff going on. And it's not like they're paying me, right? I'm not getting paid by Southwest to do this, right? It's actually really insane. I'm doing this as a favor. And they're literally farming donations off of my image, off of my likeness. And then it's crazy that when the Home Office intervened and revoked my visa, South by Southwest's statement was disgusting. It was literally nothing. To us, they were sorry, we have to abide by the government's demands. That was one. And then their public thing was they just deleted my background page. They just deleted my speaker page. As though they hit me with the Trotsky cut. I couldn't believe it. It's bitch, who the fuck are you? Are you kidding me? I mean, seriously, I'm doing this as a favor. They get to literally farm tickets off of my likeness to be oh, you want to come listen to Hassan? I even set up the talk myself, and then they just turn around, chop it down. They didn't even try to be yeah, this is a little bit ridiculous, don't you think? British government. Basically, the British government, after a bunch of Israel First advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups on the earlier this month, called on the UK to bar dangerous Hassan Piker anti-Semitic attacks, saying far-left streamer with a record of anti-Semitism on October 7th denial is set to speak and record a live podcast in London in early June. Last week, Jewish organizations, the Community Security Trust, urged South by Southwest organizers to act responsibly and to not allow UK to be a platform for Piker. They got their wishes across. Britain denies entry to 2 U.S. commentators who denounced Israel. The authorities did not say why they had barred Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker of popular social media channels, but said their presence may not be conducive to the public good. Yeah, and that's where we're at. Obviously, when this first came out, Cenk put it on the timeline, and that caused us to look back and see that our, my visa was also revoked because Cenk was supposed to be flying out. Cenk and his whole family were supposed to be flying out to the UK. We're doing 2 events. He's doing South by Southwest separately, or was supposed to do South by Southwest separately. I was supposed to do an event there as well. And then I also had another event with Yanis Varoufakis. And I also had another event at Oxford Union. I was also supposed to do a talk with Corbyn and a talk with Zach Polanski as well. Totally separate, right? So I had this entire thing lined up. And it's really interesting because, or at least it's really ironic because with Oxford Union, I had spoken at Oxford Union prior, if you recall. I delivered this massive speech at Oxford Union a year and a half ago, and the speech was literally about the conflation between Israel and Judaism, and how this is an incredibly dangerous prospect. It's not going to work, and it's going to actually foment more anti-Semitism. That was a year and a half ago. Obviously, things have gotten far worse since then, clearly. And this is far from, I'm not doing this thing where I'm saying like, oh, the number one victims here are, British Jewish people or anything like that. That's not my take at all. Before people yell at me over it and say, oh, you're a Jewish exceptionalist or whatever. But it is a very clear secondary consequence of this sort of endeavor. Consistently claiming that all critics of Israel are rabid anti-Semites, and then quite literally violating the principles of free speech, which, like, obviously there's no First Amendment in the UK, but there is obviously an important liberal value. This is an important liberal value to ensure that there are real conversations taking place. England has quite literally offered refuge to some of the most important thinkers, some of the most controversial thinkers, if you want to call them controversial. Karl Marx. Like, think about that. From the president of the Oxford Union, Arwa El-Rayes, the Oxford Union intended to host Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker on the 6th of June for a discussion and head-to-head event with our members. We are deeply concerned by the revocation of both speakers' electronic travel authorizations on the basis that their appearances would not be conducive to the public good. Are conducive to the public good. These events have been publicly announced for months. The 11th hour call signals much more than democratic decline. It is a direct threat to free expression. The Oxford Union was founded on one principle: the ideas are challenged through debate, not silenced by decree. We have never turned a speaker away because of their political beliefs, nor have we sought a permission slip from the state. We will not start now. This event will not be canceled. The union will ensure this discussion takes place. Free speech does not require a visa. We will update our members shortly. This is supposed to be the most redeemable aspect of the Western world in general, okay? Western liberalism in general. This is one of the fundamental values. It's this and due process. And we are eroding both. Free speech and due process are the 2 most important liberal concepts that throughout centuries at this point, liberals have tried to maintain and defend in spite of everything else. And they're not just core principles that are historically progressive principles. These are core principles that I believe myself. I don't say I'm not a liberal, but this core principle of liberal society, liberal democracy, is one that I believe and champion. It's unironically one of my criticisms of other more ideologically close versions of governance that I have criticized, whether it be within the USSR or whether it be in China, the People's Republic of China. These are my criticisms of the People's Republic of China or the USSR. Ironically enough, that they don't have these sorts of, they don't abide by the same attitude when it comes to defending free speech or well, not due process necessarily, because I think China, the due process is fine in China for the most part. But ultimately, yes, due process and free speech are the two things that I believe must be preserved, no matter how we organize our economy. I think that's a good thing. But in any case, the UK has had a very long commitment, or at least tried to abide by some semblance of a commitment to these fundamental values, right? And the fact that they're dropping the ball in this spectacular manner at the behest of Israel, nonetheless, a fascist government, an apartheid government, a fascist apartheid government that's doing a genocide. The fact that they're doing all of this is a disaster, because any sincere person that looks at the situation that isn't totally lost, totally hysterical, will very quickly recognize this is simply being done because of my criticisms of Israel and Cenk's criticisms of Israel. This is not a sincere demand over anti-Semitism. This is not even a conversation on like whether anti-Semites deserve to be banned or anything like that, because this is not about anti-Semitism at all. So the fact that South by Southwest also, after this invitation, turned around and released the shittiest statement of all time, basically saying, "Yep, you're gone. We've deleted you from the page. You are a non-person. Sorry," was really messed up. Zach Polanski also quote retweeted my post that I had retweeted already. Last year, Hassan Piker spoke at the Oxford Union, highlighted the rise of anti-Semitism, fascism, and the dangerous conflation between criticism of Israel and all Jewish people. He was invited to speak again, but pro-Israel groups successfully persuaded the UK government to ban him from entering the country. Zach Polanski quote retweeted, said, "This is a really grim decision alongside Cenk. People often talk about the dangerous road we'd go down under a reform government. This is another clear warning. We're down there already. A labor government doing everything possible to silence criticism of the Israeli government." And what's really crazy about this is the fact that I've been very critical of the British government as well. I've been very critical of the British government. I've been very critical of the American government. But it's one government that you cannot criticize. It's the Israeli government. It's crazy. Pro-Palestinian U.S. streamer Hassan Piker says UK blocked his entry over criticism of Israel. Yeah, what's crazier for Cenk is that he was going before me, and they wouldn't let him get on the plane. They were literally like, "Nope, you can't get on this flight because the government has revoked your visa." He was like, "What the do you mean the government has revoked my visa?" Turns out, yep, the British government had decided you're not allowed to go to the country. What's really funny about this, by the way, is Times of Israel wrote, "UK blocks visit by U.S. commentators Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker, who claim it's over Israel." And they take this weird tone, right? Where they're like, "Oh, these guys are crazy. These guys are crazy. Oh, look at them. Oh, they're suspecting Israel of doing this. How stupid." Boom. A couple weeks ago, Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hassan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks. It's not that. Here's what's really funny about this. It's the Israel First groups that demanded it. They got their demands across, and they celebrated on the timeline saying, "Thank you for making this decision happen." And then they also turn around and try to gaslight to be like, you're being anti-Semitic. How dare you? How dare you make this strange claim? What's going on? Where did you get this idea from, huh? Where did you get this idea? I don't know. Maybe I have eyes, an ear. I have eyes, ears, a brain. Perhaps that's part of where I got this suspicion from. The do you mean? Yeah, if you're wondering why it feels like everyone got more insane, Israel just quintupled its PR budget to $730 million. Experts say it won't work. Yes, I genuinely think they've also hired wreckers on the left as well. I think they've decided a much more successful strategy would be to bring forth complete chaos and try to engage in sectarian infighting, infiltration, not dissimilar to COINTELPRO back in the day, like subversives and wreckers that they have placed in all of these groups, in all of these in all these advocacy organizations that track, that log everything, and they try to all of the conversations up. They try to destroy any sort of like productive output. Genuinely, genuinely believe this now. I think that's what's going on. It seems very strange the way that a lot of people are talking about this. Now, of course, Times of Israel wasn't the only article that did the, oh, where did you get the idea that it's Israel? There was Fox News did the same thing. Fox News accuses Hassan Piker of anti-Semitism for saying pro-Israel groups lobbied to get him barred from the UK, while itself reporting that British Jewish groups lobbied to get him barred from the UK. Yeah. Hassan Piker gets denied entry to the UK over alleged anti-Semitism, then immediately blames Israel advocacy organization for wielding unbelievable amounts of power over British policy. The streamer's response to the ban landed on a classic anti-Semitic trope about Jewish influence. Even as he insisted he harbors no anti-Semitism, British Jewish groups and a Labour MP had urged the government to block his visit, citing his comments about Hamas, Hezbollah, and his claim that the U.S. deserved 9/11. The ban caps a brutal stretch for Piker, a Treasury Department subpoena over his Cuba trip, and hecklers confronting him at the Newark ICE process calling him a fraud. Yeah. That's what I mean when I say wreckers, by the way. People that like try to present themselves as like leftists, but are not really leftists at all. Like the Black Panther Party guy, like very clearly a Fed, right? But for every dumb that watches, they go, oh, that guy seems to be a real leftist and he's calling it what it is, right? It's not organic. It's absolutely inorganic. But anyway, this was the actual article from Fox News. Hassan Piker says UK barred him, trashes unbelievable power of pro-Israel groups. Jewish groups have publicly urged the government to block the Twitch streamer. All the while, Israel is slaughtering Palestinians en masse. Israel is trying to move further and further into Lebanese territory. It's ridiculous. I don't know what these guys are thinking. Yeah, keep them out. British Jewish groups demand ban on far left American streamer Hassan Piker. I've spent my whole life combating the far right. My entire professional media career that spans over a decade at this point, fighting against the nefarious and dark forces of Nazism, fascism, the far right. All matter of reactionaries. And I still do it to this day. And I will continue to do it. And part of that is a principled stance against all forms of hatred, which includes anti-Semitism. I've never shied away from that position. I've never shied away from doing that advocacy and fighting that fight. Israel groups, pro-Israel groups, or rather Jewish groups that masquerade as Jewish groups, but are actually Israel first, have done a tremendous number to ruin that advocacy. It is virtually impossible. I look like a asshole every time. Every time I'm like, well, you know, Israel and Judaism are separate things. It's not, no one is monolithic. Everyone looks at me like I'm a asshole, dude. I won't stop. And it's not because I want to pay the piper. It's because I genuinely do believe it, right? This is something that I do believe. But it's so difficult to get that point across when so many Jewish advocacy organizations do behave like this. It's just frustrating as hell, man. New quote about you, UK Labour lawmaker on Hassan Piker entry ban. There's no reason to open our doors to those who seek to spread hate and division, especially to those who supported a prescribed terror group. I've been to London so many times. I've spoken in England so many times. I genuinely never thought that it would be a Labour government. Like the Labour has actually gotten far, far worse. I mean, we knew it already, but I never thought that it would get to this degree. I truly thought that Labour would not enable this level of like fascist repression. It's not like I had the best opinion of Labour, right? As you guys know, I'm not shy about, you know, revealing my position, but they're showing your tweets on NBC News. Wait, what do you mean?
Hikers banned 2 left-wing political commentators from the U.S. from entering the U.K. to speak at public events. Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker said today that they had been blocked because of their views about Israel.
Now, Cenk Uygur also told me that the U.K. didn't give him an exact reason for the ban. He said, quote, this has reached Kafka-esque levels of absurdity. He talked about how roughly 60% of Americans are critical of Israel. Will we all be banned from the UK, he says, or just people in the media who report the news accurately? And how does that prove that our governments are not controlled by Israel? Piker on X saying, quote, the UK has revoked my visa as well, all at the behest of Israel. The West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon we will all become Israel. end quote. Now, Piker responded when I reached out to him by sending me this headline from the Times of Israel, quote, Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hassan Piker amid anti-Semitic attack. So it's clear in their minds why they were banned. And lastly, Kate, this appears rare but not unheard of for the UK to ban individuals for this reason. Earlier this year, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West was barred under similar grounds.
That's
Sahil Kapoor
ridiculous.
for us. Thank you.
Like, that's a ridiculous
CNN Today
comparison.
exclusive, former First Lady.
That's a ridiculous comparison. I'm sorry. Like, Kanye West was like pro Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? You cannot bracket. They haven't uploaded
why
the full
his
segment,
language is
only
so
the
dangerous.
first 3 minutes. A caller said it's good you were banned because you're a socialist who has money. Yeah, this is the type of shit that actually kills me because, like, I not only have to combat liberalism, I have to combat reactionaries of all different sorts. But then on top of that, I have to combat stupidity in a society that refuses to be smart. And it's getting to be impossible, I think, especially with LLMs, especially with AI, especially with the crisis of illiteracy in the Western world. It's becoming virtually impossible to try to shake people out of this drunken stupor that they find themselves in, where people are just like, you know who my number one op is, dude? A guy who wants me to have healthcare, a guy who wants me to have more autonomy in the workplace, a guy who says no more wars, a guy who I would probably agree with on virtually 99% of issues, but I've been geared into believing is a bad person. It's so strange that they're doing this while also simultaneously trying to present me as some dangerous force, some dangerous reactionary. It is this government that is behaving in a dangerous reactionary manner at the behest of another reactionary fascist government, the Israeli state. This is how the Western liberal capitalist democracies fall apart and make way for fascism. We are making way for fascism. Illiberalism or post-liberalism, whatever you want to call it, is here. Yeah. But I had a statement on South by Southwest. I said, South by Southwest was a minor part of my trip to the UK. They totally didn't defend me or Cenk at all. They're actual fucking losers, and I will never work with them for the rest of my life. If you bought a ticket expecting to see me, you should demand a refund. Yeah, it's crazy. I genuinely am shocked that South by Southwest didn't even say, like, this is a real clear-cut violation of the spirit of free speech. Ash, who was the moderator, who we chose as a moderator, pulled out as well. She said, having read the South by Southwest statement on Hassan and Cenk being denied entry to the UK, I'm afraid I have to withdraw my participation. If I were in their shoes, I would hope that any organization which invited me to speak and had their programming interfered with by the Home Office would have had the minimal expected integrity to offer some defense of lawful free expression and condemn government overreach. Thank you for your invitation. Like, it's insane, dude. Did they offer it to still have you speak at a virtual appearance? No, they didn't even. Oxford Union wants to set it up still. But I mean, it's obviously not the same. I feel like it's so cucked to do that, but fuck it, I might still end up doing it. But yeah, no, South by Southwest didn't even care about that. Israel's most loyal propagandists are, of course, denying that the UK banned Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur due to their Israel opposition. They provide no alternative theory to the banning. The ban happened after pro-Israel groups and MPs demanded their visas be denied. Glenn, you are defending people who would bless your being defenestrated from atop a minaret. Get serious. You think Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker, the gayest non-gay man in existence who lives in West Hollywood, want to murder gay men? I don't like the way that he keeps saying I'm the gayest non-gay man in existence. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I am the gayest non-gay man in existence. It's true. Happy Pride Month, everybody, by the way. This was one of the groups. Board of Deputies of British Jews. Adrian Cohen, acting president of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, has welcomed the government's decision to withdraw electronic travel authorization from a number of extremist individuals whose presence in the UK was deemed not conducive to the public good. We are gravely concerned that our government's announced intentions to recognize a Palestinian state at the UN this month are seen by Hamas as a reward for its violence and rejectionism towards Israel. Today we celebrate the reestablishment of the Jewish state. Yeah, they're just like, they are a Israel first organization, of course. And Zara Sultana had a take as well. We'll take a look at that. Zara Sultana wrote to Shabana Mahmoud, I'm writing to demand that you reconsider and immediately reverse the decision to deny entry to Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur to the United Kingdom. Banning two prominent journalists and political commentators from entering this country is an indefensible decision. It raises serious questions about freedom of expression, the right to challenge government policy, and the extent to which immigration powers are being weaponized as instruments of political control. This is really up too, because for two reasons this is up. One, JD Vance quite literally said, we're going to you guys up if you keep doing this like anti-free speech. which of course my government is not going to care about the British government doing this to me, because they meant like, you know, you can't ban fascists, you can't prosecute fascist right-wingers, right? That's what they meant. They didn't mean communists, they didn't mean socialists, they didn't mean certainly anti-Zionist. They love when that happens. It's all free speech only goes in one direction. However, there was some truth to what they were doing, and we've been fighting this. We here have been fighting the British government's ridiculous free expression violations for the last couple of years. Since October 7th, the British government has decided, instead of listening to the demands being made by the masses, the overwhelming majority which find genocide to be morally repugnant, that wanted to be that wanted to end, right? That don't want their government to be involved in this in the way that the British government has been directly involved in this genocide. And of course, the British government, instead of listening to the demands being made, listening to the demands being made by the masses, have decided to increase the repression. That's what they're. That's the way that they think they can deal with this problem. They think they can silence us. They think they can silence you. They think they can just jail and punish dissidents and hope that it goes away. The other thing that I find quite interesting, like I said, they've proven J.D. Vance to be correct. Okay, not that J.D. Vance was being sincere, but they've proven that he is correct, that J.D. Vance warns against the UK going down a dark path of losing free speech during meeting with David Lammy. They're doing it. And yes, Shabana Mahmoud, who banned Hassan the Hun and Cenk Uygur from entering the UK because they oppose Israel's occupation, pictured opposing Israel's occupation in 2014. And it's been really interesting because a lot of the Zionists, who are just unbelievably racist, right? They keep saying like, oh, Shabana Mahmoud, you mean the Pakistani woman, the Muslim who was pictured with a Free Palestine placard? That person is pro-Israel. Get over it. Get over yourself. And it's like, yes, these are not real values for these people. Yes. What is the question here? It's not like she's prosecuting every Israeli occupational force war criminal that went out to Gaza to do a genocide to come back and roam freely in Israel. It's not like they're barring entry to Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel, into the nation state. They're not. So yes, of course they're fucking pro-Israel. What kind of stupid shit is this? The organization that was demanding my, barring my entry was established in 1760, Board of Deputies for the British Jews. So it's been around for 266 years, which means that for the longest time in its existence, it was not a Zionist institution, as a matter of fact, because it simply couldn't be, because Zionism as a concept, as an ideology, had not existed at that point. Ironically enough, the board became more prominent in British society in the early 20th century due to its support of refugees, notably leading to the ultimately failed campaign against the Aliens Act 1905. However, by 1930s, the board's position has shifted to a more assimilationist position in order to improve the perception of Jews among the non-Jewish British population, including adopting a position on non-Zionism. In 1933, Neville Lasky was elected as the board's president and called for Jews to give overriding consideration of duty and loyalty to the United Kingdom. However, the stance of the board once again had shifted in 1939 with the election of President Selig Brodetsky, who was described by the Jewish Telegraphic Agency as the foremost Zionist in Great Britain. As of 2024, the board has continued to hold a Zionist position. So for hundreds of years, this goddamn institution was doing, of course, like this now Zionist institution was, of course, a non-Zionist institution, was an anti-Zionist institution, because it sincerely cared about the interests of Jews. Every single Jewish institution, and even the entire religion pretty much, for at least the secular wing, has turned into a project to uphold Zionism. There are plenty of Jews who obviously do not subscribe to this mentality. There's plenty of Jews who say, this doesn't represent me. Those Jews are cast aside. All of the institutions that are supposed to be defending Jews do not end up defending Jews at all, but simply defend Israel and Israel's interests. And all of these free expression defenders on the right and the far right are celebrating, including Nick Fuentes. It's so crazy to me that Nicholas Fuentes, a straight up avowed neo-Nazi, is constantly finding himself handshaking with the Israeli government and its actions of censorship. How strange. Yeah, look at this dickhead. Like, he says I support terrorism. Yeah, this y'all favorite anti-Zionist hero? The guy who says the Palestinian resistance and the Lebanese resistance are terrorists. That's your guy. He is literally the same as Randy Fine, okay? The only difference is Randy Fine is a Jewish supremacist and Nick Fuentes, despite being Mexican, is a white supremacist. They have the exact same criticisms. Our job is to make sure that normies who question Israel become ideologically captured by the right.
I believe our vice president criticized European governments for heavily censoring their own citizens. I agree with that criticism. Has anybody from the State Department reached out on your behalf to make sure you're going to facilitate your entry into...
What a joke. The American State Department. See, that's the other side of this story. That's really interesting. That's the other side of the story that's interesting. This is a violation of American hegemony, right? We are supposed to have a special relationship with the UK where American citizens can easily and freely travel to the UK and not worry about any sort of impediment. So at the behest of Israel, the UK is even violating the power of the American passport. Any true America firster in this circumstance would be unbelievably frustrated at this prospect. And they don't give a shit because America first means being servile to the state of Israel.
No, not yet. So I'll tell you, the one guy who has done something is, you're not going to be shocked, Ro Khanna. He's already on it, and he's reached out to the British ambassador and asking for an answer.
Now, one might make the argument, as I'm sure many have, even on the left, the Groyperified left, say, oh, Hassan, you've always engaged in Jewish supremacy and Jewish exceptionalism because you criticize anti-Semitism as a bigotry, as a dangerous form of bigotry. Well, look how far that got you. Those people don't understand. I don't combat anti-Semitism because I'm paying the piper. I combat anti-Semitism because I think anti-Semitism, just like every other form of bigotry, is still repugnant. It's so strange that there are people out there who legitimately are like, oh, dude, look at you. You won't call out the Jews. You won't call out the Jews. You won't say it's the Jews that are doing this to you. Well, yeah, because I'm not a fucking child. I'm not a fucking idiot. This is fascism. That's what this is. It's Jewish fascism to a certain degree. Absolutely. Jewish supremacy plays a formative role in Zionism. Zionism is fascism, and its expression is certainly defended by a lot of Jewish fascists. It's not like Jews are incapable of being fascist, but the same goes for Christian Zionists as well. Zionism is a supremacist ideology, a Jewish supremacist ideology that is inherently racist. And here, look no further than what took place at the Israel parade yesterday. This is why I say liberal Zionism is still an expression of fascism. Why? Because you have the so-called liberal Zionists like Chuck Schumer standing side by side with ultra-Zionists like Bezalel Smotrich, right? That's why liberal Zionism is inherently contradictory. It's like saying liberal Nazism. Because at the end of the day, when it matters, where it actually matters, you have no functional difference when you're defending the nation-state of Israel doing a genocide as a liberal Zionist than Bezalel Smotrich, who supports it to the hill. Yeah, Kathy Hochul, Chuck Schumer, Letitia James. If Nazis are marching in your parade, it's a Nazi parade. Democrats participated in a Nazi parade yesterday. The idea that, like, Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, has a fundamentally different worldview than Bezalel Smotrich doesn't matter. Shame on everyone that went to this parade. A Jewish protection group in Britain, the Community Security Trust, said in an email statement on Monday that it welcomed the decision to block Mr. Piker. While criticism of Israel is entirely legitimate, Piker has a record that goes far beyond robust or controversial political speech, the group said, adding that his language risks fueling anti-Semitism. At a time of record levels of anti-Semitism in the UK, it is right. Oh, God, of course the New York Times is just like covering this and being like, and you know what? These guys are right. This is what I'm talking about. This is precisely what I'm talking about. I just question why you shouldn't be banned for your support of government-designated terrorist organizations. Wait, no, don't ban that guy. Don't block that guy, even though that's funny. It's a little taste of his own medicine. Buddy, you have to understand that analysis over why militant resistance forms against Israel's genocide is a valid conversation to be had, right? And because you can't have that conversation, because you're worried that people are going to agree, because people are, you're worried that people are going to agree. You're like, no, we should ban you instead. This is literally the problem. This is the problem. So you answer my question. What should people do when Israel is destroying their homeland? What should people do? Should they sit back, play patty cakes, wait for their untimely demise? I'm a political commentator. I can have a different opinion than you on this issue. We can have a normal conversation around it. You can deliver your counterpoints. You can say, no, you don't understand. These entities are actually wrong. They do not actually abide by the international rights given to all peoples to rise up in arms against a colonial occupation. What you can't do is just lean into vague definitions created by the American state with the express purpose of silencing dissent. I just question why you shouldn't be banned for your support of government-designated terrorist organizations. Should we not have a conversation about the designation of terrorism? How can they can resist in ways that doesn't go out of their way to harm civilians? What the f are you talking about, brother? They can resist in ways that doesn't go out of their way to harm civilians. That's your assessment. See how we're having a conversation now? See how we're having a conversation all of a sudden? Yeah, protest peacefully, Hezbollah. Protest peacefully, Palestinians, as there's an ethnic cleansing campaign taking place. Protest peacefully against the ethnic cleansing campaign. Who's killed more civilians, you fucking asshole? The Israeli state or Hezbollah? Who's killed more civilians, the Israeli state or Hamas? The answer is very clear. That's why most people have no retort, no counter message when I say Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Because it's true, like mathematically true. Yeah, protest against chattel slavery, protest against the British occupation of Ireland, protest peacefully, please. Meanwhile, I am doing peaceful protest. I'm a commentator. I'm not a militant. And yet, my travel is being restricted, and I'm currently experiencing repression for my political dissent, and you're over here justifying that. So it doesn't seem like you're in favor of peaceful protest either, jackass. Haven't you realized that you're actually justifying state repression against peaceful protest? When you do that, am I offering material support to any of these state-sponsored, state-designated terrorist organizations? No, I'm not. And yet the state is engaging in repression all the same. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, wait, maybe I don't have a consistent position on this. This is not a justification of targeting civilians. You are saying they're deliberately targeting civilians, for the record. I've never justified that. Were there brutal, unjustifiable acts of violence that civilians had to endure? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've seen the fucking videos. I know. I saw the girl with the dreads in the back of the pickup truck. That shit is completely unacceptable. If I did, I'd be defending the Israeli state because they do that as a matter of state policy, as a matter of military policy. Palestinians have peacefully protested against the state of Israel over and over again. They've been slaughtered. Yeah. Hezbollah right now is blowing up tanks and military installations on Lebanese soil that Israel is illegally placed. The IDF, on the other hand, are blowing up residential buildings, and its defenders in the Israeli Knesset are demanding more of that death and destruction. Who's actually defending their homeland? Who's actually engaging in colonial conquest? The answer is Israel. Israel is the wrong party here, and the Lebanese population, including the armed military, the armed paramilitary organization Hezbollah that has its own political party within the Lebanese parliament as well, is the wronged party here. And it's really funny that you demand state repression and justify it for a political commentator because you disagree with it, while simultaneously making it seem as though I'm engaging in an act of terrorism. Doesn't need to be peaceful necessarily, but targeting civilians will get you designated as a terrorist group. Do you not agree? No, I don't agree. The American government calls everyone a terrorist if they don't agree with their ultimate goals of liberation, okay? The f are you talking about? And the Israeli government does the same, and the American government gets their notes from the Israeli government. Do you know how many fucking people that Israel has killed? Just thinkers, writers, poets, doctors, activists, organizers that happen to be Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Muslims, and called them terrorists? The whole point of free expression is so we can have a conversation about the silly designation. Hezbollah was not prescribed as a terrorist organization until recently in the British, by the British government, as a matter of fact. Hezbollah and Hamas are not prescribed as terrorist organizations in most of the planet, but it doesn't matter because we live in the Western world and we only care about what America has decided or what Israel has decided is a terrorist organization. Nelson Mandela was on the terrorism watch list until 2008. Do you think he's a terrorist? Perhaps this is a good way to comprehend that the terrorism designation is an unhelpful one and an intentionally vague one, specifically. Oh, here we go. Here's another American terrorist right here, Representative Josh Gottheimer. This from the guy who said Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel after Hamas attempted to exterminate the Jews. Your Nazi detector might be broken, Hassan. The Nazi government considered all Jews to be terrorists. Do you agree with that designation? Or do you have a separate position on this? Do you have a different position on this? Of course, powerful entities that seek to wipe out entire populations will declare all of those populations to be engaging in an act of terror. Do you agree with that? Would you make this assessment? If a government designated Israel as a terrorist organization and banned people for supporting Israel, that would be a fair comparison to make? Yeah, that hasn't happened, unfortunately, with the exception of North Korea. That would be truthful. Let's move beyond state designations. Let's move beyond the legal framework because we're having a conversation about opposing the legal framework. Okay, let's have a conversation about whether you think it's an appropriate thing to do. Yes, also the terrorism designation has no standing in international law anyway. Israel's a apartheid ethno-state that's done a genocide and continuing to expand militarily into Lebanon, Syria, numerous other countries that has destabilized the entire global energy markets because it wanted to kill Iranians and destabilize Iran and destroy Iran, a country with 93 million people. Yeah. Israel just carried out a massacre in Tyre, completely demolishing 3 buildings. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that the people who are fighting back against this are wrong to do so. They're not. They're not wrong to do so. I don't care if the British government considers that to be offensive. The problem here is you can't put yourself in the shoes of people who used to live in those buildings. You think they deserved it. I don't. That's the difference. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who also think that these people kind of deserve it or they don't even think about this. If you had any shame, if you had any moral compass, you would never sit here and defend baby killers. And yet you are. All right, Trita Parsi, thank you so much for coming on. It's an interesting day to be talking to you, but there's been many interesting days. It's day 90 of Operation Epic Fury, or as I like to call it, Epstein's Fury. And seemingly these past couple of weeks, there was a real will they, won't they style situation where everyone was wondering if we were finally going to arrive at a reasonable conclusion. Was the Trump administration going to concede on the quite reasonable points of contention that Iran was addressing? Israel obviously did not enjoy that at all. They didn't appreciate it. I like to look at what the Hasbara side is saying and what the Israeli government is saying to figure out like how likely it is to arrive at a ceasefire. Because like when there is any sort of like real momentum in the direction of a ceasefire, if talks are actually going well, usually the Israeli side starts, freaking out on the timeline. And we definitely saw that from the Lindsey Grahams and the Mark Levins of the world, but then also from the Israeli government as well. And lo and behold, Israel is, intensely bombing Tyre in Lebanon, and now is talking about and is bombing Gaza as well, and reasserting its control over additional chunks of land in both of these countries or in both of these regions, places. And Iran has sent some rockets, I believe, to the Strait of Hormuz as well, after America bombed some Iranian sites yesterday. So where are we?
So let me first say something about what you started off with, looking at what the Israeli and the pro-Israeli reactions have been. And I think there is an important distinction. The pro-Israeli reactions have been a complete meltdown publicly, particularly when they thought it was really close. They've calmed down a little bit because clearly there's some problems in the negotiations. We'll deal with that shortly. But I think it's also important to note that initially there were some harsh reactions from the Israeli side, not from Netanyahu himself, however. And Netanyahu has now instructed his cabinet members that they're not allowed to talk to the media about this. I think there's a reason for that. The Israelis are going into their election season. There's going to be election there soon. Netanyahu is not doing particularly well. He's not been able to translate the support for the war that exists in Israel into a political win for him. And simultaneously, Trump is still polling very well in Israel. And I don't know if you saw, but about a week ago, out of nowhere, he started saying that he's polling at 99% in Israel and that he might even run for office in Israel. I think that was a warning to Israeli politicians to say, look, I'm actually very popular in Israel. If you go against me, if you take on this deal directly, criticize it, attack me, I'm going to come after you. And you're going to be quite vulnerable in this election era. And as a result, I think it was fascinating that even Netanyahu, even when people were expecting a memorandum, was like issuing AI-generated pictures of himself standing alongside Trump rather than actually going up against him. Let me be clear. I think the Israelis will do everything they can to sabotage the deal, but it will not be overt. Because overtly, it's too costly for them to directly position themselves against Trump. Now, in the talks, clearly there's a lot of challenges. There's some details that apparently were not entirely clear. I think also to a certain extent, the Iranians are starting to get some cold feet. A lot of questions are being raised as to whether Trump really can deliver on the sanctions relief. Does he really want a deal, or is it just a pause for him to attack again? Why is he suddenly talking about the Abrams Accord? Some of these questions, to be frank with you, I think is just nervousness because this is such a crucial decision that the Iranians will need to make. Some of them they should have answered a long time ago instead of suddenly now at this stage in the negotiations come and suddenly be like, well, hold on, can we trust Trump? Well, clearly you cannot, but at the same time, if that is a hurdle, why did we do this whole negotiation up until this point? So I think there's some divisions within that system. There's nervousness in some of the other regional states because they do believe that most of the issues have been resolved, at least for the memorandum, and they're just waiting for the Iranians to sign on. And hopefully that will happen soon. I think some of this exchange of fire that you're seeing is partly a pressure tactic by the US, probing, seeing how far they can go and testing the Iranians while putting some sort of a pressure on them because the White House expected the response this past Sunday, and it's still not come.
Do you feel like, or what is your analysis on reestablishing military deterrence on the Iranian side? Because I mean, we've seen the way that Donald Trump operates. Obviously, he, weirdly enough, perceives any kind of negotiation to be a point of weakness. And he operates off of that understanding. And he does respond to pressure. He does respond to military pressure. And he has backed away when things have become too costly in the past with Ansar Allah. Now, obviously, this is a much more public event. And it's much more embarrassing. It has actually already diminished American force projection capabilities. But do you think that Iran has to reestablish military deterrence beyond taking pot shots or engaging with the American forces in a manner not dissimilar to how they used to under the leadership of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which was much more restrained? Strategic deterrence or strategic restraint was the name of the game. So do you feel like they're swapping tactics back to where they were before Operation Epic Fury? Do they see the need, by your analysis, to reestablish military deterrence at all?
So I think this is a very important question that you're raising because, first of all, they had established deterrence through this war. And they had also established escalation dominance. And now we're seeing these exchanges of fire. The American side has struck the Iranian mainland, not Tehran, but they've struck the mainland. So it's not just a bunch of islands or ships in the Persian Gulf. It's actually the mainland.
Yeah.
And the question, of course, is that if this, that the Iranians are wrestling with, if this is not responded to, then this will be a new normal. It will start again to look like how the Iranians behaved on the strategic patience in Syria, in which the Israelis constantly increased their attacks. The Iranians did not respond. By the time they responded, it was seen as underwhelming, which just invited further attacks. And eventually, the Israelis felt that the Iranians were so weak they could just start a full-scale war. Of course, afterwards, we see that that wasn't the case. It was reversed, but there's a lot of strategists in Iran who believe that if the Iranians had responded much more forcefully, much earlier, the war could have been avoided altogether. And now, if they don't respond, there is the risk that they're running that once again, this deterrence that has been established will start to erode. And a new normal will be in place in which apparently it's okay for the US side to attack Iran, Iranian mainland, that's tolerated under the ceasefire. This is part of the reason I think that they struck an American base or tried to strike an American base in Kuwait yesterday. I don't know exactly what they were aiming for. I don't know whether there was perhaps some damage that was caused, because I think we have to be very careful. Remember that in the beginning of the war, we were constantly told that 90% of Iran's navy had been sunk, and that 90% of the missiles had been intercepted. And later on, turn out, of course, that there was far more damage that had been inflicted by the Iranians on U.S. bases and on other assets. So I don't know whether they actually succeed or not. There's an official story that says that it was intercepted, but I think we should withhold judgment. But there's a danger as well that if they do respond very forcefully, this could escalate out of control. And they're back into a direct military confrontation. Now, there's some in Tehran who actually think that that may end up in their favor. What is very important, however, is how you get to that end state of a full-scale confrontation. It is much better for the Iranians if the US actually attacks Iran, or if Israel attacks Iran, and Iran can say, we're just defending ourselves. But if it is this murky tit for tat, it's not entirely clear who started it, and then eventually ends up in a military confrontation, the Iranians lose a degree of international advantage in terms of how other countries will be seeing this, and whether there will be some degree of understanding for Iran's position. I don't think the US side, frankly, is trying to escalate matters towards a conflict. I think they're trying to increase a degree of pain on the Iranian side because of deep frustration that the Iranians haven't answered yet. It's still very risky. I'm not saying it's right or that it's wrong or anything like that. I'm just trying to explain how I think that the US side is thinking about this. And I don't think the US side necessarily has targeted the most important sites in Iran either. So there's clearly an effort to make sure that this doesn't escalate completely out of control. But it's a very dangerous game at the end of the day. And there may very well be a situation in which the Iranians feel that unless they strike back really hard, their deterrents have been eroded and they're trying to restore that. And inadvertently, they end up in a confrontation that neither side actually may have been aiming for.
As far as reestablishing deterrence, though, isn't this somewhat proof that the hardliners are no longer as prominent in the conversation? Because I feel like if there are hardliners, or maybe they're all arriving at the same understanding, and this time they're making the calculation that restraint is the more appropriate way to follow through, and that as long as they hold on to the control that they have over the Strait of Hormuz, that America is inevitably going to cave and concede on their demands. But on the American side, I have some questions for you. So, one, there's new reporting that Israeli officials are privately urging the Trump administration to abandon negotiations with Iran, as they have done so publicly as well, but they're privately also urging and demanding that they assassinate Iran's parliament speaker and lead negotiator Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf and launch a new round of strikes on the oil infrastructure. And the claim is that just one more attempt at what America and Israel tried for the last 90 days, and then you won't even need to do a ceasefire deal. Iran will be begging for you to do a ceasefire deal or whatever, right? Like they'll be able to achieve their military objectives. What do you make of that?
I wouldn't be surprised at all if that is what the Israelis are pushing for. I think they're probably going to have to be a little bit careful of how they message this. I do suspect that there isn't enough creativity in the arguments that they're putting forward because all of them are looking the same. You just need to threaten war with Iran. That's what the message was back in January. Later on, it was like, well, just a small war. Later on, it was like, well, if you just take out the supreme leader. And then once all of that was done, it was like, well, now you actually have to bomb their oil facilities and power grid. And now we're hearing that apparently if they just take out the Speaker of the Parliament, that will be a game changer. There's this pathological search for a game changer that gives the United States and Israel the upper hand in a manner that enables them to avoid any negotiations against, essentially get the Iranians to surrender. And unfortunately, the US side has fallen for that argument, both because of internal voices favoring it, and of course, because the Israelis have aggressively pushed for it. None of these measures have proven to be a silver bullet or anything that actually turned things around. And I do not think that any serious person in the administration at this point thinks that taking out the lead negotiator at this point, which is the Speaker of the Parliament, does anything but kill whatever little pathway for a diplomatic deal that was in existence. Remember, prior to this, the Israelis also assassinated another person, then Speaker of the Parliament, Ali Larijani, who had been in conversations with the American side, who had been reaching out. And there had been some connection between the two sides in which they saw him as a credible person to deal with. He was more on the conservative side, but seen as a pragmatic conservative, but someone who essentially was emerging not as the final decision maker, but as the consensus builder in chief. Someone that could rally that entire system and make sure that people could come to an agreement on a yes or a no on a proposal. And someone who had some experience in negotiating with the West in the past. And it was clearly deliberately done by the Israelis in order to sabotage diplomacy. And any effort to do so against Ghalibaf would be an even more efficient way, not because he's more important, but because it just absolutely shows that there is no seriousness behind diplomacy if the U.S. greenlights that assassination.
Israel wants to destabilize Iran. Israel wants to spoil the deal. On the other hand, America, or at least the Trump administration, according to the New York Times, is also developing workarounds to funnel money to Iran without direct payments because Donald Trump is worried about looking embarrassed. The number that they're probably going to unfreeze of Iranian assets is probably going to be upwards of $20 billion, which is far larger than Obama's, I think, what is it, $1.7 billion, and far larger than Joe Biden's $6 billion of unfrozen assets. And he doesn't want that to be a direct cash payment, purely for symbolism, I assume. So they're trying to get the Qatari accounts that this money would be sent to actually purchase things that Iran needs, like medicine and food supplies and things of that nature, and then transit those goods rather than make the cash payments. Do you feel like well, one, do you feel like that report is accurate, or is it just information that the State Department is pumping out to the New York Times to lend credence to the idea that a ceasefire is imminent? And if not, if it is legitimate from your assessment, do you feel as though this is a sign that America is much more predisposed with a ceasefire negotiation and much more sober in their assessment than Trump lets on?
Look, a couple of things, Hassan. First of all, my own conversations with the administration have left me with the impression that there are absolutely elements that are very serious about a deal, and that they recognize that unfreezing of assets is an absolute necessity. In fact, major sanctions relief is going to be a necessity to get the final deal. And in that, yes, they do want to avoid the optics that existed during the Obama administration. However, I just want to point out one thing. Obama unfroze assets that were much, much larger than 20, 30, 40 billion. At the time, I think it was up to $100 billion. But there's a difference because those assets, those funds were in foreign banks, and by unfreezing it, the Iranians could get the money back. The 1.7 that you're referencing is money that the US owed Iran because of a lawsuit between the two countries that was clearly going to go towards Iran winning. So the US and Iran settled that. And then there was actually money from the US side that needed to be sent to Iran. And that made all the kinds of more complicated issues. And because the US couldn't send them money electronically because of American sanctions. They ended up having to hand it over in cash, and the optics of the idea of pellets of cash on an airplane in Geneva with a US plane landing, unloading the money, and then loading onto an Iranian jet is just something that gave that story such legs. But that was not a minor thing, but compared to the larger number of,
I mean,
much
ultimately,
larger
it's
number
cash
of,
exchange, right? Like one is
Well,
a
it
direct
depends.
cash payment as an award for a trial, but like at the end of the day, $100 billion, and I believe the total number, the total dollar amount of frozen assets is around 200 billion, right? Right now at this point,
There's some question marks. Most people put it somewhere between 120 and 150, but I don't know anyone who actually fully knows. It could be as much as 200, because bottom line is this: the frozen asset is Iran's money.
Yeah.
It's not American money.
Yeah.
The 1.7 was partially Iranian money because it was returning money that the Iranians had paid the United States for weapons that they had ordered under the time of the Shah that were never delivered. Because between the Iranians paying for it and the US supposed to have delivered it, there was a revolution in Iran and the US refused to deliver the weapons.
Yeah.
The Iranians took the US to court, eventually were on the cusp of winning. The US decided to settle, and some of that money was Iran's money that was returned, but then there was interest rate. In about 1.3 out of the 1.7 billion was actually interest rate that was added on it, because this was going on for like 40 or so years. So there's an element there you can say, well, that part of that was at least American money, but everything else is Iran's money that is being returned to them because they had been confiscated by the US using the international banking system as if it is an instrument of American statecraft, and said these amounts are now frozen in those accounts. Now, going to the detail of that story that says, hey, the US side is much more comfortable if the money is not just sent back to Iran, but essentially it's in a bank in Qatar and some other place, and then the Iranians can use it to buy food, etc. That was the deal that the US struck under Biden with the Iranians. Now, that was built on a deal that the previous Trump administration had been negotiating with Iran, but never got to it. At this point, I am not so sure that that's going to work. It may work with perhaps some of the smaller amounts that is in a Qatari bank, but when it comes to the $120, $150 billion, no, the Iranians are, first of all, that money will most likely not go back to Iran. It's just that the Iranians can start spending it, because every country has money in other foreign banks, and they use that to pay for the exports or the imports, right? So the Iranians will probably continue to do that. But what was happening under the Biden deal was essentially the US would oversee whatever the Iranians were desiring to purchase, and they had to sign off on it. I don't think that is the way it's going to end up working, given where things are right now between the US and Iran, and how this war actually have essentially ended up, which is not in an Iranian defeat.
Yeah.
And as a result, I suspect that the Iranians are going to have much clearer and stronger demands when it comes to the sanctions relief.
Unless there was a full-blown sanctions relief, which included not just European or secondary country sanctions relief, but American sanctions relief as well. And then Iran felt comfortable enough to operate off of the SWIFT system, which, you know, it seems like a totally separate reality than the one that we're engaging in currently, considering that there's bombing going on.
It's a separate reality compared to where we are right now. But if the US wants a final deal in which the Iranians give up all or most of their stockpile, there's going to be sanctions relief, undoubtedly. I understand that the administration may not want to talk too much about it right now because it just riles up the pro-Israeli opposition to it. But there is no deal you can have without massive sanctions relief.
Yeah.
And one thing that is important to keep in mind here is that previous presidents were very ideologically committed to the sanctions and quite unwilling to touch them. And they thought that the political cost of touching them were massive. You were just in Cuba, so you saw the impact of those sanctions. And one thing that's very important to keep in mind in the Cuban context is that Obama only lifted the executive orders. He never touched the embargo. The embargo goes through Congress, and Obama never even tried to lift the embargo because the political cost would be too high. Trump is a very different president. He doesn't like these sanctions. I'm not saying that he's imposing sanctions here and there, but he actually likes to lift the sanctions. He wants to use them for the type of leverage that they theoretically were supposed to be. So the US side has already signaled that there can be significant sanctions relief if the Iranians are willing to give much more on the nuclear front.
you and I have had this conversation already. I think that, and we might even have a difference in opinion on this. I think that the nuclear program is probably like the less consequential aspect of this deal, given the way that Iran has utilized the enrichment of uranium thus far. Obviously above civilian usage, but only as a point of leverage so they can demand sanctions relief from the American government, but never to really develop nuclear warheads. Nuclear warheads also obviously require a delivery system that they don't really have. I mean, I guess they can strap it onto the existing munitions that they have, but their targeting capabilities and the limits to how far reaching the Iranian munitions are is fairly limited. It doesn't go to Europe, right? It only extends to like Turkey, maybe a little bit beyond. It wouldn't make much sense for them to have nuclear warheads regardless, similar to like the Jericho system that Israel has that touches basically every part of the planet with the exception of California, where I am, and some parts of Latin America. That's the reason why I have always assumed that the nuclear grade enriched uranium part of the bargain is a gimme for the Iranian side. But they have actually taken a much stronger opposition towards that. Do you think that opposition is actually just for the optics, because they have tremendous leverage, more so than ever before in the aftermath of the last 90-day quagmire, or is their opposition symbolic so they can extract more concessions for the other aspects of this deal?
So different when it comes to different variables of the nuclear program. First of all, look, I agree with what you were saying. And also it's important to note that the Israelis have several Dolphin German submarines that are nuclear equipped, that were given to the Israelis by the Germans. So Israel has nuclear weapons in almost any water that they would want, and can shoot nuclear weapons. So unfortunately, Hassan, you may not be as safe as you think in California.
Well, that's a bummer.
So, look, the nuclear program is a serious program. And the Iranians are deeply, deeply committed to the aspects of it that, for a variety of reasons, have become highly emotional. And, there's some strategic elements to it as well. So, for instance, when it comes to enrichment, the Shah of Iran had the same policy. He refused to give up enrichment. In fact, back in the early days, I mean, one of these reactors that is at the center of some of these negotiations is called the Tehran Research. Yeah. The United States gave it to the Iranians in 1968 as part of Atoms for Peace. There were two gentlemen in the Ford administration that ran a campaign to convince the Shah that he needed to have a stronger nuclear program because he could never turn Iran into a modern country without nuclear energy. That was Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, who wanted the Shah to buy Westinghouse reactors. So, and the Shah was going along with it. He wanted to have enrichment on his own soil. He did. Later on, towards the end of the 1970s, the US's position globally changed, and they wanted to restrict the spread of enrichment technology. But the Iranians refused. So this is not something that is just some sort of a fixed idea of this administration, this current theocracy in Iran. It is something that has deeper roots. And it's particularly problematic for them to give up enrichment and be in a situation in which there was something the Shah could have, but they cannot have. Particularly mindful of the fact that one of their points of attacks against the Shah's monarchy was that he was a sellout and that he had sold out to the United States, that he was a servant of the Americans and was not really standing up for Iran's national interests. I personally disagree with that assessment. I think the Shah actually pushed a very hard line against the US, and the American side was very annoyed with a lot of his foreign policy because he was becoming increasingly independent and assertive. But nevertheless, it's difficult for them to accept that. What we're seeing in this negotiation, however, is that while they're very adamant about never giving up enrichment, they seem to be accepting that they will go along with a formulation that does not make it necessary for them to enrich uranium for a period of time that could be up to 10 to 12 years. And this they have never agreed to before. There was a brief period between 2003 and 2005 in which they voluntarily agreed to suspend enrichment. This was as a result of the Europeans negotiating with them, and that was when the E3 was formed. They were very successful. They got a deal. And the voluntary suspension was supposed to last as long as the negotiations continued towards a final agreement. What ended up happening, however, is that once the Europeans got the suspension, they had no incentive to get to a final deal. They had already managed to get the key objective. So they started slow walking the negotiations. The Iranians got more and more frustrated. By August 2005, they announced that they were going to restart enrichment. By January 2006, they did so. By February 2006, they got slapped and their file got sent to the UN Security Council, and they later on were sanctioned. So the Iranian narrative ended up becoming the cost of suspending enrichment was much higher than the cost of just having continued it. And since then, they have refused anything that would sound like a suspension. Until now, they're actually potentially going to agree to 5, 8, 10, perhaps 12 years of a pause. They will probably frame it differently, call it something else. That's a major give. And I think they're doing this partly because they realize Trump will give them far more sanctions relief. Remember, in the Obama deal, there were no sanctions lifted on American companies, no primary sanctions, only secondary sanctions. And if they get primary sanctions, that will be a game changer. So I think they're giving more on that issue.
He wants to build a Trump Tower in Tehran.
Absolutely.
Like
he was very clear in 2015. His critique of the Obama deal was like, oh, it's the worst deal ever, etc. That was oftentimes repeated. What was not repeated is what he usually said afterwards, is that it was unfair. Europe got into the Iranian market, but no American company benefited. So he has that type of an attitude towards this. And we saw that in the early negotiations last year before Israel attacked the first time. The Iranians were talking about $1 trillion opportunity for American businesses. So I think the Iranians are willing to give more on the nuclear issue, but not ever give up enrichment because Trump is putting much more on the table. And the same thing goes with the stockpile. That's something that has become very sensitive. But in the last 2 weeks, there's actually been movement and some flexibility on both sides on this issue. So there's a likelihood that they can resolve it. A lot of the problems that exist right now is actually self-inflicted. It is such a mistake to negotiate as publicly as they are right now. I mean, you can go and do a Google search. There's like 25 different versions of the memorandum that is just floating around. No one knows which one is actually accurate, but so much of this is being made public. It is a terrible idea if you actually want to get to a deal fast and without the type of political cost that is now coming, because Trump is already paying a political cost for a deal that he hasn't even struck yet.
I mean, the political cost is mostly coming from Israel, though, I feel like. And obviously Israel's proxies on U.S. soil that operate as though they're independent or have some sort of like ideological interest in pursuing Iran militarily or trying to destroy Iran as opposed to like engaging Iran with diplomacy. But Israel is the spoiling factor, which brings me back to my ultimate question. We've had this conversation already. I said that the largest ask from the Iranian side, and this has been consistent since like the first 10-point plan that they revealed almost 2 weeks in, has been to stop all proxy wars, right? And Israel is America's proxy. Hezbollah would be in this circumstance, or the axis of resistance in this circumstance would be Iran's proxies. Israel knows this, and this requires America to restrain Israel, which America has not really done a lot of restraining of Israel since Trump won, really. And Biden certainly continued that policy as well. So this is probably the biggest ask. Do you feel like that assessment is correct? And
Yeah.
you're more, it kind of feels like you're more positive about where this deal is going in the last, since the last time I talked to you, it seems that you think that regardless of the additional military escalation from Israel, you're making it seem like, Trump is actually threatening Israel in a not so subtle way, and therefore is going to inevitably restrain Israel. I
wouldn't go as far as I wouldn't go as far as the last sentence, but up until that point, yes, I do see signs. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that it is enough. If you read my the Substack piece that I had on the implications of this, I think it's a toss-up. I don't know, but What I do believe, though, is that if there isn't any restraint on Israel, if there isn't an enforcement of Israel abiding by a regional ceasefire, then I don't think there will be a deal at all. So this may end up becoming one of the most important sticking points. And part of the reason why the Iranians are pushing for this is, first of all, there's a spillover risk. If the Israelis continue to bomb Lebanon, etc., eventually that can spill over into direct confrontation between the Israelis and the Iranians, which is something that already has happened twice since October 7th. So obviously it could happen a third time and the US could get dragged into it again. So, obviously you have to make sure that that type of a leakage doesn't occur. And also it's a test for the United States. Can you deliver on your end? Can you restrain Israel? Because if you cannot restrain Israel, or if you don't want to restrain Israel, what's the point of a deal? Because the Israelis will then continue to escalate. Eventually, they'll start another war. You'll probably end up back in that war. So what was the point of all of this agreement? And Iran making concessions on the nuclear front, etc., if ultimately you're incapable or unwilling to hold the Israelis back in all of their efforts that they're constantly doing to sabotage the deal that you yourself negotiated. So I think this is going to be a critical point. And one of the things I point out in the Substack piece is I can see a scenario in which Trump, as he has done before, pressures the Israelis, forces them to abide by a ceasefire, but within days or weeks, the Israelis find a way to wiggle themselves out of it. They claim self-defense. They start bombing Gaza or Lebanon again. And that will then create a problem for the Iranians. At that point, will they walk out of the agreement? Pressure Trump to restrain Israel? What if Trump doesn't restrain the Israelis? And what if they walk out of the agreement and they still don't get any restraint from the United States on Israel? Then they have neither a ceasefire in Gaza, and they've also lost the sanctions relief, etc., because they walked out of the agreement. So one of the things that have been discussed in the Iranian security establishment is, in that scenario, go back to one of the things that they did during the war: escalate horizontally and go for what I would call a Lebanon for UAE formula. Meaning, instead of walking out of the agreement, if the Israelis are attacking Lebanon, the Iranians will start attacking the UAE. The logic is, if the ceasefire tolerates the Israelis attacking an ally of Iran, then it should also tolerate the Iranians attacking an ally of Israel, which at this point, UAE is clearly a strategic ally of the Israelis. And if the US is not happy with it, and it wants to enter into that conflict, well, then the US loses all of the gains of the deal. If it, or alternatively, has to restrain the Israelis. It will put some of the GCC countries also in a tough spot, because they will be very unhappy about it, not because they care that much about the UAE, but because that instability is just bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
But if they complain about what the Iranians are doing, it's going to make them look bad, because what about the Israelis? You're not saying as much about what the Israelis are doing in Lebanon. It will make them look very bad in front of their own Arab audiences, in which they're silently going along with what Israel is doing in Gaza and West Bank and Lebanon. But once the Iranians retaliate for that within this logic, then there's a reaction from the GCC states. So I think it would be a very bad scenario ultimately. And that's part of the reason I really hope that the administration recognizes that it is a necessity to restrain Israel if you want to have any type of a deal, any type of a sustainable stability in the region.
Going back to restraining Israel, what is going on there? Because I feel like at this point, especially in this last iteration, when there's a tit for tat taking place once again, and at least to the untrained eye, myself included, it kind of looks like the ceasefire is not imminent, but is further away than it was maybe even a week ago. And we know that Israel is playing the spoiler here. So, like, what is it from the American calculation, by your estimation, that like they just simply cannot tell Israel to just cut it out? That's one question I have. And the other one I have is obviously, why is Iran not retaliating against Israel directly?
I think that's a very good question. And even during the war, we saw that they struck the UAE harder than they struck the Israelis.
Yeah.
And I think a critical element, I'm sure there's many different factors, but a critical element was the Iranians were trying to end the war. And their calculation was, to end the war, you had to go to the most accessible pain point that existed. And their assessment was that the Israelis actually would tolerate a tremendous amount of pain as long as the US was bombing Iran. So if you wanted to inflict so much damage on the other side so that the other side said, you know what, let's stop this, Israel had a pain point that was too distant. Whereas if you struck the GCC, if you closed the Strait of Hormuz, you struck American bases, and in the beginning, they were doing everything they could to inflict significant American casualties. And they were successful in the first couple of days of the war with the attacks that they did in Kuwait, in which a very large number of American soldiers were injured, and some of them were also killed. That was, they went all out trying to get as many as possible either injured or killed in order to make this too costly for the US to continue. So the American pain point was relatively accessible, but the problem was that they didn't have enough targets. They had bases, but the bases had been vacated. So they were looking for where are the hotel rooms in which some of these American soldiers had been housed after having left the bases. The US Navy was keeping itself 3,000 kilometers away from Iranian shorelines to make it as difficult as possible for the Iranians to hit them. So the most accessible pain point and targets were in the GCC states and the global economy. So they went after that to raise oil prices, get these countries to really start pressing for some sort of ceasefire, and eventually making sure that the higher oil prices would translate into very, very bad economic and political situation for Trump at home. Whereas if they had put all of their efforts on striking the Israelis, as long as the US was still in the war, the Israelis were clearly willing to take a lot of hits as long as they saw Iran destroyed. Now, in this current situation, the Israelis have not directly targeted the Iranians. If they did, I'm pretty sure the Iranians would strike back at them. But when the US is attacking, I mean, again, they didn't strike, in their view, Kuwait. They struck an American base in Kuwait. So they were trying to strike American targets. It's just a problem that many of those targets are not that effective any longer because they're empty. And this is an important point for a different question. What's the point of the US having 19 or so bases in the region if every time it wants to go to war, it has to vacate and empty those bases? It tells you the lack of utility and, frankly, the targets that they are. And it's very costly for the US because the Iranians have inflicted a tremendous amount of damage, but not a lot of human damage, since the US was essentially clever enough to understand he needed to vacate them.
And the other question I had was there's very clearly disagreement, at least within the American intelligence apparatus and the American military and their assessment, their capabilities, and their risk profile versus what Israel has been telling America over and over again. The idea that you could do something similar to the Maduro operation. I mean, that clearly was wrong. And it became such a spectacular failure that what Trump thought he was going to have was maximum leverage going to China, turned into maximum leverage for China. And he's already made tremendous concessions to China, restricting $14 billion worth of weapons transfers that were supposed to go to Taiwan and things of that nature, totally conceding to China's demands, which is, I think, ultimately good. I mean, it cools off the Taiwanese Strait, but certainly not good for the blob and their framework and how they wanted to always advance against China. At what point is Trump going to say, okay, you have, pardon my French, fucked me over too many times to the Israeli side, and tell them to dial it back? And why do you think that hasn't happened yet?
First, I think that's a really important question because many of us really hope that he would say that on day one when he took office.
Yes.
That he would, because, remember, the narrative during the campaign and the speeches at the RNC were focusing, I mean, look at Don Jr.'s speech. He was praising the appointment of J.D. Vance and saying this is a huge blow to the neocons. We're going to really go against the war lobby. Things of that nature. So, they pumped up a lot of expectation, perhaps naively, that they would be serious about this. And what we may not have paid as much attention to, although people like Eli Clifton at Quincy, one of my colleagues and co-founders, always was arguing this point, is you got to follow the money. Yes, they're saying a lot of these different things. It resonates with the Republican and the MAGA base, but at the same time, Miriam Adelson is coming in with, what was it, $200 million?
250.
Yeah, 250, you know, and they will ultimately have a tremendous amount of influence. And they surely have. So, you know, there was always that type of a balancing. There was never going to be a clear cut and clean situation in which he would completely go in the direction of the more anti-war elements within his administration. The problem is that the balance that he struck is one that is shocking to a lot of people who were part of his base. You know, seeing what he did in June, seeing what he did in Venezuela, and then going along with not just a war, but a major war that even was, you know, overtly a regime change war. It's just stunning that he went along with that. The question then now again then becomes exactly what you asked. Okay, so he did that too, based on what the Israelis were telling him. And it completely backfired. It's the worst decision he's ever made. He's in a terrible situation as a result of it. Isn't it time for him to just break? And the problem is, are you going to say no to all of that money? That is, you know, the influence that a lot of those different major donors have, not just with him, but with the Republican Party as a whole. And that question constantly has to be part of the equation and part of the reason as to why we end up in these type of scenarios, despite everything that he promised that he would not do.
I see that, but there's so much moneyed interest or so much direct money that Donald Trump could be making from the other Gulf nations. I mean, they're not shy about bribing him. UAE probably has bribed him a lot more than the rest, though, unfortunately. And UAE is basically little Israel at this point in the way that they're operating in the Gulf. But there's a lot of money he could be making from Iran as well. So I don't feel like it's just the $250 million that Miriam Adelson gave him that's like, you know, causing
but
him.
that's not money that he gets in the same way. These are political donations that goes into the political machinery.
Yeah.
Right. And the Iranians cannot give any money to any, given the sanctions and you know, a whole set of different other factors. And frankly, the GCC states, to the best of my knowledge, you should talk to Eli, who's much more of an expert on this, or people like Ben Freeman and Nick Cleveland in my shop, who follow these issues very closely. They've not played the game the same way as the Israelis have, or the pro-Israel crowd has, which is a lot of political donations.
Yeah, but they have a lot more bandwidth to do so, because like there's a lot of Zionist advocacy networks within the United States of America that no other country, not even just the Gulf nations, but like I don't think there is a British lobby in the same way, or a level of like pervasive British influence in the same way that like Israeli influence exists over American foreign and certainly even domestic policy.
Absolutely. And then I think it's important to understand there is, diminishingly so, but there is a population within the United States, whether it is Christian Zionists or others, who view themselves, define themselves as pro-Israel, and are putting both money and constituency pressure in almost every congressional district. Whereas you don't have a lot of people in the United States running around having fuzzy feelings about the UAE or Saudi Arabia, and as a result are both combining political donations and political constituency pressure in favor of those countries. So it's a very, very different scenario.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the influence is definitely there. I wonder like how much pressure is enough for Donald Trump to crack, especially because unlike previous administrations who maintain some degree of like ideological loyalty to NATO Atlanticism, to constant intervention, you know, there's varying degrees of intervention. Like you got the neocons on one side, you got the Obama strategy on the other. Donald Trump is more pragmatic than they are in some ways. And I guess my question is like, when does that pragmatism kick in? Like, do you feel like it's going to happen? Are you positive about the way things are going so far? Because I am not, certainly. I feel like it's going to get worse before it gets better. and I don't even know when it will get better, considering that the Trump administration's assessment so far is like, well, we can manipulate the stock market. People are tapping into their strategic reserves. It doesn't seem to be running out, the oil, regardless of the 20% of the entire energy supply, or almost 100% of the entire energy supply of the Asian markets is completely shut off at this point, or diminished dramatically. And he seems to not care about that at all.
So let me give you a couple of factors as to why I think I wouldn't call myself optimistic. That's almost a dirty word in this context, but perhaps less pessimistic than you are. First, I think it's important to recognize no politician, no president would pick this fight unnecessarily. I saw that during the Obama years as well, in which many of us who were working with the Obama administration back then were a little bit frustrated that he wasn't pushing back harder against AIPAC and the Israelis during the run-up to getting the deal. And the answer essentially was, look, there's no reason to have that fight until there is a deal. Once there is a deal, that's when it's worthwhile having that fight, because you have no other choice. But to have that fight over something that has not yet materialized, you actually don't have a deal, may end up becoming a completely unnecessary fight, because you have the fight, but you may end up not getting the deal. And then, we wasted all your political capital for something that never came about. So I don't think we will know for certain whether he really will push back or not until there is a deal. That's when the moment where truth will come, and we'll say, okay, you got the deal now. Are you going to fight for it? Are you going to be willing to push back against all of these different forces who are now going to try to sabotage it? Now, when you know what you can get because you have it in your hand, that's one thing. The other, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. The other thing.
Actually, why don't you ask, because I kind of lost my train of thought.
Oh, damn it.
It will come back to me.
Okay. Well, the question I have is damn it, now I'm losing my train of thought. God damn it.
All right, I regain mine if we want me to
Okay,
go back.
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The other factor is simply looking at the situation objectively. Trump needs a deal.
Yeah,
so do the Iranians. I mean, look, they cannot continue this situation. We're going to see oil prices go up much, much further in a couple of weeks, perhaps even as short as in 2 weeks, because of the accumulated problems that are being created as a result of what the situation is. And we're actually in a period in which the Iranians are not letting in or letting out 25 to 30 ships a day now, which is a significant increase. But nevertheless, it's not enough to be able to compensate for all of the problems that are occurring. And then we're getting closer to the midterms and, inflation, all of these different things. He just needs to get out of this situation, and he can't unless there is a deal. And the same is true for the Iranians. The Iranian, I forgot which institute in Iran just came out with the numbers saying the Iranian economy is going to shrink 10% this year as a result of the war. And the Iranian economic situation was terrible even before this war. They need sanctions relief. They absolutely need to have it. And it's not just an economic issue. If they don't have sanctions relief, they cannot rebuild themselves. If they cannot rebuild themselves, they will become weaker. And if they're weaker, they will become an easier target for Israel or anyone else who wants to attack them again. So it's actually from a security standpoint, they need to have the sanctions relief in order to be able to rebuild themselves, to be able to defend themselves. So I know that is rational, that is logical, and unfortunately we have far too little rationality and logic in decision-making, but it is also an objective reality. It will be suicidal for both sides to actively opt against a deal. Now, they may mess it up, they may commit too many mistakes, they may have the situation in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf right now, lead to an escalation that they can't control, but that's different from saying that they will choose away from it because they think they're going to be better off without a deal.
Wouldn't the realist framework here be to lean heavily into China as an alternative market? I mean, they already kind of are doing that. They've increased the amount of oil that they're sending to China. Obviously, that's not going to make up for the Strait of Hormuz being closed from the Chinese perspective, but whatever shrinkage they experience through not being able to participate in the global economy, wouldn't they be able to make up for it with by entering into the Chinese market? I mean, I don't know if the Chinese government is even invested in doing that.
So, by and large, no, because years of sanctions have already made them completely dependent on China. It's their biggest trading partner. And they would like to trade more, but the Chinese do not have a need for that. And reality is that beyond oil, there's not a lot that the Iranians can sell the Chinese. Now, oil, of course, is very, very important for them. They're buying a lot from the Chinese, but there's resistance to that also in Iran because it actually destroyed a lot of the local industry. What they need is diversification. They need to make sure that they're not too dependent on any party.
Yeah.
And they have become tremendously non-diverse as a result of US sanctions, chasing away almost every other economic partner that they had or could have had. And they have increasingly become dependent on trade with Russia and China. And again, their economies are not particularly compatible. The Russians have gas and oil, so they're not going to buy that from the Iranians. And there's not much the Russians have except for weapon systems. And you can't build an economy on that. You need much, much more than that. So the Iranians are suffering from the fact that the sanctions have made them too dependent on just a few actors.
Before I let you go, and thank you so much for coming on, let's work through the two sides. You got America on the one side. We're not talking about Israel. What do you think are the biggest hangups from the American side, and what do you think the biggest hangups from the Iranian side are, in terms of like why they're still butting heads and they haven't been able to arrive at a manageable conclusion? And how does Trump get out of this while still trying to save face, even though everyone that's even a little bit knowledgeable about what took place already knows that America's bleeding right now? This is just about stopping the hemorrhaging, right? And so is Iran, but obviously, given the nature of asymmetric warfare, Iran being a middle power that now has more leverage than it did before 90 days ago, it means that it's a victory for Iran nonetheless. It might be a Pyrrhic victory, but it's a victory regardless. And for America, it's going to be a defeat no matter what. But how will America get out of this while saving face? And what are some of the major hangups, in your opinion, between America and Iran?
Look, if you compare this to the scenario before the war was started, it's very difficult to say that the US came out of this a winner.
Yeah.
But if you compare the scenario between continuing the war and striking a deal, there's a lot of wins that can be achieved there, particularly mindful of the fact that if they do strike a deal that has sanctions relief, it actually benefits the American economy. Because if it opens up the Iranian economy for American companies, we're talking about the largest economy that will have opened up since the fall of the Soviet Union. So there's huge opportunities. And the compatibility, by the way, between the Iranian and the American economies are far, far greater. So there's huge potential there. And that would be a win. And, and with that would probably come a very different relationship with Iran. And Trump will very much probably like to frame this as his legacy is that he ended the enmity. Look, I think Trump was looking for legacy. And if the legacy could be achieved by doing regime change in Iran, and he would be the president that finally got rid of the Islamic Republic, perfect, strong legacy. If that doesn't work and he strikes a deal with Iranians and he's the one who ended the enmity, that's good enough, legacy. But it has to be something big in order for it to be legacy. Whereas a small deal, a partial deal, etc., that's not going to cut it. Now, when it comes to the major hiccups, I don't think at this point the memorandum has a lot of problems on the American side. It's mostly on the Iranian side. And now it's just come back to the issue, can Trump be trusted? Is he really going to be able to deliver on the sanctions relief? Is this not another deception in which they're just going to try to use the next couple of months to prepare themselves for the next war once he is past the midterms and he's a lame duck president, but he's also much freer to do things because he doesn't have to care about polls and things of that nature. All of those issues are now really weighing heavily on the Iran side. And there's also another problem that I think the two sides are just very different. The Iranian experience in the JCPOA is that they under-negotiated the details of the sanctions relief. So for instance, there's a snapback mechanism that in case the Iranians did not live up to the deal, any party could just snap back all of the UN sanctions. There was no mechanism that said if the US doesn't deliver on the sanctions relief or if it walks out of the deal, there's something that would be punishing the US or benefiting the Iranians. So the Iranians were already upset in 2016, thinking that the sanctions relief for never really materialized in the way that they expected it. So now they want to negotiate a much more detailed agreement to make sure that they don't get screwed over again. It just so happens to be that President Trump hates details and wants to have a page and a half with a bunch of principles, etc., with very little detail. It's just creating a disconnect between the Iranian and the American side. Even if they may agree on the principles, it's just not enough for the Iranians.
Okay. I mean, I can see that. But I also feel like there's a constant spoiler in this entire process that's in Trump's ear, and it's very clear that they have unprecedented access. I mean, the fact that they okay, I said last question, but this is actually the last question. What do you make of hiring a Foundation for Defending Democracy guy into the negotiation team midway through this process? I believe like 2 weeks ago they did this. I find that insane. I mean, that's an Israeli cutout. No disrespect to the people on the Hill that you sometimes work alongside, but original name Emmett, 2001, directly designed to do Hasbara and to enforce Israel's wishes upon the Hill, and they haven't really shied away from doing that. And they're very clearly, I mean, their talking points are being distributed by the White House. I mean, they are almost singularly responsible. I mean, they're not singularly responsible, but there's one think tank you can point to that has been agitating for this war and goading for this war and got the war that they wanted and are still complaining about it nonstop because it didn't go the way they thought it would. It's FDD.
Well, I mean, I mean, they think that the war would have been won if just Trump bombed more.
Yeah, but that wasn't happening.
They're proudly bragging about how they are a major force behind this war. So we're not talking about some of these neocons who were pushing for war, but while making it look as if they actually wanted a different outcome. No, they're absolutely open about the fact that they wanted war. And everything else you said is absolutely true. They were the key authors of maximum pressure sanctions. They were the key authors of the blockade of the blockade. They bear a tremendous amount of responsibility for the absolute disaster that not only this war, but a lot of the sanctions policies have become. I think it's an absolutely terrible look. Now, that specific person was already, may not have formally been a part of the negotiating team, but he was brought in already in the Pakistan round of talks. So he was there already back then. Now, is he in a position to sabotage? I mean, if you ask my preference, yeah, he should absolutely not. Anyone who's from a think tank that proudly brags about how they helped start this war has shown themselves to be dead set enemies of diplomacy. And, FDD would be very upset if you accuse them of supporting diplomacy. So to have someone like that in the negotiating team, yeah, to me, it does make no sense whatsoever.
You don't think it's an indication that this is more leverage for the Israeli side?
No, I do.
Yeah.
It's just that it's one data point amongst many, and there's others that may be more problematic, and there's others that point in a slightly different direction. But I think it's no doubt that it's, in my view at least, a very negative data point, but it's not the totality of the picture, of course.
Okay. All right, Trita Parsi, thank you so much for coming on. And
thanks so much for having me.
Find your Substack. It's linked in the top of the chat, substack.com/@TritaParsi. Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. Thank you so much for coming on. And,
thanks so much for having us. I really appreciate it.
We'll see you again next time.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Bye. Okay, you're a liberal Zionist. You want a two-state solution. You're saying that. Are you going to, at gunpoint, forcibly remove some of the most rabid Israeli settlers? Because that's what you have to do. 750,000.
Let's dig into that a little bit more and what you mean when you say that you support a Jewish homeland. Because this really gets to the rub of why, in my view, it's very dissonant to hear the term liberal Zionist. Because liberal would indicate you support equal rights for all. You support, civil rights, equality, human rights, and the expression of, a Jewish homeland or a Jewish state is a sort of ethno-supremacist expression, where the moment that there are too many Palestinians, you have a demographic problem, because we can't possibly have, a Palestinian or a Muslim or an Arab majority here, because that will destroy our whole state. And so I'm wondering how you square the circle of being, a progressive who does support equality on, matters here domestically, but also supports this ethno-supremacist state of Israel.
So the word that I try to push back on would be ethno-supremacist. The concept of Israel when it was founded was to be a place where Jews around the world who had been living stateless for 1,800 years and had suffered through, whether it was the pogroms in Russia or the Inquisition in Spain or the Holocaust in Germany. I mean, just a litany of a history. The idea that there should be one place on the planet where the Jewish people can claim citizenship because of who they are. That is what the state of Israel was founded on. The people who founded the state of Israel, of course, were by and large socialist, right? I mean, it was a very left of center place.
Yeah, they were National Socialists. It's literally true. They were, by the way, they were secular and they were socialists. They were self-described socialists. They were also National Socialists. And yes, they did do pogroms to the indigenous population. They did the Nakba. And their guiding principle was Zionism, which is an ethno-supremacist ideology that requires the extermination of the outgroup. The outgroup being the non-Jews, the outgroup being the Palestinians. This is a major difference with the way I view events.
And the ideals of socialism and the ideals of creating a Jewish home coexisted in the state. And it was, really the dominant ideology. It is not per se that right-wing ethno-nationalists like Bibi Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich, the ambassador here in the U.S.
Naftali Bennett, Yair Lapid. Liberal Zionism is antithetical with like the liberal humanism, right? The ideas of like liberalism, respecting other cultures, all these other things. It's a walking contradiction, which is precisely the reason why when he brings up members of the Knesset that are like far right, he can't bring up Naftali Bennett, even though Naftali Bennett has the same exact opinion on what must be done with the Palestinians as Benjamin Netanyahu does, or Yair Lapid. I mean, the peak of J Street thought is supposed to be, what's his face? Yitzhak Rabin, right? That's the peak of J Street thought. And Yitzhak Rabin was famously the head of national security at a time when the first intifada was taking place. He famously was the guy responsible for breaking the hands of tens of thousands of Palestinian children as a symbolic way to quash the protests, because Palestinian kids at the time would throw rocks at tanks, and it became the symbol of Palestinian resistance at the time. And even Yitzhak Rabin's two-state solution, in his own words, was a state minus. Maybe he was trying to sell it to the Israeli population, or maybe this was a genuine opinion. But even with the Oslo Accords, Yitzhak Rabin told the Israeli Knesset that he wasn't actually trying to develop a full state for the Palestinians in a two-state solution, but instead he called it a reduced state for the Palestinians. And that's their guy. Like, Yitzhak Rabin is the most woke Israeli leader that has ever existed. And guess what? They killed him for it. So even with the peak of liberal Zionism, the two-state, which is also not even something that we can create at this point, it's just virtually impossible, unless Israel somehow commits to taking 750,000 of the most rabid, ultra-nationalist, religious psychopaths and forcibly expel them from the land, right? Which they're not going to do. No, that's just never going to happen. There is de facto a singular state there, and it's an ethno-state that is maintaining a apartheid. I'm in favor of a two-state solution. I am. As long as, you offer reparations, restitution, and also forcibly expel 750,000 settlers from the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Almost 1 million Jews illegally occupy Palestinian territory. I think that is less likely to happen than a one-state solution, a secular solitary state, a secular solitary singular state that has equal rights and representation, that offers reparations for all the stolen land and for all the death and destruction to the Palestinians, that offers a right to return to all the Palestinians. That is a more realistic solution than a two-state solution. I personally think the abolition of the apartheid with forcible recognition of the war crimes and the creation of a singular state where everyone has equal rights and representation is more likely. The least likely scenario is that you expel 6 million Jewish people that came after 1948. It's just not a thing. Like, that's not ever happening. And when I say that, people go, "Oh, you're a Zionist." Well, I guess I'm a Zionist then. Jesus Christ. Like, I just live in the real world, you know?
That's Yahiel Leiter. It is not a given that is the kind of people that will govern the state of Israel. And
when liberals say they want a two-state, by the way, they're huffing on fumes. Like, they're on crack cocaine, just so you understand. Like, when liberals say, "Oh, I just want a two-state," they just want the current occupation to continue and everyone to shut the up about it. Okay? That's why they say, "Oh, I'm in favor of a two-state." No, you're not. You're not. You're in favor of a two-state solution. You're in favor of 67 boundaries. Great. 750,000 Jews have to be forcibly removed from all of the areas that they settled in. This is perfectly moral and perfectly just, mind you, but is it pragmatic? Is that going to happen? Are you going to commit to it? No, of course not. Which is why I hate when people have this conversation. 67 borders, two-state. Yeah, you're just saying that. You're literally saying that, and you are not actually invested in that at all. You know it's never going to happen. The two-state has been a rallying cry for liberal Zionists, knowing full well that in the process of the so-called peace process since the 90s, every single Israeli government expanded on the settlement settlement project while dangling the two-state as an option. That's the reason why Arafat, by the time he passed away, had fallen out of favor. Yasser Arafat was insanely popular at the beginning of this process. Unbelievably popular. And a decade plus of back and forth negotiation, passed away, assassinated, whatever you want to call it. But a decade plus of back and forth negotiations that led nowhere, as the Israeli government was utilizing, dangling the peace process like a carrot as they continued to design a non-contiguous Palestinian state that they completely occupied militarily. Palestinians recognized that all they were getting was Bantustans if they're lucky, waiting out their time until they were completely purged from the land. I don't even think it was Arafat's fault necessarily. It's just what happened. Israel and America did this to the Palestinians. Most Israelis are rabid fascist ethno-supremacists. Do you think you can really have a functional state with these people? I mean, you live in one, for the record. You literally live in one. And we have a lot of problems, but it's infinitely better than what Israel looks like between the Palestinians and the Israelis. You live in one today, right now. In the United States of America, you literally live in that exact reality. What do you think the Jim Crow was? What do you think chattel slavery was? It took 200 years of evolution to get to this point, and this country is still unbelievably white supremacist, but in comparison to the shit that Palestinians have to go through, I think it's a much more positive, a much more improved set of circumstances, don't you think? And we're still working through those issues. Same with the abolition of the apartheid in South Africa. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this.
So I
believe. But doesn't that become a sort of inevitability once the core of your project is we must maintain a Jewish majority? I mean,
nailed it. Crystal's so good.
Israel de facto has control over, from the river to the sea, as you would say, over the West Bank.
I don't think you know what's best for the Palestinian people. We should be advocating for the Palestinian people that have sovereignty over their land. They shouldn't have to live side by side with their Nazis just because their biggest advocates don't think it's possible. As a black American, I think desegregation was a mistake. It's not bait, it's enfant door. Many of our elders say the same thing, hard truth. Oh my God. No, Enfant is not trolling. They sincerely believe this stuff wholeheartedly. You know, you agree with Charlie Kirk on that, right? And I guess your elders too as well.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
Thank you for carrying Charlie Kirk's flame and having a principled stance on the issue of desegregation. That's not a hot take. A lot of foundational Black Americans believe the same thing. I know. And that's why it is a hot take, because it's an unbelievably reactionary take. Foundational Black Americans, or ADOS initially, are like a CIA cutout, dude. And of course, I'm a white guy, so when I say this, I'm you know, what do I know? I'm a child of Yakub and a nasty cracker saying this shit, but it's ridiculous. Anyway, I don't even want to get into this, because then I'm going to be like, I don't care about standpoint epistemology when it comes to identifying and propping up reactionary points of view. You're bringing up foundational Black Americans as though they are representative of the broader Black American existence. Of course, it's a hot take.
I mean, if you're Palestinian living in the West Bank, your day-to-day life is structured by what the Israeli government is going to allow you to do and what it's not. Israel has taken over 60% of the Gaza Strip, and Netanyahu is threatening to take over the rest of it. And once again, if you live in the Gaza Strip, even in that part that hasn't been taken over, your day-to-day life is structured by what the Israeli government says you can do and where you can go and how you can live. So there is de facto control from the river to the sea. But the suppression and the apartheid and the demographic engineering that occurs through mass murder and ethnic cleansing is necessitated by the idea that we must have a Jewish majority. And so doesn't it end up being inevitable?
Also, when you say desegregation was a mistake, go experience the South then, I guess, because segregation is still very much alive in the South. So I don't know what we're talking about. You can go and experience it still to this day. And not only that, but also we're moving in the direction, we're rolling back the clock on all of the gains made through the civil rights struggle, regardless with this administration. Yeah, by the way, one of the peak examples, Blasian is 100% right about this, by the way, says famously Black people were left alone when we tried to live separately. Are we doing this in 2026? Every person who says it can eat shit, absolute ignorance, hiding behind Black identity. Where are all the thriving Black communities that separated? Oh yeah, they were killed, bombed, raped, and flooded. I was going to say, one of the best examples of this is obviously is Tulsa. It's the best example. Black Wall Street, that is was a thriving Black community that was surviving in spite of segregation, and white people hated it and they destroyed it. They bombed it. They literally used TNT off of airplanes at a time when there was like 12 airplanes around. White people were so goddamn racist at the time that they were like, one of the 12 planes that we have in existence on U.S. soil, we're going to use to drop bombs on top of Black people. Like, how the f do you even find a plane at that point, dude? And you can draw a straight line from that to the fucking move bombing in Philadelphia in 1985, when the American Police Department in Philadelphia literally dropped C4 on a block where Black people were living, the Africa family was living, and they burned them alive. And the police chief famously at the time said, let it burn. When the fire department wanted to take out the fires, he said, let it burn. They took out an entire Black neighborhood. That's America's history. That's America's recent past. And that's America's current day as well. It doesn't even end there. The depravity doesn't end there. They took the bones of the Africa family's remains, and they were in Princeton University until like 3 years ago.
Let's say we get the two-state solution, right? And there's a division of the land as laid out by the UN. What happens if the Palestinian citizens of Israel start having too many kids? And now they're threatening to become a demographic majority within Israel. What happens then?
I think the biggest problem, ironically, the biggest problem that Israel has demographically is that the ultra-Orthodox are having too many kids.
Yeah, that's true. No, that is an issue. But I mean,
classic liberal Zionists, by the way. Classic liberal Zionist. Had to throw that in there. Okay. Dude, that's why it's so funny when a lot of pro-Israel people will be like, wow, Hassan called Orthodox Jews inbred or whatever. It's like, listen, motherfucker. Okay. I've heard what you call Orthodox Jews in Israel. Okay. I don't want to hear it. Ask a liberal Zionist, Ashkenazi guy what they think about the Orthodox Jews in Israel, and you will hear that is almost as bad as the way they talk about Palestinians. Not as bad. Sometimes they'll compare them directly to Palestinians. They'll be like, what are we, a bunch of Palestinians? That's what Itamar Ben-Gvir is doing. He's behaving like a Palestinian. So obviously that's, still the most, maximum racist you can be. That's why it's so funny when they're like, wow, I can't believe he was, joking about the Haredi population joining the Israeli forces. Oh, really? Oh, really? You thought what I said was unconscionable. What have you said? What have you said, I wonder, about this group of people?
Getting at here, because I suspect, we have a big Christian nationalist movement in this country, led by Pete Hegseth and others who are in government right now. And I suspect you don't support that. So how do you support, a Jewish nationalist ideology when you would oppose that here, domestically, because you understand the way that would infringe on the rights of others who didn't meet the definition here in the U.S.?
Well, if that is the way that it's going to be implemented, I'd oppose it. But what I'm arguing, and we may not agree, but I believe, that the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel and the values on which it was founded and the basic laws that were established, the idea of it was that all 10 million Israeli citizens, whether they are...
The Haredi population is different from the Ben-Gvir settler group. That's why I said Orthodox. The Haredi population mainly live in Jerusalem and the Tel Aviv suburbs. The ultra-Orthodox don't really care about Zionism, but will riot if their yeshivas get one less penny on their subsidies. No, I was talking about not the ultra-Orthodox. I was talking about the Orthodox settler population as well, not just the Haredi population. Because some of them are not even, some of them are anti-Zionist even, the ones that even live in Jerusalem. That's not who I'm referencing.
Christian, Muslim, Druze, Jewish, Russian immigrants, Circassian, whoever they are, that they all have equal rights. It is the demographic fact that 76% of the citizens of the state of Israel right now are Jewish. And the other 25%, 21% are Arab, 4% are various other ethnic groups. This is the way other countries work too. I mean, you can run through a list of the 193 countries that are member states of the UN, and many of them have a population that has an ethnic identity that is 75, 80%, and at the same time have 20, 25, 30% of other peoples who live within their land. And some states do better than others at providing those people with rights. And I would fight and be at the front line to ensure that the Arab citizens of Israel, the Palestinian citizens of Israel, have the exact same rights and the same opportunities as the Jewish citizens. And so I don't agree that having a state that has an ethnic identity as its identity is per se going to lead you to Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. In fact,
he seems to be avoiding her question about the Palestinians becoming a majority population. Yes, because J Street, liberal Zionists understand Western attitudes and Western interests. So they know not to say certain things that, Zionists genuinely believe. And because either they're stupid enough not to have exhausted these contradictions to its, final point, which is what Crystal is trying to get him to address, which I don't think, this guy is dumb at all. It's just that he knows better than to just be like, yeah, we would have to do some culling. Okay. Because the question always is, okay, you're a liberal Zionist. You want a 2-state solution. You're saying that. Are you going to, at gunpoint, forcibly remove some of the most rabid Israeli settlers that are currently occupying stolen Palestinian territory to get back to the 67 boundaries? Because that's what you have to do. 750,000, not only just from, the West Bank, the occupied West Bank, but also from Jerusalem as well, which is even more difficult, right? From East Jerusalem. Are you going to do that? With what army? What Israeli army is going to forcibly remove? Like, the Israeli army barely was able to remove 6,000 settlers from Gaza. 6,000. They had a hard time removing people from the Sinai Peninsula, and that was hostile living circumstances, and it was still difficult. And it was a huge crisis to remove 6,000 Israeli settlers from the Gaza Strip. They had to do that at gunpoint. They had to literally arrest people to remove them because these guys are not normal. I'm sorry, they're insane. And that was the Gaza Strip. That's not the West Bank, where these guys have expanded dramatically and have built entire enclaves deliberately to cut through all of the different Palestinian areas.
90% of Israeli Jews vehemently oppose Bezalel Smotrich and
Pay them
Itamar
to
Ben-Gvir.
leave?
And as I said, 75%
Pay them to leave like they paid white slave owners after Enfant Door. I don't know how you keep bringing this analogy back to Black American existence, and you end up taking the most reactionary points. You literally just said, offered the West Bank settlers money to leave? What do you mean? No, arrest them. What are you saying right now? No, they don't get to live there and then get paid to leave. If they're already living there illegally, I'm saying the appropriate measure in a two-state solution, if you're a real one, is to forcibly remove them from this land. I'm saying that's virtually impossible. You don't want the Palestinian people to be free if you want them to live alongside these animals. Okay, I know you're also, you earlier said desegregation was a mistake. So I'm not really invested in your point of view on this issue. I'm going to be very honest with you. I know you think that I'm out of touch when it comes to black issues, but I feel like between you and I'm going to go out the bat here and I'm going to gamble here and say I think my perspective is a little bit better than yours on this. Yeah, slave owners didn't leave, though. They continue to exploit black labor through sharecropping. Yeah, what do you think is going to happen with the West Bank settlers? They're not going to leave either. They're just going to take the money.
oppose Netanyahu. And when they tried to take apart Israel's democracy and the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, millions and millions of Israelis took to the streets in order to ensure that the functioning liberal democracy that they were brought up in would be maintained. So, you know, I'm willing to fight for that. I'm willing to continue to be out there making the case that is a possibility. And I hope that the state of Palestine that's created next to Israel will also set up a structure that provides opportunity for all of its people to have equal rights and protects those.
Oh, interesting. Here's the other setback on a two-state solution. Okay, two-state solution is implemented. It's governed by Hamas. The standing military is now the Al-Qassam brigades. Are you going to be happy with that? Would you be in favor of that? Because that is the other side of this equation as well. Whenever people talk about like a two-state solution, they're like, oh yeah, let's do a two-state solution. Israel will never allow the Palestinian state to be sovereign. Israel will never allow the Palestinian state to have a standing military. You can't have a state without a standing military. That's why I always say like this stuff is bullshit. And also, logistically speaking, harder to implement than a forcible one-state solution, because a one-state already exists. It's a state where, unfortunately, Israel is sovereign. It's a state that is an apartheid state, and it is an ethno-supremacist state, and all of those structures need to be destroyed 100%, and there needs to be an end to the occupation with equal rights and representation for all, and reparations for the Palestinians, and a right to return for Palestinians.
Martin Niemöller was a German clergyman, a Protestant. He wrote the following. In Germany, they came first for the communists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a communist.
Maybe some of you are unfamiliar with what's going on, and maybe many of you are completely aware of what's going on. But yeah, last night I ended the broadcast. I was tired, and I thought, oh, I'll just go to bed. But I, on the other hand, got a text message, or rather a voicemail, from a Fox News producer saying that I had been subpoenaed by the federal government. And I was like, that's strange, asking for comment. And before I could even respond to the journalist, an article materialized on the timeline. But let's just say that kind of fucked my whole night up. I mean, it's bullshit, but still not great that They're after your boy. They're up my ass. Great timing. The timing since the interview yesterday is crazy, though. Yeah, I saw a lot of like weird suspicions that, oh, this is because of Elon Musk. Guys, that's not how this works. Getting a subpoena from the federal government, that takes time. It's an administrative warrant, not dissimilar to the ones that ICE uses. So there's technically no real authority backing it, from what I understand. But we'll obviously, I haven't gotten anything yet, so I don't know. I don't know anything. This is a long-term process. So this is not new. No, it's not a congressional subpoena. It's from the DOJ and the Treasury. Hope you're lawyered up. Yes, I'll get lawyered up. Don't worry. Do not talk about what's going on before talking to a lawyer. I mean, there's nothing. Guys, I have not had anything happen to me yet. Like, technically, nothing has happened to me. It's just Fox News is saying things are happening to me. And it's not like there's anything that I've done. But the unfortunate reality here is you don't really have to do anything for this government to decide that they want to do something with you. Let's get started. So I'm hit in the face with this text message, or this voicemail rather, from Fox News producer, and it's a little bit alarming. It's a little bit shocking. I'm like, what's going on? Like, what do you? I'm a little bit confused, because I'm like, why does Fox News know about something that apparently is going on in my life that I didn't know about, right? Yeah, the very same reason why Fox News got this story before anyone else, and the very same reason why the suspicions within the subpoena, according to Fox News, are ridiculous, is because this is very clearly another intimidation tactic from the American government. It is a way to silence dissent. It's a way to actively tie up activists, dissidents alike. It's a way to try to have a chilling effect on speech. And some people, it seems, some likely and some unlikely people, have been cheering it on. Fox News, federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as a part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Now, very clearly, they leaked this story to Fox News ahead of time because it's an intimidation operation. It's not a serious investigation into serious misconduct or anything. It's just a way to prod and intimidate and tie people up with paperwork in a costly legal battle. In any case, Fed subpoena Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. Investigation part of a broader dragnet involving as many 40 American citizens who joined Marxist convoy to Havana. First on Fox, breaking news. Federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and co-pick co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as a part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry into whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanctions laws through the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with the Cuban government personnel or entities on the island. The administrative subpoenas were sent to the pair by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. So not only were we OFAC compliant, but I'm also doubly protected because I didn't just go to Cuba on a humanitarian aid trip. I went to Cuba with a journalism visa. So I actually got a press visa from the Cuban government as well. This is not only an attack against, activists and people who want to do humanitarian aid work to countries that the United States of America is starving. But beyond that, I was there to interview people. I interviewed regular Cubans and ordinary Cubans in Cuban society. I interviewed doctors, and I also interviewed government officials. And not only is this not illegal, but it's also out there, It's not a secret. If you go to my YouTube page right now, you can see it. It's actually right here. I went to Cuba. This is what I saw, mini doc. I pretty much filmed everything that I did there. And I put it into this mini doc. Here I am interviewing the foreign minister. This is not illegal. This is actually very legal. So kind of strange. Also, one of the things that they brought up is really funny. The administrative subpoenas called Requests for Information, or RFI, seek financial, logistical, and communications information revolving around the trips the two widely bragged about making to the island nation in March with the delegations of the Nuestra America Convoy, or Our America Convoy, from a global network of communist sympathizers, activists, and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party of Cuba, according to the sources familiar with the matter. The investigation is part of a broader effort by officials at the Treasury, State, and Justice Departments to curb malign foreign influence operations inside the United States, particularly activities tied to support for political violence, extremist movements, or acts the U.S. government classifies as terrorism. The scrutiny reflects growing concern among federal authorities and lawmakers over whether foreign actors and aligned organizations are attempting to shape American political discourse, mobilize activists, and sow discord and normalize rhetoric that could encourage violence or undermine U.S. national security interests. Ken Klippenstein believes that this is a tie into the NSPM-7, the whole counterterrorism initiative that they have. According to the American government, it's actually terrorism to be anti-fascist. It's terrorism to be anti-capitalist. And now I guess it's terrorism to send humanitarian aid, to deliver humanitarian aid to an island nation that we have starved and caused tremendous suffering to. Incredible. I mean, what can you say? It's just pure evil, I guess. According to a Fox News digital investigation, Singham has pumped $278 million into nonprofit groups that have pushed pro-China, pro-Cuba, anti-U.S. narratives and street protests for almost a decade since his marriage in February 2017 to Code Pink co-founder Jody Evans, who's also being investigated for her role in the March trip. Code Pink received $1.3 million from Singham after he married Evans. This is Jody Evans, who I took a photo with. They love this photo for some reason. I don't know why. She's one of the co-founders of Code Pink. She's wonderful. Like, all of this investigation, at least the high notes, make it seem like they just saw stuff on like New York Post and on Twitter and were like, oh, this must be valid. In mid-March, organizations in the Singham Network, from the Venceremos Brigade to People's Forum, a hub for communist cause in New York City, were leaders of the Nuestra American Convoy, which included an estimated 650 delegates from 33 countries and 120 organizations. The organizations included Democratic Socialists of America, a U.S. nonprofit that promotes Piker as a headline member. By the way, that's so funny. The DSA does not promote me as a headline member, but, you know, f it, we ball. The investigation of the Office of Foreign Assets Control is part of a broader dragnet that includes as many as 40 American citizens who joined foreign nationals, including a controversial Brazil activist, Tiago Avia, who are part of a global network of anti-U.S. Marxist, communist, and socialist. Additional subpoenas are expected. The administrative subpoenas mark a serious escalation by the Trump administration against a far-left, nonprofit activist network that has spent years defending communist regimes from Cuba to China, while presenting its work as humanitarian aid, anti-war organizing, and solidarity with people oppressed by the imperialist U.S. colonial power. Yeah, because that's what it is. It's literally, it's an anti-war initiative. Code Pink is an anti-war initiative, an anti-war movement that wants to stop American wars. There's more, though. The story gets even dumber. As reported, a Fox News digital investigation has identified 145 U.S. nonprofits and activist groups with $1 billion in collective revenues that Justice and Treasury Department officials are investigating as a part of a wider influence campaign by Cuba's communist regime and foreign actors. First of all, Cuba doesn't even have $1 billion. This is why it's insane, but also kind of funny in a weird way whenever people are like, oh, I bet you're getting paid by the Cuban government. Bro, they don't have money. With what money? You think they got money? It's one of those things where I can't tell if people are just like so used to only at advancing causes for monetary reasons, like they just can't possibly fathom the idea that someone would want to genuinely help the Cuban population, genuinely demand that we stop, killing Cubans with our economic terrorism, right? Like, what money do they have to give me money? You know what I mean? It's very stupid. According to public statements, it's believed that delegation members stayed at a hotel the U.S. State Department has put on a Cuba restricted list. Oh, this is what's really funny. This is not a part of the subpoena, I don't think. This journalist is just adding this on. I haven't received a subpoena yet, so I have no idea. But let me tell you why. Because that's not real. We didn't actually stay at the wrong hotel. That was just something that people made up on Twitter, except for an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed at a hotel that America does not allow American citizens to stay in. It wasn't me, though. It was Nick Shirley. Literally, the hotel that Nick Shirley was in was actually on the state sponsor of terrorism list. We obviously didn't stay at a hotel that we obviously didn't stay at a fucking hotel that the American government has made illegal to stay in. Nick Shirley, on the other hand, whether because he's a idiot or because, it doesn't really matter what he does because he's basically an agent for the state, did stay in a hotel that was illegal for him to stay in. I personally think it's idiotic. You should be able to stay in whatever fucking hotel you want to, by the way. I think it's a totally ridiculous restriction imposed upon Americans and Americans only, mind you. It's hilarious that the mouth-breathing rightoid accidentally violated U.S. Treasury rules, yet they're targeting the scary Marxists for literally following the law. Yeah. But yeah, if this is the investigation, that's hilarious. This is just like headline chasing. The federal government got clickbaited by Twitter headlines. Federal government targeting people because they mobilize activists, sow discord, and normalize rhetoric, as suggested here, would be a blatant violation of the First Amendment. So yeah, not only is this this is very clearly a First Amendment violation, and I don't know if this is the one that breaks the dam, where they just like try to figure out trumped up charges to like actively prosecute people who've done nothing wrong, mind you, but they just do this to finally tackle the First Amendment. I don't know. When's the court date? I don't know anything. I don't know anything because I have not received a subpoena. There is no information that I have received. Wasn't most of what you did? Yes, everything we did in Cuba was cleared with the State Department, or not the State Department, the Treasury. This is also coming from that very same regulatory body. This is coming from the Treasury. Treasury is the one that handles sanctions, ridiculous or not. The whole point of this is to get this article out there and to basically tell people like, oh, you got some opinions about the Trump administration? Oh, you wanna aid the starving children that we are starving? The Trump administration is starving? Well, that's illegal now. Okay, we're gonna make that illegal, or at least we're gonna try to make that illegal. The whole point of this is to leak this to Fox News ahead of time to start the process of threatening people. U.S. law imposes broad restrictions on financial transactions involving Cuba, primarily through the Cuban Asset Control Regulations, administered by the Office of Foreign Assets Control. Those rules generally prohibit unlicensed travel-related transactions and exports of goods or services to Cuba, with limited exceptions for journalism, humanitarian projects, and educational programs and certain activities meant to support the Cuban people. Again, did they sneak taking these photos of you? Yes. I talked to some people, and I suspect that they got creep shots of me in the morning as Kaya was peeing before I go to the gym. And then they also got they got creep shots of someone who works with me as well, which was really fucking annoying. That means that they just parked outside my house all the way back in motherfucking January, like months ago, and have just been taking photos of me, which is definitely weird. It's a violation of my privacy, but it is what it is. Fox News Digital recently observed Piker outside his Los Angeles home, escorting his dog Kaya outside of the house for a bathroom break early one morning. Kaya, a large breed dog that is a mix of Tibetan Mastiff, Chow Chow, and St. Bernard, has been the beloved subject of an online campaign dubbed Free Kaya over allegations Piker trained Kaya with a shock collar that transmits painful stimuli as a part of behavioral training. At one moment, Piker silently stood over Kaya, gestured with a finger for her to return to the house after relieving herself. Later, Kaya was observed being walked and driven by a woman leaving Piker's home. This is insane, right? Once again, this proves many different things that I have been saying conclusively, which is that Kaya goes on walks while I'm streaming. And it's really funny that people just wouldn't believe me at all. And now there is this, it's in the paper. I like that they are framing this as like something sinister where I pointed to the house. Benjamin has made her mark as an activist gadfly who stages media spectacles at congressional hearings, defense industry trade conferences, and the homes of government officials, yelling in invectives, chants, and slogans, branding herself as anti-war, but actually running a pattern of messages denouncing the U.S. and uplifting communist and authoritarian regimes of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Chinese Communist Party and the Communist Party of China, Communist Party of Cuba. Fox News Digital recently observed Benjamin outside her colorful home in Washington, D.C. with her partner and fellow activist, Tigay Berry, who accompanied her on the trip to Havana. Someone also noticed the creep shots disprove that you use a shock collar. It doesn't, guys. This has been discussed a million times over and over and over again. There's, yes, not only does Kaya get numerous walks, but yes, she doesn't have a shock collar. It doesn't even matter. You think my haters give a shit? It was never about the truth. Anyway, Piker's been criticized as saying America deserved 9/11, a remark he later said it was poorly phrased, and for past comments about Representative Dan Crenshaw, Navy SEAL veteran who lost an eye in Afghanistan. More recently, critics, including Representative Richie Torres, by the way, shouts out to all the Democrats who are up my ass and have been up my ass, the Israel First Democrats. Thank you. You are giving ample, you're giving ample permission. You're giving ample permission to the fascists that want to take away not just my rights, but your rights as well. So see you in the camps, I guess. You know? More recently, critics, including Representative Richie Torres, have accused Piker of amplifying anti-Semitic rhetoric after October 7, while Piker has denied anti-Semitism and said his criticism is aimed at Israel, not Jews. Piker, Benjamin, Singham, Evans, and Code Pink did not respond to requests for comment. Yeah, it's because you literally sent me a request for comment and then immediately published. Not to say that I would probably give Fox News a comment anyway, but according to sources, the Office of Foreign Assets Control is also investigating Code Pink's DC coordinator, Olivia DiNucci, a former Division I basketball star from Emerson College in Boston. Her unassuming girl-next-door persona often gains her entry into coveted spaces, and then she disrupts with loud theatrics. She joined a convoy led by the Brazilian activist Avila. A lot of this, by the way, does still have a lot to do with Israel. It's not just about Cuba, but it's also about Israel as well. Yeah. The Office of Foreign Assets Control can impose civil penalties under a strict liability standard, meaning the government does not have to prove intent. The Justice Department, by contrast, generally must show that a defendant willfully violated the law in a criminal case, often through evidence of concealment, evasion, or knowing participation in prohibited transactions. In a long live stream on Saturday, Piker interviewed another influencer, Ashley St. Clair, about having a baby with billionaire Elon Musk, railed against Trump, defended communist leaders of Cuba, and Free Associated about other topics in the news, including a shooting outside the White House, decrying the chaos in America. It's terrifying, he said. So you know how you said, once they come for you, that we're cooked? Does this mean we are now, in fact, cooked? We'll see. But the author is a psycho, it seems. Democratic Socialists use the rose in their graphics, branding, and protest signs, symbol of their ideological belief. Let me break it down. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent members of the Democratic Socialists of America. First of all, not a member. Not an official member, at least. Maybe an honorary one, but not an official one. But fine, whatever. I've long maintained the position that I am, org agnostic, although I love the Democratic Socialists of America the most, for sure. A DSA political candidate, Oliver Larkin, expressed support for Hasan Piker and Medea Benjamin in the face of subpoenas from Treasury Department from their March trip to Cuba in possible violation of sanctions. Cuba is a one-party state, the Communist Party of Cuba, Partido Comunista de Cuba, PCC, the only political party in Cuba. Democratic Socialists of America is a key member of the transnational network backing the Communist Party of Cuba. So do you guys see what's going on here? They're trying to get everyone tied up. Like they're trying to get every left activism network in this country, all matter of activism, whether it be socialist, whether it be anti-capitalist, all this stuff. What is she said? Hashtag free Kaya. Hello, Hassan the Hun. Surrender your ego and accept one of these offers for a new home for Kaya. You curse at her all the time. You were clearly frustrated with Kaya. She isn't a potted plant. Let her live. This is a Fox News reporter, dude. This is the Fox News reporter that wrote this article. That's incredible. That's so crazy. She isn't a potted plant. Let her live as a dog, free to roam, a home, move, run, meander. Hashtag free Kaya. Ironic because her literal reporting, if you can call it that, shows that she is meandering and going on walks and going to parks and it's genuinely insane. She's reposting AUK 2000. Indeed, Hasan Piker has drawn the attention of federal authorities for possibly aiding and abetting a communist regime. Then he has drawn the ire of dog lovers for allegedly using a shock collar on his cute dog Kaya. It's a public service to draw attention to both issues. It's unbelievable, dude. What a time to be alive, you know? To which I said, of course, to this article, I said the American government would rather try to criminalize delivering aid to a country we've starved than punish the Epstein class. Max Blumenthal says, an unintentionally hilarious article by Zionist nutbag Asra Nomani to justify the House GOP's McCarthyite fishing expedition. Among the infractions committed by Hasan Piker and Medea Benjamin are staying in the wrong hotel in Havana and this. To which I replied with, we stayed at the right hotel, by the way. The government got duped by a viral Twitter post, I'm losing my mind. Isn't that crazy? If that's one of the suspicions, that's literally not a thing that happened. It's just not a thing that happened. All of my sweatiest ops are also having a field day with this, apparently. Reminder that red shirts and brown shirts going at it is actually super beneficial for libs and democracy, and it would be the stupidest thing in the universe for libs to intervene. To which Cuss says, this is just explicitly, first day came for the communists, by the way. Literally, there is a very famous poem by a German Lutheran pastor that starts with, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. That's literally the major takeaway, is that it doesn't stop and end with your perceived ideological enemies, which I shouldn't even be your ideological enemy. If you are a liberal and this is a fascist administration, this is your opportunity. This is your moment to buck up, to nut up, or shut up. This is your opportunity to say, you know, it's gone too far. Maybe I'm not the biggest fan of Hassan. We have our disagreements, but this is unbelievable. This is ridiculous. This is madness. And yet, these guys don't comprehend exactly what's happening. They don't understand what's taking shape in front of their eyes. They think this is a great opportunity to attack their own personal online internet enemies. One-sided beefs half the time. It's crazy. I'm uncommitted to standing with the podcaster Hassan Piker. He has done more than be lesser evil of the two evils against Trump if he wants to earn my support. First of all, this is an admission that you would vote for Donald Trump over me. I know you're trying to make a point, a really bad point, regardless. This idea that, like, I deserve to be punished by the Trump administration because you have perceived me engaging in some kind of slight against Kamala Harris when I dared to criticize Kamala Harris's failures in the campaign and warned that she was going to most likely lose. And they're all hitting the same line. I'm uncommitted on Hassan getting subpoenaed. He needs to stop acting like he's the lesser of two evils and instead be the good. Remember, these are all liberals. These are all liberals who claim to hate Trump. This is supposed to be their number one thing. The only thing they're supposed to hate is Donald Trump. They don't really even care about the policies all that much. As long as a D is doing the same exact kind of policies, they're fine with it. But they hate Donald Trump for, whether it's because of the way Trump moves, the way Trump operates. It doesn't matter. They're supposed to hate Trump. And they can't even do that right. This person says, does Hassan Piker think Kamala Harris would have done the same? Just wondering. To which I responded with, you'd cheer it on the same. You'd cheer it on just the same, big dog. Clearly. And so many of these guys are just Israel first too, which is very strange. You know? Like, even Third Way at least understands that, like, openly cheering this on would be a bad look for them because they're adults. They're adult enough to understand that this is a horrifying precedent. Meanwhile, you got the ultras to my left on the bad empanada side celebrating this, okay, saying like, oh yeah, Trump administration should actually arrest this person because he's a real Zionist, which Trump, the straight up slave of Israel, is not the Zionist in this equation. I am, right? From their perspective. They're trying to justify this that way. So ridiculous. And then, of course, the anti-Trump Sex Pestany is saying, reminder that red shirts and brown shirts going at it is actually super beneficial for libs and democracy, and it would be the stupidest thing in the universe for libs to intervene. Famously, fascists always stop at the edge cases. Famously. Yeah, this is amazing. According to public statements, it is believed that the delegation members stayed at a hotel the U.S. State Department has put on a Cuba restricted list as businesses directly tied to the communist government of Cuba designated as state sponsor of terrorism. We stayed at a legal hotel. This whole thing seems to stem from an erroneous viral tweet. Know who did actually stay at a sanctioned hotel? Nick Shirley. We know because he broadcast from it and told everyone he stayed there. Yeah. This guy from the Manhattan Institute thinks the subpoena is because of your Waza Cash comment.
He's been living.
Yeah, it's not illegal. It's literally not illegal to bring cash and give, and purchase things in Cuban businesses, or even give it straight up on the street if you want to give it out to people. That's literally a normal tourism function. There's a humanitarian purpose beyond it as well. None of this is illegal, guys. I always found it odd that when Hassan got off the plane in Cuba, one of the first people waiting to take a selfie with him was Jody Evans, Neville Roy Singham's wife and CodePink co-founder. I don't know. Maybe because she was one of the people that was on the... She's a part of the CodePink organization. And CodePink was also there. Like, they were also, you know, putting... I don't even know the exact details, but they were also part of organizing the trip together. You can't pay for this kind of publicity, fam. Okay, guys, I'll be honest. I prefer not to have this publicity, okay? If you think that this is just like... It's good. I know some of you are looking for a silver lining in this situation, but this is not good, okay? There is no world where having to deal with like a federal case is actually a good moment. I would much rather not have to deal with this at all. Someone wrote a script for you? Yeah, I saw. Hassan is on the stand. Senator Kennedy recounts Dr. Jihad's cussy lesson verbatim. Mr. Piker, do you think somebody making these remarks should be conducting humanitarian aid missions? Hassan smirks and lowers his finger. Fa! Rings out in the congressional hall. Acquitted. The liberals at the politics sub are defending you. Fed subpoena Hassan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. R/politics defending me is crazy. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson interviewed Putin and did propaganda for him. Interviewed him in Moscow, Lamau. For going to Cuba. Didn't that Shirley fellow also go there? Why isn't he on that list? Yes, but see, Shirley went there to parrot the talking points provided to him by Trump. Nick Shirley thought he went to Cuba, but he just accidentally locked himself in a Miami airport bathroom for 45 minutes. Tulsi Gabbard is resigning as the director of national intelligence. Now, a couple things I do want to point out. Again, alongside Joe Kent, these are two of the highest profile resignations that have taken place in this administration. And in really any administration, right? I mean, obviously, there's been high-profile resignations in the past throughout American history. I'm sure there's been something similar to this in the past, but like, it certainly didn't take place in the Biden administration. And I do think it's important. I do think it's important to recognize that. I suspect that there was probably some inside pressure as well. I don't know if Tulsi Gabbard was like, I'm falling on my sword because I'm, calling out this administration's actions against Iran. Now, here's what's going on. Is this a resignation born out of a principled commitment to the anti-war movement, or is this basically a firing by a different name? And if it is a firing by a different name, is it still because Tulsi Gabbard took a principled stance at times, or would potentially present a threat to what the administration is trying to communicate to the broader public? Because Tulsi Gabbard famously is the anti-Iran, anti-war hawk. We should only advance wars that are beneficial for us. Not exactly an anti-imperialist, mind you, but the type of person, kind of not dissimilar Marjorie Taylor Greene, that says like, oh, we should actually only engage in wars that are good and no wars that are bad. I have a suspicion that she was forced out. But even though she was forced out, my suspicion is she was forced out because internally she might have been causing a little bit of a fuss, causing a little bit of responsible for some chaotic moments internally. I could see that being part of the problem. All right, but let's take a look at what CNN is saying right now. Hold on, I'm getting some text messages.
Tulsi Gabbard is resigning after about 15 months in the role of the Director of National Intelligence.
Yeah, we want to get straight to the White House and bring in Kevin Liptak with the latest. What are we hearing right now?
Yeah, and this is a significant departure. We do now understand that Tulsi Gabbard has informed President Trump of her decision to resign from the administration. And what she is telling associates is that she is stepping down because her husband is confronting a rare form of cancer. And so that is her rationale for stepping back from this very, very critical role at a very critical moment as the U.S. Remains at war with Iran.
She contradicted the admin early on in her hearing on Venezuela and Iran, and they've supposedly kept her distant from any actual decision-making most of the term. Yeah, I think that they saw her as like a little bit of a loose cannon, and I suspect that part of the reason why Donald Trump had her on board is because he was building this he was building this anti-war coalition, this fake anti-war coalition, and for some that voted for him, just like he brought in RFK Jr., he brought in Tulsi Gabbard as well to make it seem as though he was going to be an anti-war guy, right? An anti-war president.
No new war. We don't need the wars. Foreign lands, countries you've never heard of, countries that don't even want us there.
We will keep America out of foolish, stupid, ridiculous foreign wars.
Now, of course, we know that he never was going to be an anti-war president, but maybe he thought that she would play ball when she was in office, or when she was in service, rather. And it turns out she had her own perspective. So I suspect that there were a couple times where she directly contradicted the president. And I assume that was enough for Trump once he realized the base is not punishing him for not being anti-war at all. He was just like, all right, this is just dead weight.
Ways restarting the bombing campaign inside that country. This will be a significant departure for the administration. And so Tulsi Gabbard telling the president today that she does plan to resign and that she's stepping aside for this ultimately very personal reason, which is her husband's health. Now, that being said, this has been quite a tumultuous tenure, I think, for Tulsi Gabbard over the course of this second Trump administration. There had been clear points throughout the last year and a half when she did seem to diverge with what the president was trying to do. You know, she came to this job with a very clear anti-war background. You know, she herself is a veteran. She talked before she was in this job when she was a congresswoman from Hawaii about not starting foreign wars, specifically about not starting war.
Iran just said a deal is not closed. Also, Israel said that Iran is planning a secret drone strike on Israel. All signs point to resumption of hostilities with Gabbard resigning. Yeah, I think Donald Trump is doing a classic move that we've seen play itself out throughout history over and over again, which is, you know, cut out the people that are gonna maybe be a problem. That aren't like full-blown regime loyalists. Like any kind of independent thinking is not going to get rewarded in this administration, obviously. So he's hitting another purge. I don't know how many loyalists Tulsi has internally, but from Trump's perspective, this is just to solidify his ranks. This is a classic move. Similar to the Pam Bondi thing? No, that's not similar to Pam Bondi. So Pam Bondi was taken out in a similar manner to Bovine Bovino. On the Epstein stuff, it obviously got too it got too hot, and someone had to fall on a sword to open up a pressure valve, and Trump decided to lay the responsibility, lay the blame on Pam Bondi in that situation. Tulsi Gabbard, I think, is a different story. Tulsi Gabbard was I think axed, pushed aside because Trump is trying to make sure that the ranks are entirely loyal to what comes next. Trump. It is funny though. It's all women. I know. Trump has a vendetta against every woman he has ever hired for some reason is true. He literally came in and was doing girl boss fascism, and just all of the women are slowly but surely being fired. And when you think about it, his chief of staff is also a woman, and she has also regularly spoken out against Donald Trump. Susie Wiles might be coming up. If I'm Susie Wiles, I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, maybe it's time for a graceful exit. But yeah, I think there is a difference between Tulsi Gabbard and Pam Bondi. Like, Pam Bondi was unbelievably loyal to Donald Trump. Tulsi Gabbard is obviously also loyal to Donald Trump, but she definitely had her disagreements with the Trump administration on some of these issues. And I think that created an environment that was at least an environment that was like unsustainable for Trump, because he needs maximum loyalty. Why does he not fire Kash Patel, for example? Kash Patel is maximum loyal to Donald Trump. Tulsi Gabbard is fairly loyal to Donald Trump as well. That's why she got the job. But there are areas where Tulsi has stepped out of line in a public manner, and I don't think Trump likes that at all. Trump is very much worried about stuff like that, especially if he's about to make a big move in Iran, especially if he's about to go back into war with Iran, or who knows if there's going to be a false flag attack or something to get the public on board with going to war with Iran or something, because it's like deeply unpopular currently. You would not want this is this is wee woo conspiracy shit, But, you know, deeply unpopular war. It's cratering Trump's popularity, even in his own base. It's like starting to chip away at his own base. People don't like that it's going on. People hate that it's costing them money, right? At a time when there's already an inflation issue that actually led Donald Trump to win the presidency. Donald Trump doesn't actually fix any of those problems. He turns around and exacerbates the issue. I don't think Donald Trump goes into war with Iran, straight up. There has to be something that is an inciting factor that causes Americans to reconsider whether or not this war with Iran is good or not. Totally could see a situation like that. But because he's a cultist and because he's a cult leader and because there's no real democratic process when it comes to determining whether or not the administration takes action on the foreign policy side, perhaps there is no need for a PSYOP or a false flag style incident. And regardless, it's clear Tulsi Gabbard's getting pushed out because there have been instances where he has humiliated Trump by opposing something that Trump wanted to advance. The Trump administration had a very coalition government approach to staffing where the restrainer/Tucker wing got a bunch of jobs, Vance, Tulsi, Kent, Bridge, Colby, who are now seemingly just being ignored. Yeah, and not just being ignored. This raises the question of what exactly Tulsi Gabbard is doing these days. This was only a couple days ago when Matt Zaitlin asked this question. Sorry, not a couple days ago, a month or so ago. When Joe Kent initially resigned 2 months ago, this was an understandable question because Joe Kent was a part of the Tulsi Gabbard wing of like, we have to be a little bit more restrained. We shouldn't be going and waging war with, Middle Eastern countries. We've done this kind of military adventurism over and over again. It's been a failure, and we mustn't repeat those mistakes. Like that was part of the appeal for people like this, right? That appeal was what, allowed Donald Trump to present himself as a potential dove even. And now it's going away. It's going away because he doesn't give a shit, because he doesn't need it. He does not need this base anymore. He doesn't need credibility in this space any longer. And he would much rather have people stay completely loyal to his military actions. All of them are Russian spies. F them, buddy. Trey's still here. One of my favorite chatters. You guys know it's gangy time, okay? Trey's still here. If there's a foreign country that is currently intervening in American foreign policy or has direct control over American foreign policy, do you think it's Russia or do you think it's maybe another foreign country?
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties.
Seriously, saying, oh my God, this is Russiagate in 2026 is pretty crazy when Israel basically has its fist shoved deep inside of the asses of half of the people that are closest to Donald Trump and also potentially Donald Trump, and not even potentially, definitely Donald Trump as well. If there's one country that is playing a formative role in American foreign policy, I don't think it's Russia. I think that country is Israel.
Wow. I'm also curious, Beth, about the most recent incident that drew criticism from both parties regarding her visit to this elections office in Georgia. She's obviously, as DNI, focused on coordinating overseas intelligence, but there she is in Fulton County at a domestic FBI.
Yeah, this was Tulsi being like, no, Mr. President, I am loyal. Please put me back in, coach. I mean, this was a side quest. It's also insane to send the director of national intelligence to American states to potentially signal that you're invested in doing some kind of interference in American elections is a wild thing to do, but that is where we are. By the way, another fact to consider here, okay, as we are looking at this Tulsi Gabbard situation, is that the intelligence community and even Central Command, which is in the military side, have basically become a leaky faucet. It's actually interesting that the Trump administration doesn't talk about it as much, because this used to be a major problem when Trump won, where you had a lot of people in pivotal roles listening into these important meetings and then immediately going to the media and being like, this is insane. We have to put a stop to it. These guys don't know what the f they're doing. That's happening again right now. If you noticed, Washington Post, with regular frequency, is engaging in coverage from the intelligence side where people that are either former heads of CIA or former heads of intelligence agencies or currently inside of the intelligence community giving long and extensive leaks to Washington Post, even Wall Street Journal, all these other outlets. And the reason why they're doing that is because they too are in opposition to what the Trump administration is doing. This is what you do when you are in a moment of crisis where you know you want America to be a domineering force. These guys are not anti-imperialists by any means, right? And neither is Tulsi Gabbard. But you're in a moment of crisis where you have an understanding of like what we should be doing and where we should potentially de-escalate or scale back. It's very clear that the Iran war is not going well. And the military understands that. The intelligence community understands that. They've given ample warning to the administration to not engage in this kind of action. And it's very clear that the admin is saying, F you, we're going to side with Israel on this. We're going to side with the Israeli intelligence on this. We're going to bring in the Foundation for Defending Democracy guys into the negotiations process. Like they're doubling down on it. It's very clear. So in that situation, you either do high-profile resignations like Joe Kent did, or you get pushed out if you actually warn the administration perhaps too much, like in the case of Tulsi Gabbard. And those who remain behind leak all of these details and all of these assessments to the press with hopes that, you know, this kind of stuff circulates in mainstream media. And if we had a competent anti-war opposition party, they would make a big fuss about this all the time. But they currently are not, because the opposition party is the Democratic Party, which is a feckless and inept and also pro-war party broadly.
All of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it. No side deals.
There are definitely a lot of Democrats out there who are frustrated with what's going on, even the likes of like Ruben Gallego, right? Like there are some who are upset with the way that Trump is moving. But broadly speaking, because a lot of the Democrats are also Israel first, the National Party's outlook on here is also Israel first. So there's always enough votes to continue supporting Israel's ambitions here, because that's what this is. This war with Iran is not being waged for American interests. It's being waged for Israel's interests. And we're in an impasse here. We're at a moment where America's like broader goals of being a domineering force and being the hegemonic superpower are directly at odds with Israel's regional ambitions of destroying Iran. So there are obviously people who want to continue the American empire, who see that as a big problem, and they keep bringing this up to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump keeps telling him to f*** off and stay the course on Israel. Mark Ames also has a similar attitude here, judging by, John Hudson's new coverage, right? John Hudson delivered this scathing scoop yesterday. The U.S. has depleted much of its inventory of advanced missile defense interceptors after expending far more high-end munitions defending Israel than Israeli forces use themselves. There's a reason why like a lot of the CSIS guys are freaking out, and they're just like constantly telling whoever will listen in the media that like our stockpiles have diminished. All of our peer and near peer adversary standoff munitions that we developed, that we stockpiled, that take years and years and potentially decades to develop, to compile, are gone. We expended it against Iran. And part of the reason why we did that is because we did not establish full-blown air superiority over the Iranian airspace. It was contested, so we had to use these standoff munitions from afar. We had to lob these missiles over and over again from afar, and we depleted our stockpile, so we cannot do anything against Russia if there was ever, an imminent threat, and we cannot do anything against China if there was ever an imminent threat. So that's a huge problem for a lot of the people on the military side who want to maintain American force projection capabilities, right? So even from their perspective, this has been a wash. But what's unique is I think there are more people, maybe due to the incompetence of this administration, there are more people who are naysayers who are willing to actually resign or willing to make a big fuss about it at higher levels than the Biden administration. Mark Ames has a similar assessment here. It says, U.S. officials leak into WAPO how badly Israel's weakening the empire shows growing resentment, yet Israel remains confident that there's no sacrifice Washington won't make for Tel Aviv's benefit, up to and including national suicide. And so far, Israel's been proven right. This is the death of American empire. Israel is accelerating the death of American empire. J.D. Pondon is real. And maybe even J.D. Pon Bibi is real. J.D. Pon Yahoo, the big Yahoo himself, has forced the hand of the current American administration into a double suicide pact. Obviously, there are, intelligent people who I do not align with at all ideologically, because I don't want the American empire to be this domineering force. I think that's very dangerous and deadly and not exactly beneficial for nations in the periphery, the people that live in those countries, and is certainly not beneficial for the American working class either. But these guys want that to continue. They benefit from it, and they're realizing that Israel has accelerated the demise of this process.
Political interference, the backdrop, of course, President Trump's claims about the 2020 election and there being fraud in Georgia, and then
yeah, this is also, incredible scoop from John. This was a really blistering blind quote. Israel is not capable of fighting and winning wars on its own, but nobody actually knows this because they never see the back end, said a second administration official. There is a tremendous amount of resentment within the State Department right now against Israel. Obviously, there's always been like the two different, the two different schools of thought within the State Department, and the CIA, the people who are like, Israel's not a good ally for understandable reasons. And then the people who are like, shut the fuck up, Israel high. How dare you say that? It's the most important nation on the planet. And over again, the people that have said Israel high, Israel's the most important nation on the planet, or have literally served in the IDF, for example, like Amos Hochstein, or people who are ultra-Zionists, like Brett McGurk, for example, have won that conversation, have told successfully every single other naysayer within the State Department to shut the fuck up. The Trump administration is not as competent as keeping the ranks tight as the competent bureaucrats within the Democratic administration. So you have, and also Trump is engaging in a lot more risky behavior that does actually stress test American capabilities here. And therefore, you're going to hear more and more people come out anonymously with these sorts of quotes.
Beyond that, there were these conflicting explanations about why specifically the DNI would even be there. I mean, what does that tell you about her time as DNI and the ways in which her relationship with the president evolved into her work?
Yeah, I think that, the DNI Gabbard was in search of a mission that was of value to the president. And, there was this kind of joke.
Like, they're talking about what she was doing in Georgia. Okay. I mean, that's dangerous and it's devastating, but that's not the reason why she's out. I don't think she had a big issue with like manipulating American elections as the director of national intelligence. No, the reason why she got pushed out is because she found herself at odds with the administration's overarching goals in Iran. And maybe even, if I'm being real spicy with it, maybe she didn't like what the administration was potentially planning. I can totally see that.
Guys, I've just been handed this. I can read from you. This is her resignation note that we've obtained from Tulsi Gabbard. Dear Mr. President, I am deeply grateful for the trust you placed in me and for the opportunity to lead the office of the Director of National Intelligence for the last year and a half. Unfortunately, I must submit my resignation effective June 30th, 2026. My husband, Abraham, has recently been diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. She writes, he faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. At this time, I must step away from public service to be by his side and fully support him through this battle. Abraham has been my rock throughout our 11 years of marriage, standing.
Yeah, I don't think this is the reason why she resigned. Okay, no one believes that, right? No, I hope no one fucking believes that like is the real reason. I'm fairly certain she could continue doing her job. I'm not saying she's like faking that he has bone cancer or whatever. I'm just saying that she's using that as a way to like exit gracefully, when in fact it's fairly certain that Donnie Boy axed her. Anyway, now let's look at some real evil.
These days, it feels almost impossible to pick up a newspaper without reading a headline about wealth in America, about the billionaire class, about wealth inequality and policy and everything else. And it's taken a uniquely critical turn, I think. And I'm so curious, before we even get into everything else, what you think about that right now.
Well, first of all, Andrew, I'm glad you're asking the question. I think it's a really important topic, and I think it's an important one to discuss, because I see the same thing you do. You know, you see it in a bunch of headlines, you see it in a bunch of places, and I have been thinking about like what is driving this? Because it does seem different from 10 years ago, and I think what's going on is that it's kind of a tale of two economies. So you have a bunch of people in this country who are doing really well, but you also have a bunch of people in this country who are struggling to pay rent, groceries, and so what's happening here is politicians are using the kind of age-old technique. So there's this tale of two economies, and they're using this age-old technique of picking a villain and pointing fingers. But the problem is, that doesn't solve anything. And so, like, if you want to help the group of people who are struggling, you have to figure out real root causes and solutions, and that takes skill. It's like the way if we have a problem at Amazon, the way we would fix it is we would go in and we'd do the 5 whys and we'd try to get to a root cause. We'd try to find a root fix.
Is this what unfettered profit does to your body? You don't stay human? I don't know what the going on with this guy. But yes, everybody knows the most oppressed person after Twitch streamers, of course, is the billionaire. Number 1, Twitch streamers. Number 2, billionaires. Twitch streamers basically also billionaires in many ways, and trapped inside of billions of minds, having permanent occupation. Oh, by the way, Jeff Bezos is a big advocate of this whole like, let's cut taxes for people making less than $100,000 a year method, which is insane. And of course, the reason why it's insane is because that's how everything gets funded. The point shouldn't be to further erode the government coffers. It should be to make Jeff Bezos pay a comparable amount of his, yearly growth of not income necessarily, because these guys also pay themselves like $1, but his yearly net worth growth in wealth. Yes, the United States is the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% pay 40% of taxes. The bottom 50% pay 3% of taxes. We can make it even more progressive by zeroing out taxes on the bottom half. It's a small amount of the total tax revenue, but very meaningful to people in this group. The bottom 50% pay 3% of taxes. Okay, I'm willing to entertain that if the top 1% pay literally more than 40%. How about that? Get the top 1% to pay 100% of the taxes. Reactions from Zoran and Tom Steyer. I know a few teachers in Queens who would beg to differ. Yeah, Bezos on CNBC. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help teachers in Queens, I promise you. Yeah, Tom Steyer, billionaire, says, this is bullshit. I promise you, tax billionaires invest in schools.
And then when we fix it at the root, you're fixing it forever. It's a real solution. And what we don't do, because it doesn't work, is just point fingers and blame people. It might feel good for 10 seconds, but doesn't accomplish anything. And so what could you really do? So, like,
Do you have a plan?
I have some ideas. I have some places to start. So, I started thinking about this and doing some research. A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? So people talk about, making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse?
This is genuinely a distraction. It is a way to just say there's no increase of taxes, right? You will never have an increase in taxes, which means he's never getting his taxes increased. He knows, look, billionaires, they're not the smartest, but they obviously exercise their self-interest quite a bit. And they're smart enough to recognize that right now there is tremendous appetite to not only tax these guys, but maybe even punish them, right? And to be fair, chipping away at their net worth even a little bit is the biggest punishment of all time. You might as well throw them in prison at that point from their perspective. So they recognize that there is a real appetite for this, and people are saying it, right? People are demanding it. And some politicians, like Bernie Sanders, are leaning into those demands. So what do? You pull off the ripcord and you lean into, how about no taxes for people making less than $100,000? How about that? Don't you think that's a better way to help the working class? No, the best way to help the working class would be to tax you, motherfucker. We arrived at this problem because we have been slowly but surely chipping away at taxes. Of course, Elon Musk, Elon Musk is in agreement with Jeff Bezos. That's your boss, bro? I know.
Queens not pay taxes. Why is somebody at all? Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes? That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or groceries or anything. And so, and by the way, do you know what that all adds up to? The bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes. It's only 3%. We can find 3%. So we don't have, it's a small amount of money for the government, you know that. And really, and the more I thought about it, to me, it's kind of absurd that we're doing this. You know, we shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. They should be sending her an apology. It really makes no sense.
Okay, but then on the other end, the question is, should you be paying higher taxes to pay for the 3% component part of this that you think is going to need to be paid for, if not more than that, given the debts we have?
It's certainly a perfectly valid policy debate to say, do we want an even more progressive tax system? So, you know, the kind of the line that gets quoted all the time is, the wealthy should pay their fair share.
Right.
And we can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. But the vilification is the thing that's just the distraction. And by the way, if you really are being honest about it, we don't have a revenue problem in this country. We already have the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% of taxpayers pay 40% of all the tax revenue. The bottom half pay only 3%. We have already, and I think it should be zero. I don't think it should be 3%. I think it should be zero. So we'd be making it more progressive that way. We actually have.
Yeah, it's not even sneaky. He's just straight up saying there's no world where taxes get increased for people like myself. But he also knows that there's unlimited appetite by Americans to cut taxes even further, which, of course, once again, is the never ending cycle of destroying the existing social safety nets. And lo and behold, the destruction of social safety nets and the state comes along with wonderful new profit opportunities. It comes along with privatization. So you advocate for more tax cuts. Not only does this benefit you personally, right? Even if you're not getting any tax cuts as a billionaire, you've gotten the unlimited tax cuts, which, by the way, for Jeff Bezos, I mean, what the can you tax? Let's be real. I mean, his W-2 form is like 70 grand. Okay. He doesn't actually make money off income. That's not a thing. He has assets. He has ownership over Amazon. And then he uses that asset as leverage to go and get incredibly cheap loans that he never actually ever has to pay. Right. And every now and then you can get maybe a modicum of a payout when he has to pay the interest on the loans that he's taken, right? Obviously, he can't default, right? So, because if he does default, then, they can seize his assets. It's never going to happen. So every now and then he'll liquidate something. And in that process, then he pays a little bit of tax. But that tax is obviously still a lower percentage than the tax he would pay for straight income. There's that part too. And ultimately, it's nothing. Is nothing. In the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. This process is called buy, borrow, die. What did this guy say? How do people listen to you and think you have a clue? What do you think his contribution to society is compared to yours? Well, my contribution to society is certainly not in the negative. I think Jeff Bezos' contributions are fairly negative. We got to unban guys like this. These guys are brilliant. You're licking billionaire Bean, dude. You're licking his bald head right now, and his balls, and his ass. Jeff Bezos is nothing without all the labor that allowed him to become a billionaire. There is no value without labor. Jeff Bezos was unbelievably and immensely lucky at numerous points in his life. I'm sure he worked hard, but you know who else works hard? A teacher, a nurse. Probably a lot harder than Jeff Bezos ever did. Jeff Bezos does not work 1 billion times or 20 billion times harder than the average teacher or the average nurse does. He was, however, 20 billion times luckier than the average teacher or the average nurse. Making the right decisions, being at the right place in the right time, being born into the right family. These are all unbelievably important factors in the success that people arrive at. Like, he got a loan from his parents that's worth $100,000 to start his business, right? That's fortune. That's incredibly lucky. But what he made with that, I think, is far luckier. Because there are probably a lot of people who are who have that level of affluence in their family and don't become one of the richest people on the planet. I'm not discounting that, but I'm just saying that's not where the luck ends, right? Fortunate enough to be able to be born into a family that could loan him $500,000 in today's money. That's immensely fortunate. That's unbelievably fortunate. The point of the thesis here is not to say, you know, it's just luck. Who cares? It's to show you that meritocracy is simply a lie that people like Jeff Bezos and those who benefit from the system tell the working class. So they also feel like he deserves to have this level of wealth and power consolidated in the hands of the few. Instead of harnessing the potential of those who weren't so fortunate, giving them a real opportunity to make world-changing technological improvements, discovery of novel chemical compounds and the like, we just keep them poor and broke and destitute. And we tell them, well, if you're poor, sorry, I guess you didn't work hard enough or smart enough. But I do really think some people like being cattle. And let's be real, it can be rewarding. Their ignorance is bliss at the end of the day. Because once you see it, once you see this system's design, it's very hard to unsee it. It's very hard to go back to it. And one of the craziest parts about it is I think these guys like Jeff Bezos, they see it. They've taken the red pill. They know how vicious this system is, but they're at the tippy top and they benefit from it. And they know that in order to continue benefiting from it, they have to make sure that the masses are never conscious. They're never conscious of their class position. They're never conscious of the fact that these guys have designed the system in this way and want to maintain it. And the maintenance of this system is violence. There's no difference between if you're a working class, regular, stiff, everyday man working tirelessly to make ends meet, and you look at the system's design and you say, well, you know, these guys did work hard. They did work smart. They deserve it. And maybe one day if I work hard and smart, I will get there, or at least have a comfortable nest egg. The guys that think that way, the guys that engage in fealty for billionaires, millionaires, capitalism in general, they're in a way no different than the peasant that actually thinks that God did ordain the king, that God actually is responsible for why the king remains the king. No difference whatsoever. And I'm sure at the time when the peasantry was toiling the lands, there were probably plenty of people who would tell on their fellow peasants, their fellow serfs, tell on the Lord, tell them, "My lordship, they're stealing the grain, my lordship. They're taking it away from you. You must punish them, my lord." That's what you behave like when you tell me Jeff Bezos' contributions to society are immense. "My lordship protects me. He has my best interest in mind. He protects. And if he takes away more of my grain, it's for the overall good. This year, he took even less than last year. It's an objective improvement. How dare you speak out against our Lord?" That's it. That's what you're doing. I wonder what the medieval peasantry equivalent of "don't tread on me" guys was, you know? The libertarians, the free thinkers. I'm not sheep. The guys who in this day and age will be like, I'm not sheep, but these billionaires, I mean, they worked real hard. What's the alternative? Communism? That's terrifying. What would be the alternative in medieval peasantry? Tavern owners, the mercantile class? Like, what is the equivalent of a rallying cry for a serf or a peasant that thought that they were actually free thinkers, but they were still servants? If we pray to our Lord, one day our Lord will yield tremendous bounty, right? We must give more back to our Lord. Our Lordship protects us. Would you defy God?
A spending problem, and that's a skills issue. I mean, let me give you an example. The New York City school system, right? They spend $44,000 per student. $44,000. That's 30% more per student than other big cities like Chicago, LA, and Boston, and it's 3 times more than Miami and Houston. And by the way, New York City doesn't get better outcomes. So what this? Listen, let me just say, if we ran Amazon the way New York City runs their school system, your packages would take 6 weeks to arrive. We'd have to charge you a $100 delivery fee, and then when the package did finally arrive, it'd have the wrong item in it anyway. We can't. That's a skills issue, Andrew. It's not about. It's just competence. I mentioned my optimism a minute ago, and we should definitely talk about that because I think there's so many people who are afraid that AI is going to take their job. I think that there's going to be a labor shortage.
Dog, first of all, capitalism necessitates that cities do run like businesses, and that's unironically the problem. Except if USPS didn't exist, the last mile delivery wouldn't exist, which Jeff Bezos relies on, because private delivery services don't have any obligation to deliver to routes that are hard to track. USPS, on the other hand, is not a profitable business. It's not supposed to be profitable at all, as a matter of fact, because it's supposed to work. That's why all these assholes rely on the U.S. Postal Service for their last mile delivery. UPS ain't going up the mountain. USPS is. Yeah, through rain or snow. The U.S. Postal Service is one of the best examples of a government-provided service that simply has to work. It can't exist as a profitable entity because many of the routes that they go down, where they deliver medicine, for example, no private company would ever do it because it's not profitable. And remember, these demons want to take that away too. They want to take that away too so they can privatize that too so they can make more money off that. And who gives a shit if poor people living in rural areas don't have anything, any service to deliver them these goods that they need to survive? It doesn't matter because these guys don't give a f. They only care about profit. It's that simple. The government has an obligation to take care of its citizens, at least in theory. And even in a capitalist government like the one that we live under, like the one that we exist under, there are still certain institutions that just have to work. The U.S. Postal Service is one of those institutions. One example I can use is Walmart, this behemoth that relies heavily on government subsidies, both tax breaks and tax benefits that they receive, and then also on top of that, welfare and food assistance that they rely on, that their own employees that they underpay can still use at Walmart. Now, when Walmart comes into town in places that are forgotten, people celebrate. They're like, oh, the price of food is going to be cheaper. This is going to be more cost effective. But what ends up happening is Walmart ends up sucking up the entire consumer base, and it kills all the local businesses in the neighborhood, all the mom and pop shops that have been around for 20, 30, 40 years. But eventually, Walmart, when it's no longer as profitable, will just f off. So then what do? You lived in a town your whole life, and your parents lived there before you. There was a local grocery store that made things work. It wasn't the cheapest, but you knew the grocer, right? It was a small business. But then Walmart came around and knocked that business out because the business could not compete with the prices of Walmart. But when Walmart becomes unprofitable, they f off. Now your town is a food desert. Now your town doesn't have any options whatsoever. Now you have to go to the town over to a dollar store or another Walmart. Now you're spending more money on gas. Now there is an invisible cost, an additional cost. It's hurting your wallet all the same. Even if the food prices were more costly in the local grocer that you could go to, now you're paying even more money to go to the Walmart that's a town over. Now you're spending more time on travel. These are the invisible ways that poor people get f***ed over because of capitalism, because of the interests of profits. That's how it works. But because it's a part of the system's design, and because many people have decided that it's the best possible system, is the only system that we can exist under, it's everything that we've ever known. And once again, like I said, because of the invisibility of it all, the invisibility of that cruelty, you seek out other reasons as to why you're experiencing this economic struggle. And then a guy that wears a red tie and a suit on the TV says, it's actually because we're taking all this money that exists out there in the ether and we're spending it on scary brown people. We're spending it on transgenders. And then the other side, who you may have trusted at some point in time, is telling you, well, things aren't that bad. Things aren't that bad. We don't have to we'll maybe improve a little bit, but obviously we can't go after Walmart. We can't tell you the truth about what happened and why you're currently struggling. So we'll just tell you the other side is evil and bad and leave it at that. A lot of people look at that and go, okay, both of these guys. My life sucks. It's dog shit. Barely making ends meet. It, I'm not voting. Then there are others who hear the other guy with the red tie over the blue tie, and they go, that's a convincing argument. I am a little scared of brown people. They got salsa hips. They dance. I feel like my wife is quite fond of that Mario Lopez guy, and it's causing a lot of sexual frustration within me, sexual anxiety within me. And that's now translating to my lifelong loyalty to the reactionary cause. I'm obviously, joking. It's not that simple, but I was just thinking, like, what's a Latino guy that someone in West Virginia would see on television and be frustrated by? And I feel like Mario Lopez is that guy. You know what I mean? New research suggests that the company makes the communities it operates in poorer, even taking into account its famous low prices. Walmart imposes in the form of not only lower earnings, but also higher employment in the wider community outweigh the savings it provides for shoppers. On the net, they conclude Walmart makes the places it operates in poorer than they would be had it never shown up at all. Sometimes consumer prices are an incomplete, even misleading signal of economic well-being. Yeah. Amazon works in an identical manner to Walmart. Both of these behemoths are obviously massive jobs providers, some of the biggest hiring bodies in the United States of America. I think Walmart might be the biggest, or maybe it's the U.S. military, one of the two. I think Walmart literally might be the biggest. And they operate in the exact same way. They operate with predatory pricing, where they price out all the competition and destroy it with one interest in mind, and that is to become a monopoly, a monopoly in a locality or a monopoly altogether. And once you're a monopoly, there are no more market factors that you have to abide by. You can raise the prices, you can lower the service, you can cut jobs, and you can cut tail at the end of the day if it's no longer profitable anyway. You can just close up shop and leave these communities behind, destitute. No more jobs in the community, and worse, no more markets in the community, no more grocery stores. Yeah, this is true as well. When Amazon pays poverty wages, it forces their workers to rely on social safety nets, putting more of a financial burden on taxpayers, all while Amazon profits. We don't talk enough about how much taxpayers are forced to subsidize corporate profits in this country. It's true. Walmart employees needing food stamps and using EBT at Walmart is no less than company script. Yeah, so there is a difference there, though. It's instead of a company town and a company store, you now have the government subsidizing it. So at least there's like one other middleman. So there's plausible deniability. And that separation causes you to feel like you have some choice in the matter. And that separation makes it a lot harder to revolt. I've talked about the difference between neoliberal societies and societies that we would consider authoritarian, right? China versus the United States of America. Control still exists in both of these societies. Authoritarianism still exists in both of these societies, but the methods are different. The USSR had a very different, much more hands-on approach to controlling certain behaviors. But that hands-on approach is ever present. And that's why you know it exists. And that's why when it's failing, you know who to blame and you know where to revolt. Societies like China or even the USSR have to be far more responsive to the needs of the masses for this reason, because they don't have the same they don't have the same like neutralizing effect that the fallacy of choice provides for people in neoliberal societies. When the system has to constantly at gunpoint reinforce its power upon the people know that there is a main governing body that is an ever-present force upon them. That's the distinction between a company store that uses company script and company tokens that leads to revolution or leads to rebellion internally versus the Walmart system that currently engages in the exact same process, but they use the government instead. Does that make sense? That's why the Ford factory towns failed. That's why company towns fail usually, because people know directly who is responsible, and then they fight back. Whereas the welfare state under capitalism hides the collaborative nature between capital and the state. And as long as the state is responsible, you can throw a sequence of distractions in front of the public to say, oh, well, it's a Democrat that's at fault because they're gay and transgender. Or Democrats can turn around and say, look, these companies are still good, but maybe the Republicans are the real villains here, so you should vote for us. Neither party is effectively changing the reality for you. Neither party is actually punishing the corporations for engaging in this kind of cruelty, for robbing you blind, for forcing you to work in shittier conditions overall. Every now and then, of course, you get some technological improvements that make you feel like your life is improved, when in fact, if there are certain markers for happiness, like financial security, there's a certain marker for financial security. If it's like home ownership, for example, you are further away from that marker of financial security than the generations prior to you. But you got porn on your phone, you got gambling apps, okay? They've even commodified hope at this point. You can just literally turn a opportunity at upward social mobility into a process where they can extract more value from you. So you got the bread sometimes and the circuses all the time, and it keeps you in a drunken stupor. All the while, these people that have designed society this way, or at least benefit from it, get to laugh themselves to the bank. They get to go on television. It's part of the success of capitalism has created a reality where these guys don't even have to be philanthropists any longer. Like, at least back in the day, robber barons had a sense of shame, if you will, where they knew that they had to be philanthropists to a certain degree.
As a result. So
let's go there then.
Yeah.
I wanted to stay in space, but let's go to that, because
we can come back. We can be in space too, whatever you want.
Well,
Andrew.
but that's fascinating, because I don't know if you saw, Eric Schmidt gave a commencement address over the weekend.
Yeah.
And the students were booing because every time he mentioned AI, they were booing because I think they're deeply fearful and worried about whether they're going to have a job.
Yeah, well, and the reason they're afraid of that is because all these smart people keep saying that. So there are so many smart people, and they are smart, and they are saying, oh my God, there are going to be no more radiologists because, AI can read X-rays better than a radiologist can, and there are going to be no more software engineers because AI can program better than a software engineer can. These people are wrong. So what's really going to happen is that it's going to elevate all of these people, and it's like you've been digging. Let's say you're a software engineer,
right?
The analogy I can give you is you've been digging out a basement for your house with a shovel, and somebody's about to hand you a bulldozer. You should be so happy. If you're digging the basement to your house and somebody says, hey, how about this? I have a tool here that's going to... And what's really going to happen is we're going to have so much productivity in our economy that For example, this is just one effect. A lot of people who have two-earner income households, one of the people is going to drop out of the workforce. That's why we're going to have a labor shortage. People, because of the productivity gains, you're going to be able to afford things. We're going to have, I predict we'll actually have deflation of certain core, assuming we let this technology play out and don't hamstring it with regulation too early.
Oh, thank God. I mean, hopefully not. That would be terrifying. Yeah, regulation is always hampering innovation, you know? Just let it run its course. This is also the point of billionaires promoting lowering tax for the poor, a band-aid to assuage revolt. Yeah, no, they just don't want you to even believe there is an opportunity or any value in increasing taxes for them or increasing taxes at all. They're fine if you pay no tax. They don't give a shit. Oh, okay. The government services are worse off. When is the last time this motherfucker used a government service? You know what I mean? Beyond like roads and shit. And if it gets to that, they'll go and yell at the government to fix it, and then the government will fix it, right? He's already doing AI podcasts. Wait, what? Amazon Premium Alexa service can now generate custom AI podcasts on demand. Turn any topic you're curious into a podcast episode ready in minutes. Wait, what? The Rise and Fall of Rome, the podcast? What the Dude, that's crazy. Dude, you know what's really funny? I just never stop thinking about the fact that all of the things that AI is doing are things that we were supposed to do. It's not doing any of the things that were supposed to lighten the burden of the labor force. All the route tasks, all the menial labor you have to do. And then when you go home on your journey home, if you're lucky enough to, ride a bus, if there's any public transit whatsoever, in your car when you're driving back, you listen to an AI podcast. We are literally serving the machines at that point. What the Google Notebook LLM has been doing fake podcasts for a year now? I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. Amazon AI podcast example here.
Today, our AI-generated shopping show is exploring the Wellmedix Rapid Relief Diaper Rash Cream. Emma, what makes this hospital-grade cream different from standard diaper rash products?
Well, it's really interesting. This cream uses a dual-action approach. Instead of just zinc oxide, it combines that with white petrolatum to create two protective barriers. This helps both treat existing irritation and prevent new issues from developing.
That's fascinating. So it's not just about treating the problem, but stopping it from coming back?
Exactly. And they've added
this is literally turning a podcast into a Twitch stream. Oh my God. And the questions are the same. This is literally the type of question that a dumb would ask me in the chat.
Really thoughtful ingredients like calendula and white birch bark extract. These botanical ingredients help soothe sensitive skin, while the dual barrier does the heavy lifting.
All right, Katie, we've got you. You're dealing with discomfort, and this cream is designed for exactly that kind of irritation. Emma, what can you tell them?
This is actually formulated for adults dealing with skin irritation from incontinence, chafing, or moisture. It's got 15% zinc oxide and 49% petrolatum working together to create a protective barrier that shields irritated skin while helping with redness and discomfort. Customers mention it works well.
Oh my God. Oh God. We're so cooked, dude. It's a sham trial. This has no legal standing whatsoever. It is ridiculous. Let's take a look at the CNN coverage and I'll give you more details on what took place and why it happened. Because if you're looking at the Raul Castro indictment, which they'll get to, they're using that as a reason to indict this 94-year-old former leader of Cuba. Okay, he's bedridden. Once again, America taking massive dubs here.
Decades-long contentious relationship between the United States and Cuba. Just a short time ago, the Department of Justice unsealed criminal charges against former Cuban President Raul Castro. Prosecutors charging him with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, destruction of an aircraft, and 4 counts of murder. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche saying this to Cuban Americans who have been demanding justice for years.
We also do not forget the families, the loved ones, and the friends who have.
Yo, do this to Israel, man. Israel is currently killing American citizens. You know what I mean?
Carried grief and heartache for 30 years. For the first time in nearly 70 years, senior leadership of the Cuban regime has been.
Yeah, the way legacy media leaves out so much of the story about the bogus indictment of Raul Castro is wild. An investigation by CBS News in 2011 into declassified documents related to the case revealed a trove of communications that were ignored and pushed aside. They showed that the Cuban government had been protesting the flights for at least 17 to 18 months leading up to the shootdown, how the Clinton administration didn't take the matter seriously, and how the FAA was in the process of revoking the group's leader's pilot's license but pulled back for an unknown reason. Yeah, this also came on the heels of the CIA literally deploying like pesticide resilient pests to destroy the agricultural crop of Cuba. They did that. Of course, if you're constantly under siege warfare like conditions from the most powerful hegemon on the planet that's 90 miles off your coastline, yeah, you're gonna protect your airspace. You're gonna protect your fucking airspace. What are we talking about? They kept giving warnings and the dudes flew over regardless. Like, it's so stupid. The idea that this is like a crazy crime that the Cuban government committed to. Look at what America did with a random with a random weather balloon that happened to fly over American airspace because it just like literally got pushed with the wind. We deployed fighter jets.
Charged in this country, in the United States of America, for acts of violence resulting in the deaths of American citizens. Nations and their leaders cannot be permitted to target Americans.
Except for Israel, by the way. Except for the beautiful nation state of Israel. And no, I'm not even talking about USS Liberty, right?
Let's get reaction on this historic indictment live from Havana with CNN's Patrick Ottman. Patrick, how are Cuban officials reacting to these new criminal charges?
We're finally getting some reaction after really silence all day long that this indictment was coming, as everyone has known for days. And this is Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel. Just read a little bit of it. But he says that the indictment against Raul Castro, quote, just announced by the U.S. government, only reveals the arrogance and frustration that the representatives of the empire feel toward the unyielding resolve of the Cuban Revolution. He goes on to say that there's no legal basis, that Cuba 30 years ago was defending itself against the Brothers to the Rescue. Planes would
is 100% true, by the way. This statement from the Cuban administration is just correct. And you don't have to be particularly brilliant to understand that, yes, a country that is like under siege warfare by the largest, most powerful military on the planet has absolutely a right to protect its own airspace. It's ridiculous. Downing a spy plane after 7 months of warning is not unacceptable. 17. And they kept doing the flights regardless. And not only that, but the FAA wanted to actually stop them and take their license away, as the CBS investigation showed. And mysteriously, the FAA was stopped from revoking the license. All right, let's continue.
As we know, we're unarmed, but the Cuban government had accused them of coming into Cuban airspace previously. So officials here are very angry. They're not surprised by this. And the question is now, does this added pressure, indicting not only a former president, but still the most powerful person on this island, the individual who is head of the military, that has handpicked every political and military leader that is in power at this point, that officials tell us still oversees all the major decisions from retirement that this island takes, particularly when it comes towards relations with the U.S. Does indicting him make a deal more likely or less likely? There's a lot to say about the fact that Cuba feels that an invasion is coming. You see every day officials telling their population to get ready. There are military maneuvers taking place. So certainly what the Cuban officials are telling their people, who are very worried about this, not particularly about what it's going to happen to officials, but what it means for themselves. So already an island that is on the point of breaking. If there is some sort of attack on this island, what would that mean for them? Already the power's off most of the day. Food has become more scarce and expensive. So there is a lot of concern amongst regular Cubans about how this could impact them if the breakdown of law and order of their government would essentially create a humanitarian crisis.
The acting AG, Todd Blanche, was actually...
Yeah, if you want to know exactly what's going on, Donald Trump ate in Iran, so now he has to enforce his power somewhere, and Cuba's the next target. That's how little these guys care about an island nation with 9 million or so people living on it.
I want to get your reaction. Senators Kaine, Schiff, and Gallego today are introducing a Cuban war powers resolution that would basically hamper any U.S. hostilities against Cuba. Just your thoughts on that.
Well, first off, I'm disgusted by what the Democrats have done. They've gone down there to prop up the Cuban regime. That's the face of the Cuban regime. There's a guy, Hassan Piker, they campaign with, that went down there with him, that wants me murdered, wants all the capitalists in this country murdered. And
Yo, I never thought we would, bro. Even he doesn't fuck with this. Look at his face. He's like, come on, man. He's like, really? You're doing this shit again? Bitch, Scott, you are so bitch made. It's crazy. This motherfucker still talking about you? I know, he cries every day, dude.
And Democrats are campaigning with him, so it's going to be a typical. They're all. I mean, I don't get the Democrats. Like, don't they want to live in freedom and democracy? Don't they want people in Cuba and Iran and places? Don't they want them to have the same opportunities you and I have? But it's like they don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything.
No, it makes zero sense at all. The fact that you have Democrat senators who want to stop the United States government and stop President Trump from doing what he can to help free Cuba from more than 60 years of totalitarianism and a dictatorship. But
man, shut the up, dude. Oh my God. We've literally never allowed Cuba to breathe. Okay. We've never allowed them to have sovereignty and dignity, which they fought for and won without punishment. Okay. We've never allowed them to exist as a normal country for the crime of fighting and winning, securing sovereignty and dignity for themselves. It's ridiculous. It's unnecessarily cruel. It makes no sense, but that's just American foreign policy. Unchecked, untested. It's always unopposed. I'm glad that there are certain Democrats, even Ruben Gallego, which is shocking. Obviously, Pramila Jayapal has been at the forefront of this movement, and for that, I really have a lot of respect for her, a lot of admiration for her on this issue. But, you know, Democrats are actually using this opportunity, this instability that Donald Trump has brought about the rest of the world, and certainly its impact is being felt in America as well, to finally say, what are we doing? What the are we doing? We have to put an end to this, right? Nobody wants this. What am I supposed to say here? Who is asking for this? Who is like, oh my God, my life would be so much better, with the exception of the Gusano lobby in South Florida, okay? Who? Like, Miami Cubans are a marginal movement here, okay? They're loud, sure, but they're not exactly the constituency people are, giving a shit about. Is Trump really suffering with the diasporoid Miami Cubans? I know that foreign policy is probably one of the least democratic parts of American governance, not very responsive to the needs of the masses. Look no further than what's going on in Iran, right? Nobody wants that shit. And Donald Trump is still doing it because he loves Israel. But this is one of those things that's just like senseless cruelty. It's just senseless cruelty for no reason. It's costing American taxpayers an indecent amount of money. Just like in the case with Iran, certainly in Cuba as well. The Cuban government wants to cut a deal with America. They want American economic activity in the country. They want to liberalize their economy. They want to market. They want to have some kind of, market system. They've moved in that direction with the Barack Obama normalization. And Donald Trump ripped that apart when he came into office the first time around, and he added secondary sanctions in 2019, making it much more difficult to trade with Cuba. It was already pretty difficult to trade with Cuba. If you're a deal maker, make a deal. I know for a fact that the government is down to do it. You're like a playground bully, and the weaker Trump feels, the more cruel he gets to countries that don't have a defense mechanism against this kind of cruelty. Of course, the thing that they're using is the Brothers of the Rescue shoot down, right? I've talked about this before. It's completely ridiculous, obviously. The American government has, the CIA has, actively tried to with Cuba through covert operations, through direct military operations as well. And one of the incidents that took place was the Brothers to the Rescue shootdown. BTTR founder and director was a Bay of Pigs veteran, Jose Basulto, who had a history of anti-Castro violence. I was trained as a terrorist by the United States in the use of violence to attain goals, he once said. Between 1994 and 1996, Brothers to the Rescue repeatedly violated Cuban airspace and dropped anti-Castro leaflets in Cuban cities and rural areas. Refusal by Brothers to the Rescue members to respect Cuban airspace and inaction by the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration led directly to the pilots' deaths. In May 1994, Cuba notifies the U.S. of the first airspace violations by Brothers to the Rescue planes. You might say, oh, well, they're just dropping pamphlets. Who gives a f? What country allows foreign aircraft to fly unimpeded over their airspace? The answer is none, for the record. It doesn't matter if they're dropping leaflets. You have no guarantee. You don't know if they're always dropping leaflets. Sometimes they might drop napalm. Who knows? Over densely populated civilian areas. It's ridiculous. And the American government, we know this through declassified intelligence, for the record, have dropped more than just leaflets with civilian aircraft over Cuban crops. They have engaged in biological warfare. Brothers to the Rescue planes dropped bumper stickers all over Cuban countryside. Brothers to the Rescue planes dropped thousands of medallions and leaflets over Havana. A Cuban official wrote to an FAA official, I plead that you take the actions necessary to avoid that these events repeat themselves. In 1995, in August, an advisor, a Clinton advisor, presses the FAA, the FBI, the Coast Guard, and the customs officials to take enforcement actions against Basulto and his pilots. The State Department is increasingly concerned about Cuban reactions to these flagrant violations. Worst case scenario is that one of these days the Cubans will shoot down one of these planes, says Cecilia Capestany, the FAA International Aviation Division, according to an internal memo from January 22nd, 1996. On August 1995, between August 1995 and February 1996, the Cuban government continues to file diplomatic notes protesting the violations of its airspace, which, by the way, is illegal. The American government is not, at this point, taking the necessary action. These civilian flights are foreign flights that are not allowed. It's a violation of the Cuban territorial airspace. It's a violation of international law. It is perfectly within reason, within the boundaries of international law, for Cuba to protect its own airspace, to protect its own citizens. And yes, the U.S. did drop invasive thrips in Cuba to destroy their crops. They did do that with a crop duster civilian flight, once again. In January 1996, Brothers to the Rescue planes drop 500,000 leaflets calling for the Cuban people to change things now. In January 1996, Cuban officials and intermediaries continue to press Washington to intervene. The FAA refuses to ground Basulto's planes. In February 25th, 1996, Basulto once again files a false flight plan with the FAA. Despite warnings from the Cuban flight controllers, he declares he has a right to enter Cuban airspace. And lo and behold, they shoot down the plane. On the afternoon of February 25th, 1996, after years of issuing warnings, Cuban Air Force jets shot down 2 Brothers to the Rescue planes, killing 4 Cuban Americans. Basulto survives. 16 days after the shootdown, Bill Clinton signs the Helms-Burton Act, for the record. One of the most insane pieces of legislation that America has enforced upon a sovereign nation, rendering trade with Cuba virtually impossible. We've talked about the Helms-Burton Act before. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Helms-Burton Act. I've covered it before when talking about Cuba. It's one of those things that makes it impossible for any American to ever trade with Cuba, because any American can just turn around and demand restitution, claiming that the Cuban government has stolen their assets. Helms-Burton Act, formerly known as the Cuban Liberty and Democratic Solidarity Act of 1996, is a U.S. federal law that strengthens and codifies the ongoing economic embargo against Cuba. Its primary goals are to pressure the Cuban government towards a democratic transition and penalize foreign companies trafficking in expropriated U.S. properties. Title III, the controversial one, grants U.S. nationals the right to sue foreign companies or individuals in U.S. courts That's the one I was referencing earlier. Grants U.S. nationals the right to sue foreign companies or individuals in U.S. courts if they're profiting from or trafficking in properties that were confiscated by the Cuban government after the 1959 revolution. While passed in 1996, this provision was historically suspended by successive presidents every 6 months to avoid friction with international allies. The Trump administration, of course, lifted that suspension, making the private right of action fully operative, as in an American in an American court can sue whichever company they want if they are trading with Cuba, claiming that they're working off of stolen U.S. assets for an unlimited amount of money, by the way.
Asked what was next, what was the next step in this? Would we see the United States intervene in Cuba and extradite the 94-year-old Castro the way that the U.S. did in Venezuela in its extradition of Nicolás Maduro? Here was his response.
Yes, go ahead.
Attorney General Gloria Ordaz from Telemundo 51. Thank you for this opportunity. The next step is going to be an arrest warrant, and I ask you this because the Cuban exile would love to see Raul Castro in the same position of Nicolás Maduro.
Man, shut the up, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. The Cuban exiles would love to see a 94-year-old former leader of the country in the same position in jail. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What kind of country is this? Where we're at the, mercy of some of the most rabid right-wing freaks that are advancing their own, ethnic grievances? This is what this country is about? As long as it aligns with the personal interest of securing like a hollow victory somehow with the American state, that we decide to starve people. It's so preposterous, dude. It's so pathetic. It's unbelievably pathetic. It's disgusting.
And
they're clapping for it. Oh, what a nasty room.
A lot of legal experts that we have interviewed during these days have said that Raul Castro, that this indictment will be more symbolic than practice, and that Raul Castro should probably die in Cuba. What is your message for them?
Like I said a few minutes ago, we indict men who are not physically within the United States all the time. This is not a new endeavor or adventure for us. And so the way that we get people here who are charged with a crime varies. There's all kinds of different ways. And this is not, there's an arrest warrant issued for a reason, because we certainly expect and believe that Mr. Castro is entitled to his day in court right here in Miami.
CNN senior national security reporter Jennifer Hansloff kicks off our coverage. So Jennifer, just in terms of these criminal charges being announced against Raul Castro, I mean, this is all part of this pressure campaign, an economic pressure campaign and a political pressure campaign that the U.S. is really leveraging over the island. Just walk us through what we can actually expect from Todd Blanche when we hear from him shortly.
Well, that's right, Zane. This is a significant escalation in that ongoing campaign against Havana. When we hear from Todd Blanche, we expect him to kick off, of course, with the fact that the U.S. has now indicted the former president of Cuba, Raul Castro, stemming back toward that 1996 shoot down of a plane that killed 3 Americans. Now, they have just unsealed that indictment against both Castro and 5 other defendants. The charges that were unveiled against Castro are conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, destruction of aircraft, and murder. The Cubans at the time said that it was their airspace. The U.S. contends that that was
What do you mean? The Cubans at the time said it was their airspace. It is. Like, what is this argument? Yes, of course it's their airspace. What are you talking about? How are they, like, what, you think they lobbed missiles? You think they were flying over American airspace? Cuban jets flying over American airspace, uninterrupted, unimpeded, and flying over American airspace to shoot at American aircraft. Ridiculous.
National airspace in which they were shot down. Of course, this indictment.
It wasn't international airspace.
is decades in the making, but the context of it being announced today is, of course, among that pressure campaign to try to
They were
drive
intercepted
out
and shot down
the
between 5 and 8 nautical miles north of Playa Baracoa, located entirely within within Cuba's territorial waters and sovereign airspace. A fact supported by the recovery of debris, briefcases, and nautical charts, 9.3 miles from the coast on February 25th.
Castro regime from the government of Cuba. This comes hours after Secretary of State Marco Rubio released a video message directly to the people of Cuba. He did this in Spanish. He was saying that the Trump administration is ready to work with the Cuban people, and the only thing standing in the way is the government that is currently.
Yeah, it's also entirely legal under international law. For the record, what Cuba did in the Brothers to the Rescue mission when they shot that plane was entirely legal. Every nation state has a right to self-defense under Article 51 of the motherfucking UN Charter. Every state has the inherent right to defend its territorial integrity and the security of its population against an armed attack. Unauthorized and hostile aerial incursions constitute an armed attack in the form of an act of force. And it's not that this was the first time they had done so. According to the Chicago Convention on International Civil Aviation, Article 3, which, by the way, this is the reason why the FAA was trying to revoke their pilot's license, because they were trying to stop them from doing this stupid thing over and over again. But mysteriously, that didn't happen, I guess. Shouts out to Bill Clinton. Yeah, the FAA wanted to ground these missions because they knew it was illegal and dangerous. It's a sham trial. This has no legal standing whatsoever. Do you understand? No legal standing whatsoever. It is ridiculous. And the reason why they have to lean into this kind of idiotic thing to make up a just cause for prosecution is because Cuba has done nothing to the United States of America. They've never been a real military threat to the United States of America. It's just not real. Not a real threat at all. And the only reason why we didn't f with them for the longest time after f with them, ironically enough, was because they housed USSR nukes. That's the only time where they were allowed to exist as a normal goddamn country. Yeah. Michael Gallant says, Brothers to the Rescue was founded/led by a self-admitted CIA operative who took part in a terrorist attack against the Havana hotel and was openly dedicated to overthrowing the Cuban government. They repeatedly violated Cuba's sovereign airspace despite consistent warnings. You mean that they deserve to be murdered? I mean that first of all, it's not murder, it's literally self-defense. I mean that if an organization founded by a self-admitted terrorist who had dedicated his life to overthrowing the U.S. government repeatedly and illegally flew an airplane to the U.S. territory despite dozens of warnings, the U.S. would shoot that plane down. You know? It's like defending Mohammed Atta. That's how stupid this is. Like, what are you talking about? Who the would ever in a million years be like, oh yeah, well, Mohammed Atta, let's hear him out. You know, it's really fucked up. If they intercepted a civilian aircraft that Mohammed Atta was flying, you know, while 9/11 was taking place, I don't think anybody would get mad that Mohammed Atta got murdered in that process. It would be ridiculous.
In charge. Take a listen to something else he said in that message.
We are offering $100 million in food and medicine for you, the people, but they must be distributed directly by the Cuban people, by the Catholic Church or other trusted charitable groups, not stolen by Gaeza to sell in one of their stories. In the U.S., we are ready to open a new chapter in the relationship between our people and our countries, and currently, the only things standing in the way of a better future are those who control your country.
And of course, it's significant, too, that he brings up that offer of humanitarian aid as this economic blockade on the island has continued to squeeze the situation on the ground. There are rolling blackouts. There are shortages of food. And Rubio and the Trump administration is trying to put the blame for that not on the administration's policies, but on the Cuban government. What seems to be an attempt here to have the people of Cuba perhaps rise up against their sitting government there. Now, of course, the other thing to note with this indictment is that this is following perhaps a similar playbook to what we saw in Venezuela, where the United States leveled an indictment against Nicolas Maduro, only to then take military action to remove.
At this point, it quite literally is just like, if you don't have the sufficient military force to be able to defend your territorial boundaries, America is going to come and just rape and pillage. That's where we're at. What is Gaeza? It's the government, okay? It's the government.
Him from that country. Now, we don't know whether it's something like that is in the offing here in Cuba. However, President Donald Trump has repeatedly suggested that he could use military force against
the American. It's the government operated businesses, and what the American assessment is like, oh, this is a big secretive thing. It's like, oh, the military, they're like funding the military through like their businesses. It's a communist country. It's run by a communist party. It's the same shit that they do with like the IRGC, where they're like, oh, the IRGC also has like economic activity. They use it as a cause to basically render trade impossible with the nation state. Yeah, the Miami Herald's fuzzy math makes the case for economic warfare. This is from August 27th. And the New York Times actually literally took, shouts out the belly of the beast, by the way. The New York Times actually straight up took the reporting from the Miami Herald, which is the CIA Herald for the record, literally. When it comes to Cuba, Miami Herald is probably one of the worst newspapers in the United States of America. Shouts out to Julie K. Brown for all the great work that she did against Jeffrey Epstein. But on this issue, they are probably one of the worst when it comes to fomenting counter-revolutionary activity and trying to justify terrorism on Cuban soil. It's a straight-up CIA newspaper. Article published last month, Miami Herald journalist Nora Gomez-Torres claims to have obtained a trove of secret accounting documents proving that Grupo de Administración Empresarial S.A., the conglomerate run by the Cuban military, has been stockpiling $18 billion in cash while the Cuban people endure a devastating economic crisis. The wealth amassed by the Cuban military at the expense of the Cuban people is a secret no more, proclaimed Gomez-Torres. She added that Gaeza is squeezing the state out of the funds it could use to invest in healthcare, energy, and food. The documents she wrote demonstrate that the Cuban government has been falsely blaming the U.S. embargo as a sole cause for the island's impoverishment. No credible evidence was presented to back up any of these sweeping claims. As for the $18 billion, it seems the Herald may have made an egregious error in interpreting the one secret document upon which the entire article appears to hinge. For a deeper look at the numbers and why we have more questions than answers about Gaeza, check out our interview with economist Emily Morris. This shaky, contextless reporting is par for the course for Gomez-Torres, whose work has been repeatedly used by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other Cuban-American hardliners to legitimize U.S. government's economic war on Cuba. Gomez-Torres claims to have obtained 22 financial statements, but the Herald published only one, a low-resolution screenshot of a balance sheet that shows assets under the control of Gaeza's companies. Gomez-Torres asserted that the screenshot shows Gaeza has assets of $18 billion U.S. dollars, 14.5 billion of which are in cash in readily accessible bank accounts. She went on to explain that this amount of monetary assets is larger than the reserves of Panama, Uruguay, or Costa Rica. There is one significant problem with this potential bombshell discovery. It seems to be based on a conspicuous misreading of the one document the Herald published. The figures that carry the Herald's argument can be found in column 8 under heading USD. See screenshot below. At the top of this column in bold, total assets are listed as 18 billion, and the two lines down, total assets and bank accounts appear to be around 14.5 billion. Okay, this is what they showcased. But the upper right cell of the header of the spreadsheet states in plain language that the unit of currency for the financial statement is not US dollars, but Cuban pesos with 2 decimal points. This indicates that the figures under the USD heading have been converted from their original dollar value to a value in Cuban pesos. The fact that the figures have a dollar sign in front of them is not determinative. That symbol is commonly used to denote Cuban pesos as well as US dollars. Since the Cuban government generally calculates $1 US to be worth 24 pesos, Gaeza's US dollar assets will be worth $745 million, 1/24 of the 17.9 billion pesos, or about 4% of the figure reported by the Herald. Not only that, but it is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous argument to present that the Cuban government has any assets whatsoever, and that's completely illegal. Okay, who says? What the do you mean it's completely illegal? There is no country on the planet that doesn't have a private-public partnership in its military sector. We have a symbiotic relationship between our private sector and our public sector in the military. As a matter of fact, the private sector has become a behemoth that has sucked up most of the military funds at this point. What are we talking about? They have a reversal on that. It's a state, they have a treasury too, and it's literally $500 million. It's tiny. I know, they're unbelievably broke because of us, because of our actions. And then to add insult to injury, we're like, oh yeah, well, they have money. They're just like hiding it from the people. It's an incredibly stupid argument to present. The idea that like they have all of these, like they have stockpiles upon stockpiles. One of the most common tropes that you hear in the anti-Cuba lobby is this idea that the Cuban government has stockpiles of like antibiotics and they're refusing to hand it out to the people that desperately need it. Okay, that they're hoarding it. Why are they hoarding it? If they're hoarding it, why do they have a free healthcare system? It makes no sense. Why would they do that? Like what? Is it all for Raul Castro? Is that what it is? He's taking the antibiotics that hundreds of thousands of Cubans would need. He's just eating them. Is that what they're doing? They say the same with food. They just want to starve their population for funsies. Or maybe they don't have fuel to distribute the necessary food. They don't have fuel to actually engage in agricultural output. They don't have the fuel to distribute the goods, to freeze or refrigerate not only the food, but also the medicine. Like this whole like, ooh, condemn this now. Like, no, don't play that game, okay? Because Republicans never do. Republicans never do. Yeah, I'll condemn it. I'll condemn it when the Republicans get together and censure Randy Fine. How about that? What is this, Galindo update? No, this is not an update. This is old. They're just writing it now. They're writing about it now, but we covered this already. Texas 35 Democratic candidate Maureen Galindo says she will convert ICE detention centers in Karnes County into an internment camp for American Zionists. It will also be a castration processing center for pedophiles, which will probably be most of the Zionists, she added. I'm not saying anything, okay? I'm just shaking my head. John Favreau, this person should not be anywhere near public office. Every new statement is somehow crazier and more vile than the last. That's a Professor Jongist, okay? She's a Jongist, Marxist-Leninist Jongist. I mean, she's an insane person. I've already mentioned this. I already mentioned Maureen Galindo is a crazy person. I think the more crazy she gets, I think the more crazy she gets, the more her chances go up. But what do I know? I think this is Marjorie Taylor Blue. We did it. The Democratic Party now has her own Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is a new type of person. Oh, 100%. This is unlike anything I've ever encountered before. Objectively a crazy person. 80% of the way you're like, oh my God, she's so base. And then the last 20% you're like, oh my God, what the did you just say? Literally, she could keep it to like a normal level. She could have just been like a relatively normal, tame candidate. But no. As a Texan, she's as intense as psychotic Republicans here, and that's not a good thing. Two sides of the same unhinged coin here in Texas. Yeah, but does that actually put an ass in a seat? That's the real question. I think this is unpredictable. I think this is untested, uncharted waters. That's all I'm saying. What's the crazy part? People like Joe Biden, Jake Sullivan, Jake Tapper, are basically the entire Republican Party need to be put in prison for the Gaza genocide. I mean, she's not just saying that. Maureen Galindo, a Democrat running for Congress in Texas 35, says in an Instagram post that she would turn an ICE detention center near San Antonio into a prison for American Zionists and will also use it as a castration processing center for pedophiles, which will probably be most of the Zionists. Yes, it's real. Yes, the post is still up. She has a runoff election next week. She literally won. She won the primary with like $11,000. It's insane. What do they see in her? I mean, is this really a question? Is it really a question? Yes, it's a mirror. That's what they see in her. They see in her exactly the energy that they see inside of them. Come on, man. We're talking about the American electorate. We are talking about American voters. What do you mean? Why don't leftists want to insane Marjorie Taylor Greene style them stop being pussies and get crazy with it? I mean, dude, I was already initially skeptical of Graham Plattner. What are we talking about? This is beyond the pale, dude. She's absolutely a kook in every way, shape, or form. It's funny because like she has all of the right qualities as far as like being a tenant organizer and all this stuff. Yeah, they're using this to attack track AIPAC too. Like I said, I'm not, I don't know what San Antonio wants, but the Democratic Majority for Israel PAC statement on Maureen Galindo calling for internment camps for American Zionists. Look. God forbid a woman do anything. Okay. Yeah, she literally said Jews control Hollywood and the banks. What are we doing, bro? She's not a normal anti-Zionist. Lamont. No, I never said that. I'm not saying that at all. She's not. She is. This is a no-no. I'm not saying that she is a normal anti-Zionist. I'm saying that she might be perfect for Texas. She's not my candidate, okay? But
say that I want billionaire Zionists in prison, that does not mean I want Jews in internment camps. So why am I getting a whole bunch of death threats and MAGA insults? Which actually makes sense, I realize. Like, MAGA and Jewish Zionists apparently are the exact same people. They talk the exact same way, and that's because MAGA is the developing Christian Zionism. That's how they want to create a religion state in the United States of America, is through MAGA, which that's the goal of Zionism, is to create these white supremacist religion states. So, like, I don't care what religion you are. If you are a Zionist, meaning that you believe that you are just entitled to land, or someone's just entitled to land based off of religious beliefs, and that you'll kill all of the Semites for it.
why is she wearing those toy glasses? I mean, did you expect anything different? She talks about you in the next one? No.
Then yeah, I think that you're a danger to humanity and belong in prison, especially if you have the political and economic resources to make that happen. And that's how we will get all of the billionaire Zionists in prison, is through all of the business. When I say that I want billionaire Zionists in prison,
bro, I don't think you want the smoke, man. I've never been this scared for you. I am scared. No, I'm not going to invite her on the show. You guys are such assholes, dude. What's wrong with you? That what she's saying is quite literally what mainstream media wants me to say so they can create a convincing narrative that I'm anti-Semitic. She mentions you in the other video on her page when she was in a car. Oh God. Oh no. This one? I heard that Hassan Piker is a popular leftist Twitch streamer.
popular leftist Twitch live streamer, went in a deep dive on me, on my anti-Zionism on his page, and I just hope that he saw that almost everybody in San Antonio agrees with me, and it's not because we're anti-Jew.
I agree. Hey, to be fair, I did say she might be perfect for San Antonio. Oh, I believe her. I'm just saying, is not for me, okay? I don't live in San Antonio. I don't want to be a carpetbagger. I don't want to touch this race, okay? The DSA does not f with her, but normies here like her a lot. Yeah, okay. I am the one who also said that. I think the lesson to be learned here is, if you want deep red districts or deep red states to turn deep blue, you're not supposed to actually run people who cave and capitulate on social issues. You're supposed to run cranks. I'm not befuddled that she made it this far. She gets to hit literally the largest group of voters. Okay, conspiracy cranks, which there are many of, especially in Texas. And also people who want to hear someone say that Israel sucks. Stop running candidates that say Israel is good, and you will avoid this problem. Sorry. That's it. Simple solution. Stop running dog shit, centrist liberals who try to pivot to the most appropriate version of liberal Zionism. God, American politics is so busted. I mean, what do you say to this? Do you think Professor Jiang likes this kind of white woman? Maybe. Who knows? Dude, you just read an article that says she did not say that. I hate you. You just believed it. She keeps saying Zionists, not Jews. Okay, this is actually the thing that is unbelievably frustrating. Chatter. She quite literally says Zionist Jews are most likely pedophiles in the statement. What are you talking about? That deserve to be castrated. You can't say shit like that. Jesus Christ. Dude, just shut up. Okay, seriously, you're causing me to put my foot down.
To do with it. And I also hope he found all of the connections between Zionism and San Antonio.
A lot of these subs, or unironically with this reactionary shit, man, they are literal Galindo heads in here asking you to stream with her. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some of you guys are literally turning into you know what this is you know what this reminds me of? There was a cartoonish depiction of the left, SJWs, right? This was, delicately crafted by the Republican side in the commentary field. And throughout peak woke, I constantly found myself at odds with, at the time, long-term community members who would behave in that exact same cartoonish ways. Nowadays, instead of the cartoonish depiction of the hysterical SJW or whatever that Republicans would present the left as, this woke scold who thinks like all matter of fun is counter-revolutionary behavior. Now that's turned into the cartoonish depiction of anti-Zionists. There are a lot of people in the media that are actively trying to depict the anti-Zionist movement with this broad brush, where there are crazy people who just like literally want to castrate Jewish billionaires and bankers that own Hollywood or whatever that's the way that they talk about people like myself. And then some of you turn around and go, no, actually that's actually we should hand it to her. Like actually we should hand it to her. Like I'm obviously having fun over here because of how insane American politics is. But like, there's a difference between me going out to bat for a person that's saying unhinged things like that. Okay, you're insane. I think it's an interesting evolution in the realm of it's an interesting evolution in the realm of American political discourse. Now we have a basket case, not dissimilar to Marjorie Taylor Greene in some respects on the Democratic Party side, but I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole is what I'm saying. You're just jealous that there's a new shining beacon of leftist intelligentsia. You claim to be a massive leftist political commentator and a Professor Chiang fan, but she has done much more for the lefto-Jiangist cause than you ever can. Just hold your L, Hassan Doan Piker. Is true. This is one of those things where I'm like, I'm watching from afar. I personally am watching from afar. It's not my kind of politics. Although there are some things that she's done in the past as a tenant organizer that, is great. I'm not going to disparage that. But this is the most Professor Jung fan who's running for office I've ever seen. The tenant organizing is the craziest part to me. No. I've said this before. You got to be a little crazy to go against entrenched power, corporate power, the power of developers and the real estate lobby. To go against landlords. You have to be a little crazy. A little crazy is good in certain instances. I mean, I think she was like straight up homeless back in the day too. Anyway, let's see what else she had to say.
And Israel and San Antonio, and why this is so important to expose him. And also, I don't know if there was the impression that this is like a huge part of my campaign, because that's what I got a couple messages about, like, hey, I agree with you, but you don't need to make this part of your campaign. It never was. It was never part of my campaign. It was something that I said before I was ever a candidate, before I ever knew I would be running for Congress. And honestly, is that not?
Yeah, sometimes she sounds completely normal, and then other times this is, again, the Professor Jung conundrum. Sometimes she sounds truly with the utmost moral conviction and clarity. And then the 20% of the times she says stuff that is insane. That's it. Here's the thing. Professor Jung does this all the time, and he's one of the most popular political commentators in the country right now. So clearly there is a market demand for this kind of thing. I will never fill that void. I can't possibly fill that void. It's not who I am. I think I'm not only far too pragmatic, but maybe have a different understanding of the world. She blames local media sensationalizing and hope you didn't fall for that. I mean, I've seen her words, it's not just the local media sensationalizing. I've heard the words just coming out of her mouth.
And I hope that he just didn't fall for all of the sensation.
This is how Texan normies see you, by the way. What? What do you mean? Texas normies see me as what? Saying that I want concentration camps for American Jewish Zionist billionaires that need to be castrated because there's a likelihood that they're pedophiles. I have not said that and don't think that and would never say that regardless. As funny as she is, I low-key think her winning would be pretty bad because she lends credibility to anti-Semites hiding behind anti-Zionism. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Michael from Pennsylvania's assessment on her is probably a little bit like, this is a byproduct of the